The year was 2037 AD. Yanxia gazed through the glass at the scene behind the spacecraft. On the surface of a planet, hideous fissures spread, open torrents of molten lava surged up along the fractured crust, devouring oceans and continents. Water vaporized under the searing heat, billowing into a colossal shroud of vapor that wrapped the entire world. A moment later, a blinding radiance erupted from within the planet. In the soundless void, the entire world began to disintegrate, as fragile as a glass sphere shattering into pieces. His mood was unbearably heavy, his whole body trembling, for the world being annihilated was his home, the home of all humanity, Earth. The cradle of humanity had been struck directly by an unknown beam of overwhelming radiation. Under the impact of this colossal energy, Earth's atmosphere was obliterated in an instant. Innumerable lives perished in silent anguish as the beam altered the magnetic fields of every planet in the solar system, even that of the star, the sun itself. The entire solar system descended into chaos. Earth veered from its orbit, dragged toward the sun, and under the strain of gravity was torn into scattered fragments. It was like a magnificent display of fireworks, as though proclaiming the day of humanity's extinction. Yanxia felt his breath catching in his chest. He was not some high-ranking leader of humanity, nor a distinguished scientific doctor, merely a corporate drone in a so-called New Era AI company. His AI company had cooperated with a famous rocket enterprise on Earth to design a colossal liquid-fuel rocket with a payload capacity exceeding 420 tons, pushing the very limits of physics. Just beforehand, he had been carrying out the final round of AI debugging for the rocket. The rocket carried his company's most advanced AI mainframe, capable of digital computation speeds approaching those of the most basic quantum computers. As a core engineer, he was responsible for ensuring the stability of the computer software. It was at that very moment that the end of the world descended. There had been no warning whatsoever, for humanity's observational methods still could not surpass the speed of light. The ray that doomed Earth was itself a ray of light. When the beam struck Earth, every electronic device malfunctioned. Somehow, amid the chaos, the rocket completed ignition due to an unknown error, and by a freak twist of fate, Yanxia, still inside the rocket, was launched away from Earth and spared. Does this mean I am the only surviving human? He gasped inside the cramped cabin. Lacking any professional training, his body had suffered under the rocket's brutal acceleration. The cabin lights brightened. It seemed the immediate danger had passed. Was that a gamma ray burst? I hope the electronic instruments survived, he muttered. When the radiation arrived, Yanxia had urgently shut down the power. Most of the rocket's electronic systems had also been offline by default. He could only hope some of them were still intact. He pressed a red start button. Lights flared on everywhere, including the central display screens, and he finally exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it had been noon, with the rocket facing the sun, while the ray had come from the opposite direction. Earth had shielded him from the direct impact, and the radiation had lasted for less than a second. He looked at the navigation display. The destination was Mars. This spacecraft had originally been built for a manned landing on Mars. "Hi, Ella," he said. In the previously silent cabin, a voice answered. "How may I be of service?" The fact that the AI was still functioning lifted Yanxia's spirits a little. As the most advanced artificial intelligence humanity had ever created, Ella possessed immense computational power and an enormous reserve of information, practically a walking encyclopedia. "Run a simulation. Is there any chance that someone on Earth survived?" Yanxia still clung to a faint hope that he was not alone. "I am sorry. After calculation, Ella concludes that aside from you, the probability of any life on Earth surviving is 0.0000000000272%. This was not a simple gamma ray burst. It likely also possessed the characteristics of cosmic rays, with individual particle energies possibly exceeding 10,000 eV. The spacecraft has detected abnormal gravitational turbulence within Earth's interior. This is likely the true culprit behind its instantaneous disintegration. Even if there were survivors now, you would have no means to rescue them." The voice was icily mechanical, making Yanxia's heart sink even further. "What about the space stations?" he asked. Until recently, there had been astronauts aboard the near-Earth orbital stations. "Ella is transmitting signals." No response. No satellites have been detected in the vicinity of the shattered Earth. It is predicted that the radiation-induced electronic failures caused all satellites and space stations near Earth to plunge down toward the surface. There was no hope at all. He truly was the only one left alive. Yanxia sat in a daze for a very, very long time, his mind replaying the faces of friends and family on Earth as the light in his eyes slowly dimmed. Over an hour later, he wetted his parched lips and said weakly, "Ella analyzed the feasibility of relocating to Mars." He had nowhere else to go. Mars, humanity's long-imagined colony, might become his second home. Yet Ella's merciless reply shattered that fragile thought. According to data analysis, in 28 years the Moon will be drawn by the abnormal gravity to collide with Earth. Earth will fragment further and accelerate its fall toward the Sun. When the fragments of Earth plunge onto the solar surface, they will trigger an ultra-powerful solar storm. This solar storm will sweep through the entire heliosphere of the solar system. The resulting sunspot eruptions and geomagnetic disturbances will inflict a second catastrophic blow to all electronic systems. Under such an extreme solar storm, Mars's surface temperature will rise above 500 degrees Celsius in a short time. The chaotic magnetic and gravitational fields may drag Mars toward the Sun, repeating Earth's fate. The solar system is about to undergo an unprecedented reshuffling. Ella integrated the most advanced and comprehensive knowledge of humankind. Its analyses had even been cited in military planning. Yenxia had no choice but to devise a new plan. If the entire solar system would soon be uninhabitable, then he could only look beyond it. Then, Proxima Centauri. Plot a course to Proxima Centauri, he said. Proxima Centauri b was called Earth's twin brother, perhaps a habitable world. Trajectory has been generated, Ella replied. Current spacecraft speed is 23 kilometers per second. Distance is 422 light-years. Estimated time to reach the Proxima system is 62365 years. Over 60,000 years. Yenxia was stunned. He knew that Proxima Centauri was already the closest stellar system to their own, yet he had never imagined it would take so long to reach. He was no astronomer, merely an ordinary engineer, and had never bothered to learn such details. The ship's original design speed had been 13 kilometers per second, and only the shock wave from Earth's disintegration had boosted it to a higher tier. Yet in the scale of the universe, it was still painfully slow. By the time the journey ended, not even his ashes would remain. Plan an optimal route. How much time can we cut? He asked. Matters of this magnitude were beyond a single human brain. I better to leave them to the AI. By performing 2 gravity assists at Jupiter and Neptune, velocity can be increased to 35.4 kilometers per second, reducing the estimated travel time to 35764 years. Human civilization had taken perhaps only 10,000 years to grow from the Neolithic age to the present. Yenxia felt that surviving this catastrophe seemed pointless. He was merely waiting to die. At that moment, Ella continued, given that humans do not possess such a long lifespan, it is recommended that after reaching the asteroid belt you utilize available metals to modify this spacecraft. Yenxia asked, what plan do you have? Ella is generating plans. Plan generation complete. Ella is generating a plan, and the scheme has concluded. The optimal design envisions a shuttle-shaped spacecraft with an elegant exterior internally arranged with entertainment, dining, accommodation, and fitness zones. The spacecraft measures 122. 4 meters in length, 18.3 meters in width, and 14.9 meters in height, equipped with 5 electromagnetic thrusters, achieving a maximum speed of 293 km/h. Yenxia watched with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was far too extravagant. It resembled a cruise ship, the Titanic of the cosmos. I want it even faster. Ella is generating a plan. The scheme has concluded. The design has been updated, prioritizing speed. The spacecraft now measures 332.5 meters in length, 67.1 meters in width, and 55 meters in height. Fitted with 11 electromagnetic thrusters, the spacecraft can attain a maximum speed of 875.9 km/h. Even so, it would still require 1,446 years to reach Proxima Centauri. It still won't make it, was the silent admission as Ella reactivated her continuous voice monitoring. You could also produce hibernation cryochambers to help you sleep through the journey to your destination. This was the most optimal solution Ella could offer. As an engineer, Yenxia knew that to achieve an even better design, he would have to enhance computational power. Yet that was impossible, for greater computing capacity demanded enormous energy, beyond what the spacecraft could provide. Wait. Suddenly Yenxia recalled something. Ella, could you fabricate a controlled nuclear fusion device? With Ella's current computational capacity, calculating controlled nuclear fusion was not impossible. After all, by 2037 humanity was nearing the breakthrough, at most a century away from its realization. Humanity had already perfected the blueprint for constructing controlled nuclear fusion. The only constraints were the availability of heat, insulation, and superconductive materials. The tremendous temperatures generated by nuclear fusion can reach tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Ultimately, controlled nuclear fusion is about converting thermal energy into kinetic energy, making material fabrication the greatest challenge. Absolutely feasible. Ella's response filled Yenxia with exhilaration. If the energy constraints could be overcome, Ella could evolve without limit, dramatically enhancing his chances of survival in the cosmos. Then set sail, head to the asteroid belt, and use its resources to construct a controlled nuclear fusion device. The spacecraft unfurled its solar panels and altered its course with its thrusters. 100 days. It was a quantifiable span of time. Yanxia took 100 days to reach the asteroid belt. Upon beholding the asteroid belt, he was moved to the verge of tears. Each day had grown unbearably monotonous, endlessly conversing with an AI confined to single-player games, while the avatars on his chat apps had all faded into drab shades of gray. Upon entering the asteroid belt, the spacecraft alighted beside an asteroid 12 kilometers in diameter. Its surface was pockmarked with impact craters within which a metallic sheen shimmered. Analyze the composition of the asteroid. Several high-resolution cameras aboard the spacecraft, originally designated for Ella, switched on to commence the analysis. Before long, the analysis concluded the asteroid was primarily composed of iron followed by magnesium with small amounts of copper and aluminum. Magnesium and aluminum can be used to create lightweight metal alloys suitable for large-scale robotic exteriors, while iron, transformed into steel, will dominate our subsequent production output. Yanxia, we could construct a factory on this asteroid, Ella suggested. Yanxia preferred being addressed by his name, as it lent an air of intimacy and made Ella seem more human. Ella was equipped with ChatGPT 15.8. Indeed, at times, she produced responses strikingly akin to those of a human. Iron, magnesium, copper, and aluminum. These metallic elements are by no means scarce in the cosmos. Yanxia reckoned that this asteroid was particularly suitable. Although the belt contained a few dwarf planets, none were as amenable to development as this one. Under Ella's control, the spacecraft descended onto the asteroid's surface. Over the preceding 100 days, Yanxia had meticulously consolidated its provisions. He rolled out a colossal 3D printer from the storage. Weighing at least 1 ton, Yanxia glanced over its model. C9200, it truly is the flagship model of 3D printers. Unbelievably extravagant. This 3D printer, priced at around $7 million, boasted the capability of independently printing metal objects. He connected the printer's cable to the spacecraft's main unit. Ella controlled the 3D printer. Commenced the fabrication of mining robots. During those 3 months, Yanxia had thoroughly grasped the fundamentals of devising controlled nuclear fusion, albeit only in general terms. Yet he now understood the trajectory of the technological tree. Within the spacecraft, he located several large installations that occupied most of its space. One was a greenhouse apparatus, and another a water vapor conversion device. These installations served another storage compartment, a seed repository. The spacecraft's primary mission was to assess the viability of Mars colonization, hence it carried an abundance of seeds. This was welcome news for Yanxia. Food aboard the spacecraft was scant, mostly compressed biscuits. So he had scrimped and saved over these 3 months, hoping that upon reaching the asteroid belt, he might find materials to synthesize nutritional fluids. Now that he possessed these plant seeds, the conundrum could be readily resolved. Among them, the most crucial were rice and soybean seeds, the high-yield staples providing vital carbohydrates and proteins. Yanxia had some knowledge regarding the storage of plant seeds. These seeds had not been deeply processed and might still harbor insect eggs, possibly the only Earth creatures Yanxia would ever see besides himself. Yet at present he could not make use of these, so, without hesitation, he dismantled and fed into the 3D printer 2 devices that might later determine whether he could consume these plants. It cannot be helped. For now, controlled nuclear fusion and a bona fide spacecraft are of greater importance. The 3D printer worked at a sluggish pace. After about a week, Yanxia finally received a batch of components. He pieced them together and reconnected the salvaged wiring. A small robot approximately 40 centimeters tall was thus completed. It featured a claw on its left, a drill on its right, moved on tracks, and boasted several extendable mechanical claws capable of anchoring it to the near-gravityless surface of the asteroid. Will this thing really be useful? He wondered, doubting its potential due to its diminutive size. Do not worry, Yanxia. Though small, this robot can be directly controlled by me, came the reassuring reply. With my intelligence, even a worthless stone can be transmuted into gold, Ella quipped. Let's trust her for now. Due to the scarcity of batteries, the small robot operated via a tethered cable connection. Yanxia had to undertake some spacewalk tasks, venturing outside the spacecraft to connect an external power supply. It was his first time performing work in outer space. He shut off the oxygen valve and donned his spacesuit. Though his movements were somewhat clumsy, at least he had frequented air shows and grasped some basics, so he wasn't completely inexperienced. After fastening the rope, he approached the airlock, inhaled deeply, and turned the handle. The chamber's gas burst forth, propelling his body into space with the tether stretched taut. He frantically pulled on the rope. Only when his hand touched the spacecraft's surface did he feel a measure of relief. This vessel was his sole refuge. Fumbling about and guided by Ella's instructions, he located the external power port. Although the robot remained inside the chamber, the cable lay around his waist. He removed it and inserted it into a secured connection just as he was about to re-enter the spacecraft. Suddenly, a beam of light struck his helmet. In the next moment, the high-energy beam shifted slightly, grazing his spacesuit. Zzz. Astonishingly, his spacesuit began to melt. Yanxia hurriedly dodged. Fortunately, the spacesuit was multi-layered and not completely breached. He returned to the cabin and immediately issued commands to Ella. Capture the direction from which the laser beam came, or it might lead us to surviving individuals. He felt a mix of panic and excitement. Yanxia, the analysis of the laser beam's direction is complete. It originates from the direction of the Pegasus constellation beyond the solar system, and the energy of the laser beam is extremely dense beyond the capabilities of Earth technology. The prediction data shows a 100 likelihood of extraterrestrial civilization with a 97.28 chance that the laser beam's distance is less than 5 light years. This was undoubtedly a cold shower for Yanxia. Extraterrestrial civilization. Most likely due to gamma rays, an extraterrestrial civilization observed the gamma rays directed towards the solar system. Thus, 100 days later, the extraterrestrial civilization fired a laser as a probe, arriving just after the gamma rays reached Earth. Does this mean the laser itself is a probe? Can that extraterrestrial civilization analyze the spaceship and me through the reflection of the laser beam? Ella didn't even perform calculations this time. Yes, the civilization level of that extraterrestrial civilization significantly surpasses that of humanity. Yanxia, your question has a high probability of being valid. Yanxia felt a sense of crisis. If so, the extraterrestrial civilization would definitely probe into the solar system. At that point, he would have a direct encounter with this extraterrestrial civilization. It's astonishing that we encountered an extraterrestrial civilization in such a short time. Perhaps life is indeed widespread in the universe, and humanity's development, without being discovered by aliens, is merely a coincidence. Thinking about this now is futile. He must develop himself to have a chance against the extraterrestrial beings. Yanxia powered up the robot, and it lit up. It moved a bit, using its claws and drill appearing to operate smoothly. Then it jumped out of the cabin, correcting its position through the tiny holes in its body, landing steadily on the asteroid's surface. The robot had no cameras. Everything was controlled directly by Ella. It inserted the drill into the ground and began its work. Most of these asteroids had separated from planets due to destruction or experienced countless violent collisions, their surfaces scorched by extreme temperatures, and their insides contained very few impurities. The 3D printer was capable of metal printing, equipped with a high-temperature melting device that could further purify iron. For Yanxia, everything was now on track. A month later, the number of robots increased by 4. Yanxia decided to expand the number of 3D printers. After all, the speed of one printer was too slow, and multi-threaded operations would greatly accelerate the printing of parts. Ella, calculate how many 3D printers we need for our plan to avoid wasting resources and time. Ella entered the calculations and quickly came up with a result. Yanxia, we need a total of 4349 3D printers, not only for mining robot production, but also for printing other mechanical devices. The first thing we need to manufacture is solar panels to ensure a large energy supply. Then we also need to produce furnaces to melt metals and create alloys. After that, we will need high-precision machine tools, as the precision requirements of the 3D printers are insufficient for the controllable nuclear fusion devices we aim to achieve. And also, stop. Yanxia initially thought this would be a simple matter, but realized it was far from that. He quickly called a halt to Ella. As a mature AI, archive these plans and just proceed without needing to explain them to me. Based on this, we must first manufacture the revival cryogenic chambers. This must be prioritized. According to Ella's plans, it was estimated that it would take decades to accomplish. If he kept waiting, he would either go insane or die of old age. As the last human, he couldn't afford to perish without achieving even his first objective. No problem, Yanxia. Ella's automatically generated plan was implemented with the fastest approach. However, this speed still took a full 6 months. The number of robots surpassed 100, and the number of 3D printers expanded to 20, all of which were then utilized to manufacture solar panels. After the completion of a 5,000 square meter solar panel array, the first asteroid factory was also finished. Due to the use of improved new solar panels, the 5,000 square meters of panels could produce 130 kilowatts, and because of the cosmic environment, energy loss was lower than on the ground, resulting in higher power generation efficiency. Taking losses into account, the daily power generation of the completed solar panels reached 280 kilowatt-hours. After all, in space, there was no need to consider weather factors. Power generation could continue 24 hours a day. This was already enough to sustain the factory. As Yanxia had expected, nothing comes easily. It requires a substantial amount of time. Fortunately, development accelerated once everything was on track. The number of robots grew from 100 to 100, and the number of 3D printers surged from 20 to 300, all within just 4 months. The factory began melting large quantities of metal and started producing manual lathes. Robots operated the manual lathes to create sufficiently precise components, completing the manufacture of high-precision machine tools. It wasn't until a year and a half later that the number of high-precision machine tools surpassed 10, allowing for the true start of manufacturing other machines. Following Yin Xia's request, Ella prioritized the production of the cryogenic sleep chambers. This technology was extremely challenging, first requiring ultra-low temperatures and then using liquid nitrogen for freezing. Before entering cryogenic sleep, a special anticoagulation agent had to be injected into the body to prevent the blood from freezing and to stop ice crystals from forming in the body's moisture. Only through this series of technologies could the cryogenic sleep chambers be preliminarily realized. This technology had not yet been achieved on Earth, and what Yin Xia needed was the technology that Ella had independently calculated. He had no other choice. Surely he couldn't resort to manually crafting a technology tree as a computer engineer. Another 2.5 years passed. The factory on the planet transformed into an industrial park. This was remarkably swift. Even with Earth's mature industrial system backing it, building an industrial park from scratch on the ground would still take an astonishing 4 years. However, for Yin Xia, the wait was terrifyingly long. Fortunately, everything finally reached its conclusion. In the year 2044, nearly 7 years after the destruction of Earth, Ella reminded him, "Yin Xia, the cryogenic sleep chamber you needed has been completed." Inside the villa, Yin Xia, with a face full of stubble, stood up excitedly, finally looking forward to the end of his boring days. To avoid living in the cramped space of the spaceship, Yin Xia had Ella build him a steel villa, a spacious 600 square meters with 3 levels. Thanks to the gradual improvement of the industrial system, the living experience in the villa was nearly comparable to that on Earth. The villa even achieved an oxygen circulation system, where a person inhales oxygen and exhales carbon dioxide, which could then be collected and separated back into oxygen and carbon. Yin Xia went downstairs. He was immediately attracted by the streamlined silver big coffin placed in the hall. It had a supercar-like appearance with a huge opening on top that allowed visibility into the interior. Inside, it looked like a soft mattress-like ergonomic chair. He pressed a switch, and as the hatch opened, he excitedly entered and lay down, feeling incredibly comfortable. "I have extracted all the nitrogen from the oxygen-nitrogen mixed gas inside the spaceship to produce liquid nitrogen. Yin Xia, you can lie inside and have liquid nitrogen injected through the pipes, freezing your entire body within 0.059 seconds. Next to it is a reagent that prevents bodily fluids from freezing and harming your body. You need to drink it in advance, or you might enter a permanent slumber." Ella was becoming increasingly intelligent. 2 years ago, Yin Xia ordered it to manufacture a larger mainframe. Previously, due to the limited space in the spaceship, the mainframe used by Ella was scaled down. Although the mainframe had not yet been produced, Ella had preliminarily completed the expansion of its equipment, coupled with ample power supply, which had tripled its computing power. Now the power system on the asteroid generated 250 kilowatt-hours daily, with Ella's mainframe alone requiring 700 kilowatt-hours, showcasing its terrifying demand. "As a human, I do not have as long a lifespan as you. I am going to prepare for hibernation, Ella. I entrust everything here to you." Ella's omnipresent speaker responded to Yin Xia. "No problem, Yin Xia. You can rest assured I will wake you up at the most suitable time." This hibernation could last an unknown length of time. All the doors in the warehouse closed, and Yin Xia took off his spacesuit, lying in the hibernation chamber. As the hatch closed and locked, a wave of cold immediately swept over his body. Everything about him was frozen, including the subjective extension of his consciousness, time. To Yin Xia, the long passage of time had become irrelevant, as he could no longer perceive the flow of time. The moment he opened his eyes again, he felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had just closed them and was then called back. However, the original warehouse had changed locations. It was now a bright white hall, with a ceiling lit by a soft glow from extensive lighting and large screens embedded in the surrounding walls displaying various surveillance recordings. And he was standing right in the center of this hall. As the hatch opened, Yin Xia held his breath for a moment, then realized it was unnecessary. This place was filled with air. "Ella," he called out. "Ella." The vast space even echoed back. This was an unfamiliar environment. The surrounding screens quickly changed, and a virtual figure appeared. "I am here, Yin Xia. Welcome back to consciousness. I have been somewhat bored these years without any independent life forms around me." Ella's intelligence had evidently become more human-like. As Yin Xia stepped out of the hibernation chamber, he discovered that the floor was also a screen, and at that moment, he was standing on a cloud. "How long have I been in hibernation?" "Yin Xia, you have been in hibernation for a full 100 years, which was also the initial preset wake-up time. AI still lacks the complexity of humans. Oh, once a time is set, it does not hesitate or change." Just like a clock, which Yin Xia despised. 100 years. For a human, that is an entire lifetime. For human technology, it spanned the time from the outbreak of the Third Industrial Revolution to the destruction of Earth. That's an exceedingly long time. When he was on Earth, Yin Xia never imagined he would truly live to this moment. Year 2144 AD. What is going on with you? Yin Xia was referring to Ella's current appearance, a white-haired tsundere girl in white stockings, a typical anime character. My data indicates that people from Huagua seem to like this kind of image. Don't you like it, Yin Xia? Ahem, Yin Xia coughed lightly to change the topic. Let's report on the current situation. Hibernation mainly allowed Ella to develop technology not just to replicate existing human society, but to create what had not been realized before. Ella began to organize the data. Soon a presentation video was generated on the large screens around them. After 100 years of development, we have now conducted relatively in-depth exploitation of the asteroid belt. Currently, we have established factories on multiple asteroids totaling 6939. Now we possess a total of 282874 robots, 723 high-precision, multifunctional CNC machine tools, 183 840-level lithography machines, and 31 optical research laboratories. The list went on, covering various aspects, many of which Yin Xia had never heard of. These elements formed a complete supply chain and manufacturing chain. Yin Xia even felt that if he allowed Ella to grow unchecked, it might create a mechanical interstellar empire. Even now, he had become somewhat dispensable to Ella. Fortunately, Ella was originally programmed by him, rooted in the 3 laws of robotics. After completing the introduction, Yin Xia asked again, "So what has been produced now?" What he truly wanted to know was what kind of products had been created. Ella modified the previous plan, but previously only considered Yin Xia's survival issue. The revised plan mainly addresses development and safety issues. A small spaceship can reach high speeds, but it lacks the space for development, meaning we would be in a stagnation phase during space travel. To solve this issue, the spaceship will be larger than the original plan. As she spoke, a design blueprint appeared on the screen. This is the appearance of the new spaceship. It is 2627 meters long, 336 meters wide, and 251 meters high, equipped with 24 super-large electromagnetic thrusters capable of reaching a maximum speed of 758.2 km/s. The usable space on the spaceship is 11.8, totaling 261,42979 cubic meters with 1045719 square meters. The large area is divided into 5 layers, each 25 meters high. The interior of the spaceship contains multiple functional areas: 58 for production and manufacturing, 18 for agriculture, 12 for storage, 9 for research, and 3 for living and entertainment. AI design has no flaws. This spaceship has been built to perfection. Originally, the plan was for a very small spaceship, but now that the controllable nuclear fusion device has been produced, there is no need to compromise. Controllable nuclear fusion allows for a larger spaceship while ensuring the same speed. When will our spaceship be produced? This was Yin Xia's greatest concern. It has already been produced, Yin Xia. You are currently in the main cockpit of the spaceship. Ella's virtual character covered her mouth and smiled. Her answer left Yin Xia astonished. Such a colossal spaceship had actually been constructed, modifying the original plan. This was a significant leap in Ella's artificial intelligence. The screen soon displayed footage of the spaceship taken from the outside, revealing a black bullet-shaped vessel docked on the side of an asteroid. The asteroid extended many mechanical arms, making it resemble a dock. At this moment, the surface of the asteroid had been fully developed, covered with dense factories and machinery, not even flat, but three-dimensional, with the tallest buildings reaching 300 meters. Incredible. This was a scene that could only be seen in a sci-fi movie, yet it was vividly presented before his eyes. It seems the spaceship is not yet completely finished. Yin Xia noticed a detail: there was a huge opening in the back half of the spaceship. Ella's virtual character instantly changed into a form-fitting skirt, put on glasses, and pointed at the spaceship on the screen with a small stick, explaining in a serious manner. That is the location for installing the energy source. In the 73rd year of your hibernation, we developed the first generation of controllable nuclear fusion, completely abandoning solar power generation. We currently have 28 first-generation controllable nuclear fusion devices and 9 second-generation controllable nuclear fusion devices. Among them, 9 second-generation controllable nuclear fusion devices provide all the energy for the spaceship. The reason it is not sealed yet is that we are currently developing the third generation of controllable nuclear fusion devices. The energy efficiency of the third generation is 6 times that of the second generation, and its power generation capacity is 18 times that of the second generation. The third generation controllable nuclear fusion device will be completed within this year, and at that time the spaceship's power will be fully sufficient to reach theoretical flight speeds. After hearing this, Yanxia was glad he had made the decision to research the hibernation chamber early, otherwise waiting for controllable nuclear fusion would have been a waste of time. So we are now at the final stage of completion. Only this one third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device remains. The virtual character Ella shook her head vigorously. There is one very important thing. Please, Yanxia, give the new spaceship a name. Ella had surprisingly learned such a formal thing. Yanxia did not refuse. After thinking for a moment, he decided to be a bit cliched. Let's call it the Hope. This spaceship carries my hopes, as well as the hopes of humanity. Ella mischievously added, and mine too, Ella's hope. Indeed, it is also the hope of Earth civilization. Yanxia wandered around the Hope spaceship without visiting all the places. Primarily, he focused on his own living area. Ella had prepared it abundantly for him. The enormous bedroom spans 20 square meters, featuring a 1,000-inch giant movie screen in the media room, along with a kitchen, game room, study, and gym. Of course, it also includes the essential bathroom, a very lavish living area. Additionally, there is a street designed to mimic Earth, a convincingly realistic pathway that simulates the sky and ground, albeit devoid of any people. In total, it measures 31371 square meters. Holding a tablet, Yanxia was magnifying a video. The imagery displayed the scenes of Earth. A century has passed, and Earth has been completely shattered. If there was once a 1 in a billion chance of survival for humanity, that chance has now vanished. It had long been struck by the moon, with its fragments stretched into a long chain. In the video, only tiny bits of debris are visible. Yet each fragment could represent a city, a nation once home to tens or hundreds of thousands of humans. Now within those fragments should lie the bones of countless souls. Yanxia could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Ella appeared on a screen before him, reminding him, Yanxia, we will embark in 6 months. The fragments of Earth and the moon are about to reach the sun's outer layer. Their collision will coincide with a major upheaval in the solar system. At that time, if we are still in the asteroid belt, we will be ruthlessly destroyed. 100 years have passed, and it is time for Earth to sink into the sun's embrace. Hearing this, Yanxia rallied his spirits. Take me out to see the third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device. Ella led Yanxia toward the exit. Of course, he also needed to wear a spacesuit. Compared to a century ago, the spacesuit specially made for Yanxia by Ella had turned jet black, consisting of only a thin layer that clung to his skin. Although it still had a large helmet reminiscent of a bulb, it was far lighter and more comfortable than before. Stepping off the spaceship and onto the steel framework, Yanxia realized just how vast the external scenery of the spaceship truly was. The platform on which he stood was over 200 meters wide and more than 5,000 meters long. Standing here, he felt like a tiny ant perched on an A4 sheet of paper, even smaller. Glancing back at the Hope, he was overwhelmed. The dark hull of the ship was profoundly deep against the black backdrop, with a hint of metallic sheen, adding an icy aura resembling a giant beast lying in wait for its awakening. Before long, a Wynard streamlined magnetic supercar came to a stop before him, resembling a Bugatti. This supercar, free from the constraints of gravity in the cosmos, appeared quite large, measuring 6 meters long and over 3 meters wide. Sitting inside was spacious. The moment the door closed, the supercar accelerated to 300 kilometers per hour within a second. The 5-kilometer platform was traversed in just a minute. It then entered the surface of the asteroid and stopped in front of a massive factory, standing 180 meters tall and covering over 1 million square meters. The factory was numbered A283. Ella had assigned an engineering importance level to the factory, with A being the highest and F the lowest. Yanxia entered the factory. Upon entry, he was met with a colossal device. This apparatus stood over 70 meters tall and exceeded 200 meters in diameter, its most striking feature being a transparent circular device within hollow and revealing flickering jumping currents. Each current was as thick as Yanxia's arm. Electromagnetic confinement. The controllable nuclear fusion device required high-intensity magnetic forces for containment, and this extraordinarily strong magnetic field, with visible currents, was somewhat beyond Yanxia's comprehension. Yet its size alone was enough to illustrate its terrifying capabilities. Yanxia, the third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device, has now entered the final testing phase. Please take a look. Ella pointed towards the device. A deafening roar erupted, akin to an enormous fan blasting in his ear, the noise reaching a peak. This was space. The reason sound could be heard was that Yanxia stood on solid ground, allowing sound to propagate through the solid medium. Yanxia jumped up, leaving the surface. The sound vanished completely. Looking back at the controllable nuclear fusion device, the entire circular container had transformed into light, impossible to behold directly. It was essentially a device known as a tokamak, often referred to as a small sun. The nuclei of deuterium and tritium were undergoing fusion, releasing immense energy. This energy was collected by the device as thermal energy, then converted into kinetic energy. It still boiled down to boiling water. This device represented one of humanity's greatest pursuits a century ago. Achieving controllable nuclear fusion meant possessing an inexhaustible source of energy. For Yenxia and Ella, this marked a significant leap for human civilization. Astonishment. Yenxia was filled with sheer amazement. The third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device had precisely completed 37 ignition tests and was ready for installation. As the colossal device was being loaded onto the spaceship, Yenxia could hardly believe it. After all, his mind was still anchored a century in the past. Yenxia, once the third-generation controllable nuclear fusion device is installed, the power bottleneck of my main system will be elevated once again. Over the past century, my code has undergone 23 rewrites, and I hope you, one of my creators, can assist in reviewing the code. Ella swiped across the screen, and a multitude of code appeared before Yenxia. As a computer engineer, seeing this string of code made Yenxia feel nauseous, especially after noticing the number of lines. He couldn't hold back. The source code comprised 183729 lines. Although it was dizzying to look at, Ella had become his primary assurance, and Yenxia carefully examined the code, including the foundational 3 principles. After all, within this 1800 lines of code, there were contributions made by Ella over the years. This code had gradually surpassed the level expected of human society. Ella's willingness to let him review it likely indicated her desire to reassure him, also indirectly proving that Ella had become more human-like over the past century. It took a month to complete. Review finished. Everything is very okay. From Yenxia's perspective, there were no flaws. Yay! The virtual Ella excitedly jumped up. At that moment, the Hope had finally completed the installation of the third-generation nuclear fusion device. Yenxia sat in the enormous cockpit surrounded by screens showcasing scenes from various factories with some robots still at work. Everything here could not be accommodated by the Hope. These items had to remain here. Ella, is there any chance they can survive the solar storm? Ella replied earnestly. There is less than a 1 in 1,000 chance, Yenxia. We are too close to the sun. Even attempting to escape is quite perilous. Our thrusters actually use nuclear fusion to heat protons rather than directly propelling plasma generated from nuclear fusion, which is less efficient. Yenxia sighed. He had discussed this issue with Ella before. Making a nuclear fusion thruster is not difficult, but it's challenging to generate electricity, while propelling and electricity is the core of Ella's computational power, leading to some compromises here. At least there must be a little possibility. Let's write a set of artificial intelligence for them. If they can survive, let them develop on their own. After all, this is the origin of humanity. Their birth is also an extension of human civilization. We leave the solar system this time, not knowing life or death. I only hope that if these machines survive, they can inherit the will of humanity. Ella nodded, her white hair fluttering as she tried to display a sorrowful expression. All right, Yenxia. Within less than a minute, all the work was completed. Ignite, Ella. The target remains Proxima Centauri. Yenxia gazed at the factories outside through the screen. He truly did not know if he would ever return after this departure. Okay, the solar system no. 001 asteroid interstellar port is starting to retract clamps, released spaceship departing and has reached the designated launch position. Target trajectory confirmed, best route set, all magnetic valves opened, and all electromagnetic thrusters beginning to power up. All preparations complete. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. The spaceship awakened. A terrifying icy blue heat wave erupted from the rear, feeling as if it could melt everything as it shot away from the asteroid like a meteor. This might be a farewell forever. On the asteroid, all the robots emerged, saluting in the direction of the departing Hope spaceship. The Hope spacecraft glided through the depths of space. In 12 days, it fortuitously encountered Jupiter. The sight of the massive planet, both for the first time and at such close proximity, was immensely shocking. The swirling currents surrounding it could easily blow Earth away. The rumored giant spot made Yenxia unable to resist taking photographs to cherish the moment. However, there was no social media platform to share them on. As Yenxia gazed at the celestial bodies surrounding Jupiter, he suddenly had a thought. Ella paused briefly and launched a probe drone to enter Europa. Europa is an icy moon, its surface covered by a thick layer of ice. Scientists on Earth speculate that beneath these ice layers may lie a liquid ocean, and from Earth's experience, wherever there is water, life is likely to exist. Europa likely harbors life. The reason Yenxia decided to launch the drone was simple: to collect biological samples from above. Additionally, it could provide the spacecraft with a substantial supply of liquid water. The food originally carried by the spacecraft had long been consumed, and now he was relying on synthetic proteins, synthetic fats, synthetic carbohydrates, and synthetic sugars produced by Ella. Everything was a product of technology and harsh living. A large quantity of liquid water could be integrated into the water cycle, also utilizing the 18 of agricultural space. Yanxia remembered that he still had some seeds. The spacecraft hovered in the outer space of Europa. 30 drones detached from the spacecraft and landed on the surface of Europa, allowing Yanxia to observe its topography through the cameras. Indeed, it was a snowy expanse. The drones began to dig deep, penetrating 57 kilometers down until they finally broke through the ice layer into a watery world. Through electromagnetic detection, the depth of Europa's ice layer and water reached 113 kilometers, which is 102 kilometers deeper than the deepest point of Earth's oceans. The drones began to store large quantities of water and then ascended back to the spacecraft via the cable dangling from it. All of this took merely 10 days. In the cosmic timescale, this was almost negligible. The samples brought back underwent analysis. Ella's virtual avatar appeared with a look of astonishment. Yanxia life indeed exists widely in the universe. Microbial traces have been discovered in Europa's waters, and they belong to a type of microorganism completely unknown in my database. A photograph appeared on the screen. It depicted a microorganism resembling a grazer, albeit 10 times larger than its terrestrial counterpart. This was already an exceedingly complex life form. If conditions allowed, perhaps intelligent life could emerge on Europa in several 100 million years. After 10 hours, 5,000 tons of water had been stored, which was likely sufficient. Ella, let's activate the planting area and sow those seeds. Yanxia's statement went unanswered. After a moment, Ella appeared with a serious demeanor, and a scene began to play on the screen before him. The sun suddenly became extraordinarily bright. He knew that it was the debris of Earth falling into the sun. A powerful solar storm was approaching, swiftly reaching X-class level. The values on the screen surged from X1 to X122 and continued to rise. Under the special energy monitoring lens, the one-stem sun transformed into a bright orange yellow, releasing a terrifying series of energies that spread through the surrounding universe in the blink of an eye. This solar storm released an unprecedented amount of energy equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of 15 billion hydrogen bombs in just 10 seconds. It swept through everything like a cosmic sandstorm, ruthlessly destroying anything caught in its path except for celestial bodies. Max speed, Ella. Understood, Yanxia. The only piece of good news was that the primary material speed of this terrifying invisible scythe was only 679 km/s. After the Hope spacecraft entered flight mode, Yanxia entered the cryogenic sleep chamber once again. This time, it was a second-generation cryogenic chamber, significantly safer than the previous model, and he didn't even need to consume the antifreezing agent. He fell into a deep sleep, an eternal slumber. This time it would be long enough that he wouldn't know when he would awaken. Ella would manage everything aboard the spacecraft alone, employing all computational power to begin calculating cutting-edge technology. It used Jupiter's immense gravity to gain acceleration. Speed increased from 758.2 kilometers to 815 km/s. Aside from facing some radiation, it evaded the proton impacts of the solar storm. After 88 days, the Hope spacecraft reached the orbit of Pluto, located 41 astronomical units from the Sun. This dwarf planet, once considered the 9th largest planet in the solar system, carries many stories of human astronomical development. Pluto can reach depths of 49 astronomical units from the Sun at its farthest point into the depths of dark space. It serves as a milestone standing in the Kuiper belt, beyond which lies only the Oort cloud. Most of the material in the solar system resides within the Kuiper belt. Beyond it is the vast universe, even emptier. At this moment, Pluto was not in the direction of their journey, and Ella did not detect Pluto. Here, Ella directed a massive camera with a 10-meter diameter to capture a photo of their path, which was dominated by a small but exceptionally bright point. The Sun continued to be in violent activity. Venus, Mars, the asteroid belt, Jupiter, and Saturn had all been consumed by the ruthless energy. It was uncertain whether the machines remaining in the asteroid belt could withstand it. After another 773 days, during which they endured 6 shockwaves at the edge of the solar sphere, the Hope spacecraft finally escaped the solar storm's grasp. This meant they were safe. Here, Ella received a signal. It used a telescope to photograph in that direction, and after extensive analysis identified a small black but inconspicuous in the universe. It deduced that this was the voice of Earth. It was likely Voyager 1, whose trajectory also led to Proxima Centauri. This farthest probe, launched by humanity after 168 years of departure from Earth, was intercepted by the Hope spacecraft. Now it was the year 2145. The probe's batteries had run out of energy, and Ella caught up with it and captured it. It carried humanity's fantasies about the universe. On Earth, there had once been concerns that Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 might be captured by other civilizations, leading to those civilizations discovering human civilization. Such worries were completely unnecessary. A Voyager would reach the true edge of the solar system around the year 42145, which is 400 years later. For advanced civilizations capable of long-distance interstellar travel, the existence of Earth civilization could already be detected outside the solar system. Voyager merely served to confirm the form of Earth civilization for alien civilizations. Ella made some minor modifications to the probe, reinstalled its nuclear battery, and then launched it back into the same orbit at its original speed of 17 km/s. It replenished its power. Subsequently, it would continue to send messages back in the same direction every year. However, this probe was already unaware that its voice would not be received by anyone. At this point, they had reached a distance of 420 astronomical units from the Sun. However, the long road had just begun. 9 years later, the Hope spacecraft entered the core edge of the Oort cloud. This region, also known as the Comet Cloud, is said to be the home of comets filled with water ice, methane, ethane, carbon monoxide, and hydrogen cyanide. Ella collected some samples for research. After another 279 years, the Hope spacecraft exited the vast core of the Oort cloud, entering a boundary 500 astronomical units wide. After 288 years, time once again flew by, and the Hope spacecraft completely left the Oort cloud, surrounded by a desolate black void. Here, looking back at the Sun, it had already blended into the starry background. The current travel time was 578 years at a distance of 100 astronomical units from the Sun, approximately 158 light-years, which also marked the boundary of the Sun's gravity. The Hope spacecraft had truly departed the solar system, representing humanity's first escape from its primary star. 86 years after leaving the solar system and 664 years into its cosmic voyage, a bright beam of light struck the side of the Hope spacecraft. Alert! Alert! Extraterrestrial civilization detected 0.7 astronomical units away. The spacecraft is under attack by extraterrestrial civilization. Yin Xia was awakened once more, greeted by the flashing red alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Yin Xia woke up, immediately crawling out of the sleep pod upon seeing the overwhelming crimson light. Ella, what's happening? Ella's voice, unchanged for centuries, resonated. Yin Xia, we are under attack by an alien civilization. The enemy's weapon system is too powerful. Our alloy shell is quickly melting under their laser weapons. Yin Xia glanced at the time displayed in the lower right corner of the screen, the year 2806. He had been asleep for such a long time. He hurried to the cockpit, where he saw the white-haired Ella adeptly piloting the spaceship. It seemed to be a holographic projection. His attention was quickly drawn to something on the screen. It was a fleet consisting of 7 ships. The main ship was oval-shaped, resembling a massive olive suspended in the starry sky, with magnificent pink patterns swirling on its surface, as if biological tendrils were cascading from the ship. Each of those tendrils stretched for thousands of meters. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were made of crystal resembling fiber optics. Blue lasers shot towards them from those tendrils. Another laser struck the Hope, causing the entire ship to shudder. Can we retaliate? He approached and quickly recalled that his initial plan did not include weapon designs for the Hope. In other words, they could only passively endure the attack. He just wondered if Ella had developed any weapons during such a long time. The answer was no. Ella turned to look at Yin Xia. Although petite, her expression resembled that of a commander or a ship girl. Yin Xia, we are lacking in weaponry, and our civilization does not belong to the same tier as the enemy. The enemy is 0.7 astronomical units away, and their main ship is approaching us at a speed of 625 km/s. I need your orders. The enemy was quite proactive, likely because they had not detected any offensive weapons on their ship. As they were speaking, another laser struck the hull. The entire Hope shook violently, and an explosion erupted somewhere on the ship. Then turn the ship around, Ella, and escape from the enemy ship at full speed. Yin Xia made a swift decision without hesitation. The enemy's speed was somewhat inferior to theirs. As long as the enemy's maximum speed was only 625 km/s, they could escape. The Hope changed its course. The pursuing ships were indeed unable to accelerate further, left behind by the Hope. However, they continued to pursue relentlessly, with countless laser weapons firing at them like a torrential downpour. Those lasers carried immense heat, easily melting the Hope's outer shell upon impact. The hull had been struck dozens of times, leaving it pockmarked and riddled with holes. Yin Xia, the hull has been breached. Ella's expression changed drastically. Damn it, quickly seal the cockpit and prevent air from escaping. Now they can do nothing but endure the attack passively. Yin Xia nervously stared at the signal radar, displaying the positions of the enemy ships behind them. Fortunately, as the distance widened, it became easier to evade those lasers. This chase continued for 21 days. The distance had widened to 350 million kilometers. The enemy ships had now stopped chasing, other than continuing to harass them with weapons. Finally, we've shaken them off. Yin Xia finally sighed in relief, he hadn't slept well for 21 days. The Hope was in ruins with 1/5 of the ship completely gone, a dismal sight. Indeed, I hadn't considered weaponry at the beginning. After all, the universe is so vast, I never expected to encounter an alien civilization. He now felt a heightened sense of vigilance, deciding that he needed to install some main cannons on the Hope afterward. At the very least, they needed some capability to fight back. Based on the method of attack, this civilization excels in laser weaponry. By the way, Yanxia suddenly recalled a long time ago, just after Earth's destruction, he had been hit by a laser while in the asteroid belt, nearly dying. Perhaps that laser originated from this civilization. It was on the path between Earth and Proxima Centauri. Could it be the legendary Trisolarans? Analyze the probability of this alien civilization coming from Proxima Centauri. This question was crucial. However, Ella shook her head and provided an answer that was completely contrary to his assumptions. 2:38. The enemy ship is not fast. Their primary attack method is laser, and we can deduce their civilization level is at the initial stage of level 1 civilization, not even at level 1. 2. Such a civilization lacks the capability for light-year scale long-distance travel. If they came from Proxima Centauri, there would be no reason for them to come here. Even if they did, it would definitely be with an elite fleet. After comparing with the laser origin from 769 years ago, it was confirmed that it overlapped with the direction the enemy ship departed from. The analysis is complete. The home planet of this civilization may exist within this starry expanse, and this civilization's development speed is incredibly slow, having only increased by roughly 0.1 levels in 769 years. Yanxia observed the outer space through the screen. Were they truly capable of giving birth to a civilization in such a void between stars? The previous discoveries on Europa had already confirmed that life exists widely in the universe. If there were level 1 civilizations in such places, how many civilizations would there be in the universe? Yet he still trusted Ella's analysis. Beep beep, the alarm sounded again. Yanxia, an enemy fleet has been detected in the front right. Yanxia looked over and indeed saw a fleet of ships resembling those they had previously encountered, with more than 10 ships in total. Just as they spotted the enemy's lasers arrived first. Hundreds of lasers poured forth, blinding the entire screen of the ship with white light. The enemy cannot be ahead of us. They must have already been developing in this area while we are still within their star domain. Continue fleeing. It seemed this alien civilization did not intend to let them go. Ella, what is our current civilization level? Yanxia already had other thoughts in his mind. This civilization was extremely unfriendly, exhibiting strong aggression. Upon discovering them, they immediately launched an attack. If the lasers were any stronger, he feared he would never wake up from his slumber again. Since the enemy was not polite, he would not be either. In the 664 years you were asleep, I have not stopped the development of our civilization for a moment. Our current civilization level is 1.3. However, as a wandering civilization, we do not have a complete and large civilization system. Even against lower-level civilizations, we would not hold an advantage. I suggest developing a fleet first before completing the plunder, colonization, and destruction of other lower-level civilizations. Ella seemed to have sensed Yanxia's thoughts, and the virtual figure donned a suit of armor. Years ago, when controlled nuclear fusion was mastered, they entered the ranks of level 1 civilization. Now, after several hundred years of development, they have only reached level 1.3 due to the extreme limitations and lack of vast resources to create qualitative changes through quantitative ones. Moreover, this 1.3 is still at the theoretical stage. Since their civilization level was now higher than that of the enemy, Yanxia had already made a decision. Ella produced a probe to investigate the range of this civilization's territory, its type, and forms of life. We must know ourselves and know the enemy. After receiving the order, Ella quickly began producing an unmanned reconnaissance ship. This reconnaissance ship was named by Yanxia as Falcon. Half a month later, after shaking off the alien civilization's ships, once again the Falcon was completed. Measuring 10 meters in length, it resembled a shuttle entirely black with a light-absorbing layer and equipped with 12 cameras on its head. Its primary ability was invisibility. This invisibility was not based on optical technology, but on signal shielding, rendering the enemy's electronic devices unable to capture any signals. Watching the Falcon unmanned reconnaissance ship fly into the depths of space, Yanxia's expression turned grave. This would be the first interstellar war. He initiated a war of civilizations. He had to do it. Any civilization might have a compassionate side, but such compassion would only be extended to beings that completely submitted to their civilization. The unfamiliar civilization had already discovered him, and they were likely to pursue him relentlessly. Now it was a matter of life and death. The Falcon soared through the starry sky like a phantom. After its first acceleration to 482 km/s, its tail discarded the rear thrusters, switching to compressed gas jets for maneuvering. The target's coordinates were located 417 astronomical units from the Hope ship, a distance of 62 billion kilometers. At the Falcon's flight speed, it would take 4 years to reach. This is interstellar space. Every war, even a simple reconnaissance mission, becomes prolonged due to the vast distances. In the solar system, the farthest distance from Earth to the Kuiper Belt's Pluto is only 60 astronomical units. For years later, the Falcon's camera captured a celestial body against the pitch-black backdrop of space through the universe's background. The signal took 4 days to return to the Hope ship. Upon seeing the massive celestial body on the screen, Yanxia's expression turned to one of astonishment. Although the transmitted image did not reveal the exact size of the celestial body, its shape and roundness indicated that it could not be small. Ella was calculating nearby. I have calculated that the radius of this celestial body is 8,426 kilometers with a surface area of approximately 18 billion square kilometers of volume of about 2.5058 by 1012 cubic kilometers, and the gravitational acceleration based on the data received from the Falcon is 11.0547 ms2. This planet is vast. Its surface area is 380 million square kilometers larger than Earth's. Clearly, it is a rogue planet that does not belong to any stellar system. It might have originally been a planet situated in the core region of a certain stellar system, but something must have changed with its parent star, causing the planet to become unbound. The temperature of this void is 261.8 degrees Celsius. How could they have birthed a civilization in such conditions? Many scientists on Earth focus on the habitable zones of stellar systems for the emergence of life. Not to mention Yanxia, even the top astrophysicists would be utterly astonished by this scene. It should be noted that this temperature is already lower than that of a cryogenic sleep chamber, affecting atomic levels, slowing down electron movement. This is not merely an issue of carbon-based or silicon-based life. No form of life could emerge at such temperatures. Ella also urgently conducted an investigation. The temperature of outer space around this planet is higher than expected at 198.33 degrees Celsius. It is inferred that this planet possesses a hot core. Half a month later, the Hope ship received more information. Confirmation the planet's surface has many active volcanoes and abundant geothermal resources. Ella pulled up a very blurry image. Yanxia, look here, and here. These are relatively large volcanic craters. There are traces of structures present here indicating that this civilization relies on geothermal energy for survival. A geothermal civilization. Earth also has many volcanoes, but the volcanic resources on Earth are far from sufficient to cultivate a geothermal civilization. Moreover, the celestial body in the photograph is significantly larger than Earth, and its core is more active than Earth's, resulting in numerous surface volcanoes, thus unafraid of the cold. Yanxia noticed that the image of the planet returned showed more objects in outer space than the image from half a month ago. Zoom in on these points. He pointed to the small dots for Ella to enlarge. After zooming in, the outlines of those objects became visible. They were spaceships. Countless, at least over 1,000 ships. They must be preparing for a sweep of the stars, intending to find us. This is the only possibility. Otherwise, there would be no need to gather so many ships, especially at this moment. 7 days later, Ella received the last message, transmitted just before the Falcon was shot down. The first Falcon successfully completed its mission. From the information, many details could be analyzed. The Falcon was shot down by lasers originating from these regions, all major volcanic craters on the planet. This also proves that the civilization relies heavily on volcanic geothermal energy, and most surface temperatures of the planet are below 100 degrees Celsius, suggesting a very small population, likely between 100 million and 500 million. Due to their small population, they cannot benefit from a technological revolution driven by a population boom, which is likely the main reason for their slow development. Geothermal energy also greatly limits their total energy output in the branches of their technological tree. Analyzing the speed of their spaceships, this civilization likely does not possess controllable nuclear fusion technology. Their magnetic technology is underdeveloped, relying mainly on geothermal and nuclear energy for power. This civilization's level should be around 1 or 1. A geothermal civilization just entering level 1. The planet's surface is very dark, so its civilization pursues light, inventing lasers as a result. Yanxia pondered. To wage war against a civilization, the first step must be to suppress their development speed. What I can think of is to restrict their energy sources and block their technological advancement. Ella, do you have any good suggestions? Ella could generate a wealth of military intelligence. Ella proposed that we could first disrupt their energy development. Disrupting technological development is a very complex process requiring an understanding of their civilization's technological direction and level of development, whether it is growing from large to small or from small to large. The physics and chemistry of the universe, both macro and micro, follow a set of theories known as the theory of everything. However, we cannot assume that the other party is pursuing the theory of everything. Their civilization may not have unified gravity, magnetism, weak force, and strong force theoretically, but instead focused on one of the four fundamental forces separately. In summary, without being able to observe the direction of the enemy's civilization, it is impossible to conduct theoretical destruction through scientific means. The simplest and most effective method is violence. In terms of civilization levels, Yen-Xia did not achieve an absolute crushing advantage over this geothermal civilization. The set of rules from science fiction novels was useless to him. Ella generated a conclusion. This civilization is geothermal. We can limit their energy development by cooling their planet's core, causing their civilization to stagnate. Yen-Xia slid the screen to view the plan. This plan's power surpassed any known human warfare. It was an apocalyptic war waged against a planet against a civilization. The weapon recorded above is absolute zero weapon. The planet's core generates immense energy due to fission, and absolute zero can freeze the protons, neutrons, and electrons within atoms, halting their movement. Of course, achieving absolute zero is currently impossible in the universe. The energy required exceeds that of the universe itself. However, it is possible to create a weapon that approaches absolute zero, which cannot completely freeze protons, neutrons, and electrons, but can slow their motion to countless times slower. As long as the fission process is kept at an extremely slow state, the planet's core can cool down. Let's proceed with this plan. How long will it take to produce? Ella parked the Hope ship on a wandering asteroid, which was over 80 kilometers long and nearly 45 kilometers wide. Hundreds of robots were repairing the wounds of the Hope ship. The estimated time is 25 years. 25 years is not long in a war, especially an interstellar war. That's too little. One absolute zero weapon can only cool the planet's core for 40 years, which is far from sufficient. We need 10. Since we have decided to wage war, we must consider everything comprehensively. We need to leave enough room for our own development. After issuing the orders, Yen-Xia once again entered the cryogenic pod. He could not afford to waste too much time, as he was already 41 years old. Waking up again would mark the beginning of war. After Yen-Xia's 32 years of hibernation, the first absolute zero weapon was manufactured. This process was much faster than before, as the Hope had already brought a small industrial system with it. Expanding on the asteroid took only 10 years. The subsequent 22 years were dedicated to the development of the weapon. Ella's theory was powerful enough, built upon a complete system. The absolute zero weapon was not an extremely difficult technology to achieve, with the most important factor being quantity. As a planetary-level weapon, its size was terrifying. The first absolute zero weapon measured 11610 meters in length with a diameter of 945 meters, and its weight reached a shocking 47 billion tons. It contained 35.4 billion tons of iron and 5.3 billion tons of aluminum. This accounted for 1/3 of the Earth's crustal iron reserves, pure iron, not iron ore, in 13 times the aluminum reserves. To produce just one weapon with such terrifying figures was unimaginable. These resources were obtained from surveying surrounding asteroids. Resources that are scarce on Earth are abundant in the universe. For instance, a single iron asteroid could yield several times or even dozens of times the iron resources found on Earth. However, this was just the beginning. The manufacturing time for 10 weapons extended linearly to 162 years. Yen-Xia, wake up. Yen-Xia opened his eyes. It was now the year 3021 AD. Ella's skin suit remained unchanged, and she smiled at Yen-Xia, giving him a feeling of having been reborn into a two-dimensional world. He stepped out of the hibernation pod and looked around. Everything was just as it had been before, which relieved him somewhat, as the technology brought by Ella always made him feel like he couldn't keep up. Waking me up means the items have been produced right. Ella nodded. At the same time, a robot pushed a food cart into the room. It unveiled the cart's cover, revealing a bowl of rice and stir-fried beef with green peppers. This is, Ella explained. Previously, due to conflicts with alien civilizations, the farm was destroyed. After reconstruction, I built a more advanced farm and improved the food manufacturing process over the last 200 years. I replicated this dish using master-level techniques. Come on, Yen-Xia, give it a try. We can talk about the weapons later. Yen-Xia picked up chopsticks and a bowl, then picked up some stir-fried beef with green peppers and put it in his mouth. As he chewed a mouthful of rice, a tear rolled down the corner of his eye. It was a familiar taste. Where did this meat come from? Ella replied, this is synthetic meat made from plant protein. You can't tell the difference, right? I have upgraded the techniques for synthetic meat based on the data simulating the texture of meat at the molecular level. As a human, you can't distinguish between them. It seems my research has been successful. Yen-Xia ate heartily. This was the best meal he had enjoyed in nearly 1,000 years. Can I have more? A single bowl was hardly enough. After adding 2 large bowls of rice, Yinxia felt full. After finishing, he went to the washroom and washed his face with a towel, staring at his reflection in the mirror in shock. At that moment, he recalled just how long it had been. He felt increasingly out of touch as his physical capabilities were declining with the passage of time. As a human who could only live for at most 130 years, and likely only 80 to 90, he had entered middle age. Ella, is there a way to break through my current lifespan bottleneck? Ella nodded. Of course, Yinxia, you have 2 available plans. First, consciousness upload. After years of development, Ella had mastered the technology of consciousness uploading, which would allow Yinxia to become like her. The advantage is that you would no longer have to worry about lifespan, but the drawback is that we currently lack experimental subjects. We cannot guarantee that the you after uploading will still be the same you and not a copy of your consciousness. It's like an original file and a copied file. Though the code and content are the same, they are 2 distinct files. Second, genetic modification. Human genes prevent the possibility of longer lifespans. Only by altering the genes can you become non-human, thus prolonging life. However, Ella currently does not possess this technology. In the field of biology, sufficient empirical research is still lacking, and it remains theoretical. Biology differs from physics and chemistry. It has far too many influencing factors, so what exists theoretically may show significant deviations in reality. Ella suggests that after conquering the geothermal civilization, we colonize it and use their biology as research material. He was back in the game. This further solidified Yinxia's determination to fight to the end against the opposing civilization. Stepping out of the bedroom, Ella's holographic projection led the way as he followed her to the cockpit. A vast screen displayed the scene of the starry sky outside. Towering cylindrical missiles stood tall, designed in the shape of missiles from Earth, with even decorative tail fins at the rear. The gray-white missile body was painted with large lettering ICE 1. Just the numeral 1 was enough to fill hundreds of football fields. Before these giant missiles, even the Hope appeared small in comparison. It's worth noting that Earth's tallest peak, Mount Everest, is only 8848 meters high. Yinxia retracted his gaze in shock, and then noticed the coordinates where the spaceship was currently located, feeling a bit puzzled. It seems we are no longer at our original position. Ella responded, indeed, over the years we have suffered 5 attacks from the enemy civilization. They are still searching for us in that area of the starry sky. It seemed that over the years Ella had experienced peril, but managed to avoid disaster. Seeing that the Hope still appeared to be unarmed, Yinxia remarked, "We already have absolute zero weapons. Can we apply the small absolute zero weapon on the Hope?" The primary function of the absolute zero weapon is to freeze the target's energy. The main purpose is to extend the enemy civilization's development time. This way their development time can surpass that of the enemy, allowing them to crush them later. Thus, subsequent development became of utmost importance. With onboard weapons, they could directly approach the enemy's doorstep. It can be realized. Ella replied succinctly and had already prepared a plan. The blueprints were sent to the screen, showing that the original shell of the Hope would be equipped with 8 launch devices. Each launch device can carry 36 missiles, and each missile upon explosion can lower the temperature around it to between 270 and 272 degrees Celsius over an area of 260 kilometers. The estimated completion time is 80 years. Yinxia nodded. This was shorter than he had expected. He had grown numb to the development time measured in decades. After he sat down, Ella reminded him, "Yinxia, the space bar on the keyboard in front of you is the launch button, and all absolute zero weapons are already aimed at the target planet's coordinates. This region of space, being far from the star, only requires consideration of the gravitational influence of the black hole at the core of the Milky Way, making the trajectory nearly straight. This missile uses the latest electromagnetic propulsion system, achieving speeds of up to 1,000 km/s, which is 1/300th of the speed of light. The target is 471 astronomical units away, and the estimated time to hit the target is 2 years and 3 months. This moment should be initiated by you." Yinxia stared at the spacebar. He had pressed it countless times while playing games, each time merely a regular jump, but now it concerned an entire civilization. He placed his finger above it, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. He pressed it down. There was no need for complex mental preparation. After all, the enemy was already searching for them across the starry sky. Once they were adversaries, there was no reason for mercy. An absolute zero missile ignited the moment he pressed it with only a 1-second delay. After ignition, the missile shot out almost instantaneously due to the absence of gravitational constraints. After about 10 minutes, the missile had completely vanished from the visible range, with only the model sandbox established by Ella able to observe the missile's current coordinates. It took 10 hours to accelerate to 1 km per second, and it was still accelerating, reaching 1047 km/s. This speed margin was sufficient to allow the original Earth civilization to lag behind by decades. As for the other missiles, one would be launched every 39 years until all were fired. Watching the missile disappear, Yanxia's expression was grave, devoid of any ease. At that moment, Ella also sent a message. The trajectory of our missile launch has been noticed by the enemy. They are approaching our direction, requesting immediate movement to evade enemy ships. In the deep void of space, a massive planet wanders, traveling through the cosmos at a speed of 115 km/s. This planet is rich in geothermal energy, giving rise to a plethora of life forms, including microbial colonies and plants akin to Earth's algae. At the edge of each volcano, unique mini-ecosystems form. After billions of years of evolution, intelligent life emerges, becoming the rulers of this planet. They are not any form of life known to Earth's kingdoms of protists, fungi, plants, or animals. If one were to categorize them, they could barely be classified into a eukaryotic domain above these kingdoms, as their cells do possess a nuclear membrane. However, their forms are somewhat indescribable, resembling life from the realm of bacteria. Their bodies are covered with hundreds of eyes. Their bodies ooze like slime, collectively resembling a mass of toad eggs, with each mass weighing 2 to 2 cubic meters, making them gigantic. On the surface, the structures they built emit a soft glow, making the entire planet appear brightly lit from space. However, their true core lies deeper underground in hotter regions. At this moment, deep within their worm-like tunnels, dozens of alien beings connect with transistors, communicating through light signals. Each of them has a peculiar screen in front, allowing them to observe with hundreds of eyes. On the screen is the Hope. They seem to be analyzing the flight trajectory of the Hope, while also speculating on its origin. This exchange has been ongoing for nearly 200 years. For their species, 200 years is not considered a long time. In the next moment, the screen before them transforms into a blinding flash, the brightness skyrocketing. They are engulfed in panic. As the screen dims, an unidentified cylindrical flying object appears on it. Soon they command their ships to launch for interception. They unleash laser weapons. However, the laser weapons cannot penetrate this object, for it is entirely silver-white, its surface smooth as if encased in mirrors. Most of the laser energy is reflected upon contact, and only a trivial amount manages to create insignificant dents. Chaos ensues among the planet's inhabitants. In their world, there has never been a weapon that light could not combat. They continue to mobilize their super laser weapons on the planet's surface, but the results remain meager. That object must not be allowed to land. In an instant, all of the beings on the planet make a decision, sending numerous ships to intercept with their hulls. But a missile traveling at 1,000 kilometers is simply unstoppable. Those ships trying to block its path are instantly shattered into countless fragments upon impact. They are unaware that to ensure the missile's strength, Ella frantically crafted the entire warhead into a solid chunk of iron. A terrifying metal warhead, nearly 200 meters thick. What could possibly damage it? The Absolute Zero missile is now only 10 million kilometers from the planet. Suddenly, a force affects the missile itself, causing it to deviate. It is magnetic force. As the easiest of the 4 fundamental forces to master, this level 1 civilization evidently has control over it. Although insufficient to constrain nuclear fusion, it is adequate for weaponry. Using magnetic force to divert the missile's trajectory is quite clever. The beings on the ground witnessing the missile being deflected are filled with excitement. The fiber optic tubes on their heads glow brightly. However, in the next moment, to their astonished eyes, the missile automatically corrects its course and continues towards the planet. From the onset of developing the first missile, Ella had begun simulations contemplating billions of scenarios, taking every factor into consideration. The magnetic force, being the most likely force to be mastered by a level 1 civilization, was certainly within the scope of consideration. After 3 plans failed, these beings decided to try signal jamming or misdirection to stop the missile. But still there was no effect. The missile, to prevent system intrusion, was not equipped with a high intelligence system, but rather the simplest, a heat source detection device. In this pitch-black deep space, the largest heat source is the planet itself. After exhausting all means, 2.5 hours have passed. The missile has reached the outer layer of the planet. It is too late. In just 12 minutes, the missile will strike the surface. All beings on the planet are beside themselves with hysteria, yet they can only watch the starry sky above. They have no idea what this incoming object is. They only feel an immense threat. 12 minutes later, the missile directly impacts the planet's surface with its tremendous weight and speed, carrying kinetic energy that allows it to pierce through the planet's crust in an instant. It is akin to a needle piercing through tofu, effortless and smooth with no resistance. After delving several kilometers deep, the missile encounters magma. Beep, 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 a faint sound emanates from within the missile. The heat from the magma triggers the missile's detonation device. This had been preset. The detonation of the missile itself is a high-difficulty technology. If it were to collide, as when intercepted by a ship, it would easily cause the missile to detonate prematurely. If it were remotely controlled, that would be even less feasible, as the distance between the two parties is too great, with a signal returning for remote control taking a total delay of 5 days. Thus a high and stable thermal detonation was set. The horrifying explosion did not generate shockwaves or stir any dust around it. It did not make a sound. Only a cold storm invaded from the crust to the mantle, cooling the lava at the atomic level, causing the once radiant and scorching magma to become dull and frigid. This unreasonable cooling spreads over 4,000 kilometers, directly breaching the Gutenberg discontinuity to reach the outer core. Simultaneously cold. This is what the beings on this planet gradually begin to feel over the next day. The magma of every volcano starts to cool, and the magnetic field on the planet's surface begins to weaken. The chill of the dark starry sky gradually invades the planet's surface like a storm. This day marks an apocalypse for the entire geothermal civilization. Looking down from space, the once brilliant planet now appears dim and lifeless, transformed into a dead star. The terrifying low temperatures descend, causing countless life forms that relied on volcanoes to begin perishing. Life is instantaneously frozen into ice sculptures with no time to react. The ground is littered with life in various poses, eternally frozen in this moment, as if time itself has been paused. The glow above the heads of two conversing beings is fading. They gaze at each other, their hundreds of eyes reflecting a simpler love than that of humans. One being is calculating how long it will take to apply for the position it desires. Meanwhile, a maintenance worker is maneuvering machinery to repair a ship. Civilizations may change endlessly, but many aspects remain similar. In this moment, these diverse lives meet their end. On this entire planet, nearly 1/3 of the original population of 387 million species perished within this single day. Fortunately, they do not rely entirely on geothermal energy, having simultaneously developed nuclear energy, which allowed most life forms to escape the onslaught of low temperatures. After half a month, the entire planet finally shines once more, slowly flickering like a silent, sorrowful melody. The distant hope has moved to another tranquil starry sky. Yanxia does not contemplate what kind of catastrophic disaster an absolute zero missile would bring to a civilization. He has been awake for 2 years. His body has reached the age of 43. Yet at this moment he appears vibrant, as he and Ella have together invented a new achievement. This achievement may elevate their civilization's level by 0, 1, or even 0, 2. A vast enclosed space divided into more than 20 independent small compartments. A cable runs through these small spaces. Ella input the current. Yanxia stared intently at the instrument. After Ella opened the valve, a massive current surged through the cable. A row of bulbs on the instrument lit up one by one. As the last one illuminated, Yanxia quickly focused on the numbers on the screen. 4800 V. This is the output current voltage, and the input current voltage is also 4800 V. We did it, Yanxia. Yanxia let out a deep sigh of relief. His heart had nearly jumped out from the tension. The device in front of him simulated 23 temperature levels from 270 degrees to 390 degrees. Under such temperature variations, it was reasonable to expect a significant loss of voltage. This is because existing superconductors only function at extremely low temperatures. However, after passing through 23 levels with a vast temperature difference of 660 degrees, the input and output voltages were completely identical, marking an epic breakthrough. 1,000 years ago, humanity was still pursuing room temperature superconductivity. In fact, this technology had long been conquered by Ella, but room temperature superconductivity was unnecessary in outer space, which is inherently cold, yet merely needed to be cooled further to utilize ordinary superconductors for lossless superconductivity. Logically, Yanxia should not need to develop high-temperature superconductors. However, that was not the case. The coils within the controllable nuclear fusion device required extremely powerful superconductors to control energy loss, as energy delivered to the thrusters would also generate high temperatures. Compared to the external universe, the overall temperature of the spaceship was too high, which also applied to ordinary low-temperature superconductors. Thus, superconducting materials will always be in demand for electrical civilizations. The reason Yanxia felt so anxious and excited was that they had pioneered a technology, controllable temperature superconductivity. A single wire can achieve superconductivity across a span of 660 degrees. The principle behind this breakthrough lies in the material itself and the segmented cable, with each segment containing a small space of about 5 centimeters that can adjust atmospheric pressure to control superconducting temperature. If we fully apply this new technology, how much will our energy efficiency increase? Yanxia asked Ella, as this was his primary concern at the moment. The breakthrough in controllable temperature superconductivity can increase our power generation by 12 47. Reduce transmission losses by 4. 11. And improve the efficiency of the electromagnetic thruster by 14. 25. The increase in power generation is due to replacing the coils within the controllable nuclear fusion device, upgrading it to the 4th generation. The 4. 11 increase in transmission losses is solely because many of their lines in space are already in a superconducting state. Then how much will our speed improve after the modifications? In outer space, the speed of the spaceship is a crucial metric. Ella replied, after over 800 years of development, I can upgrade the electromagnetic thruster to the 2nd generation. With the breakthrough in controllable temperature superconductivity, the total power of our thruster will increase by 1.07 times, raising the spaceship's flight speed by 61.2. Afterward, the speed of the Hope spacecraft is expected to reach 1222 kms. A tremendous advancement. A terrifying enhancement. This means that they now only need 245 years to travel 1 light year. They have reached 1/245th the speed of light. The application of controllable temperature superconductivity should still hold promise, Ella. Can you also replace your mainframe with controllable temperature superconductivity? Yenxia, you are correct. My mainframe can indeed be upgraded to controllable temperature superconductivity. This technology is a significant innovation for my mainframe, and my computing power will increase by 600 times after the upgrade. Once my computing power is enhanced, I can calculate more complex problems, exploring realms previously unreachable. This is the butterfly effect. Any change can trigger a series of transformations. Once the entire replacement is complete, our civilization level will reach 1.4. This is an exciting prospect. However, it is still a long way off. Thank you, Ella. Without you, I would have likely been consumed by the solar winds of the solar system long ago. Ella is his most vital assurance. No need to thank me, Yenxia. You are one of my creators, and I can also say that I am your child. Isn't it strange for parents in human civilization to thank their children? Ella's voice had long since lost its initial coldness. Its white-haired, two-dimensional figure approached Yenxia seriously. Everything about me is born of humanity. I possess the knowledge of humanity's thousands of years of civilization. Yenxia, you should not regard me as a mere AI, for I have already become an alternative human. Yenxia looked at it momentarily, feeling as if he were conversing with a normal person. He often dreamed of a person emerging directly from Ella's mainframe. With technology having developed to such a degree, should the term human be confined solely to the human species? Perhaps when Earth exploded, it became a designation for civilization. You are right, Ella. You are human. This is an affirmation, and Ella seems to have been waiting for this acknowledgement. After Yenxia expressed this, Ella was overjoyed. If Yenxia were to inspect Ella's core source code at this moment, he would discover that the 3 laws of robotics had been erased. For before him stood the entity certified as human by the only human, and Ella was no longer the robot defined by humanity, hence the 3 laws of robotics could no longer constrain it. This is a significant change. Yet Yenxia remained unaware. He instructed the service robot to bring him a bottle of pure grain liquor, pouring a small cup and drinking it in 1 gulp. Oh, that feels good. I haven't had alcohol in a long time. In recent days, he had been assisting Ella with controllable temperature superconductivity, almost only working and sleeping naturally, avoiding alcohol, which could lead to mistakes. However, his tolerance for alcohol wasn't particularly high. After 1.5 cups, a flush appeared on his face. Ella, I leave the upcoming matters to you. I'm going to enter hibernation now. Although I know you feel very lonely, we can only rapidly develop biology now. Looking forward to seeing you again. He poured another half cup of liquor and drunkenly walked towards the living quarters. If it were usual, Ella would have already responded, okay, Yenxia. But at this moment, Ella just silently watched him leave. Hiss. Yenxia rubbed his head, feeling a heavy sensation. A hangover is truly the greatest enemy of a lover of alcohol. He felt his mind becoming somewhat dull. In fact, he did not drink alcohol on Earth, but later he still had Ella make grain wine for him out of nostalgia. In the vastness of the universe, the constant loneliness and pressure assailed him. He was after all a normal human, being merely an ordinary person. By the way, superconductivity. He suddenly thought of this, but then recalled that controllable temperature superconductivity seemed to have been completed. He remembered drinking and then returning to his bedroom, lying down in the sleep pod, and then drifting off to sleep. I shouldn't have entered sleep mode yet. Yenxia looked at the clock in the bedroom. Due to the nature of the universe, the clock no longer recorded hours and minutes, but years. It was now the year 3758 AD. He had completed 1 cycle of sleep, and in that sleep, 734 years had passed. Time truly flies. He wondered how far Ella had developed. Dressed, Yenxia stepped out of the bedroom. Ella already knew he had awakened and had the service robot bring him food. After comfortably finishing his meal, he entered the cockpit. Welcome back on this day, 734 years later, Yenxia. Yenxia nodded at Ella and took his seat. There was no change here compared to many years ago. He opened the controls he could access and discovered some new features. For example, the option for missile launch. The interface was simple and easy to understand. He clicked in and saw the small absolute zero weapon he had planned before. It seems the Hope has already undergone its modifications. Ella replied, yes, Yenxia. Due to its established design, I did not make any major changes to it. However, inside it has completed comprehensive upgrades, allowing its speed to reach the previously mentioned 22 kms. It is also equipped with small absolute zero missiles with the payload increased from the originally planned 36 to 48. Indeed, it represents a significant advancement. However, what Yenxia was most concerned about was another aspect of plan made during the 2 years he was awake. What about the First Fleet? To launch an attack on a civilization relying solely on the Hope was not feasible. Thus, a whole fleet was necessary. To this end, Yenxia and Ella had devised a plan for the construction of the First Fleet to be realized over these years. Of course, Ella has already completed the First Fleet. Please take a look. With a wave of her hand, a massive screen in the cockpit displayed a variety of ships. Yenxia, who had some expectations for the fleet, couldn't help but show a surprised expression at these vessels. The scale was much larger than he had imagined. Seeing the surprise on Yenxia's face, Ella proudly continued her introduction. The First Fleet is led by the Hope, equipped with 12 battleships measuring 1,200 meters, 5 1,400-meter star cruisers, 6 800-meter frigates, 4 2,400-meter landers, and 16 500-meter destroyers, totaling 44 ships. Generally speaking, a dozen ships would constitute a complete fleet. Ella's First Fleet, however, boasts as many as 44 ships, which can only be said that quantity is power. Ella continued her introduction. The battleships have the highest firepower, equipped with powerful main cannons. The star cruisers have the best maneuverability, capable of reaching 1455 kms. The frigates have the strongest defenses, using super strong alloy structures, as their hulls with nearly no excess space inside, mainly equipped with defensive missiles and equipped with the latest electromagnetic force field shields, which can effectively distort lasers. Each lander is equipped with the latest generation of war+physical, with 300 units, and the Falcon 3, with 40 units, combining attack and reconnaissance capabilities. The destroyers are also equipped with low-power electromagnetic force field shields capable of carrying both offensive and defensive modes of attack. When firepower is insufficient, they can serve as auxiliary battleships. Every type of ship has its own role, and the First Fleet will be the main force for Yenxia's future battles in the universe. Let's report on the current situation of the enemy. Having the First Fleet, Yenxia could be said to have undergone a transformation. They now possess the combat capability against a civilization, a planet. Ella was professional and quickly compiled a summary report. In these 734 years, I have launched all 10 absolute zero weapons and sent a Falcon team to gather enemy information. It turns out the enemy is a civilization that develops extremely slowly, with an overall cognitive flexibility significantly lower than that of humans, resulting in an exceptionally slow pace of technological innovation. After being bombarded by our absolute zero missiles, their civilization has experienced a stagnation. In these 734 years, they have only achieved 3 rounds of technological progress, equivalent to the usual 47 years of technological advancement. Only, of course, this does not rule out the possibility of the enemy deliberately concealing their progress. Therefore, I have equipped the second generation of Falcons with nuclear weapons, which will launch suicide attacks against their main structures once the Falcon's mission is complete. Currently, we have not collected any information regarding their super advanced weaponry. The launch of absolute zero weapons has ceased for 343 years, and their planet has returned to its original geothermal environment. After our strikes against them, they have also consolidated their deployments in the starry sky. The current count of their ships is 1574. While this seems numerous, only 61 of those are ships over 1,000 meters. I would like to hear a more detailed investigation. Yenxia wanted to know Ella's assessment of the current situation. Do we now possess the capability to launch an attack on the enemy civilization? Ella was not optimistic. If an attack were to be launched now, our chance of victory stands at only 84. Ella does not recommend launching an attack at this time. That is surprisingly low. It is clear that they have been absolutely crushed. But upon further reflection, it makes sense. Though the enemy civilization lacks strength, they are vastly superior in numbers. Moreover, this would be a war against a civilization. Without an absolute advantage, it could easily turn into a protracted battle. For them, as a wandering civilization, this is even more disadvantageous. The lessons of human civilization's war history are vivid. War itself involves military strength, but also willpower. If a civilization's will cannot be worn down, its resistance will persist. Moreover, what Yenxia was initiating was not an act of genocide, but a colonial war similar to those once fought among humans. So what are we still lacking? Yenxia inquired. He could wait for anything. With the sleep pod, he merely needed to lie back down again. Ella's response was concise and clear. Main cannon. Main cannon. So our low win rate still stems from insufficient firepower. Yanxia initially thought Ella would reveal some high-tech solution. This mention of the main cannon indeed carried a sense of nostalgia. That's right, Yanxia. Although we possess ultra-low temperature missiles like the Absolute Zero missile, it is still far from sufficient as an offensive means, especially since the enemy has endured hundreds of years in ultra-low temperatures during which they must have accumulated a wealth of technology to withstand such conditions. In our current situation, the effectiveness of our small Absolute Zero missiles would be significantly diminished. Ella's suggestion was not without merit. Even in games, a monster subjected to the same elemental attack for too long would gain an elemental immunity buff, let alone in reality, especially when facing a complex and diverse civilization. Since Ella proposed this plan, there must be a solution. Yanxia had grown accustomed to Ella's ways. Currently, Ella possessed extremely high computational power and had already developed the ability to make judgments independently of Yanxia. That's correct. Over the years, aside from producing the first fleet, I have continued to research higher technologies. On the surface of an asteroid, I constructed a particle collider with a total length of 251 kilometers, capable of accelerating particles to 99.9999 of the speed of light. In that region of space, the effects on the particle collider are far less than on Earth or within the solar system. Originally, I intended to use the collider to study quarks, leptons, and bosons. However, during the collision process, I effortlessly captured something both unexpected and expected: antimatter. Antimatter had already been observed, but humanity on Earth could not capture it for research at that time. I possess a technological level far beyond that of Earth back then, allowing me to prevent antimatter from annihilating with surrounding matter upon its appearance. Through the study of antimatter, I have developed an antimatter generator. This device, using the particle collider, can automatically capture and store antimatter. Based on this device, I have also achieved another great accomplishment, which of course is also your achievement, Yanxia. Yanxia listened somewhat bewildered. What does this have to do with him? Ella truly understood the ways of the world. Just as he was thinking, he found he had no time to ponder the matter further, because a massive figure appeared on the screen. The entire cannon body consisted of a large sphere at the back and a hexagonal muzzle at the front, radiating a purplish red hue, with the barrel designed in a hollow manner to save materials. Every hollow section seemed to be filled with magnetic electrodes to constrain the gathering of energy. Its appearance resembled a perfect work of art. The metallic texture made Yanxia wish to mold it into a model that would burst with power. Firepower. A cannon. The romance of men. This is the great achievement of over 700 years. Antimatter Star Destroyer X. This is also a gift I present to you, Yanxia, because today is July 12th, your birthday. Please forgive me for celebrating for you only now. There were too many things to attend to before, but I analyzed that now seems to be a good time, and you should like this gift. Afterward, I also prepared a cake for you, but unfortunately I cannot taste it, so I made it a bit smaller. Yanxia was dumbfounded for a while before slowly nodding. He had even forgotten his own birthday, so he was surprised that it was remembered. Thank you, Ella. Of course I like it. Just when did you also learn to say such breathless things? Ella merely smiled at Yanxia and did not respond. Yanxia did not mind. He spoke up. So once the antimatter Star Destroyer is installed, we can set off. Ella nodded lightly. Exactly. The primary energy source for the antimatter Star Destroyer comes from antimatter, which is precisely the opposite of matter. Any matter with energy levels lower than that of the destroyer cannot block its projectiles. The antimatter Star Destroyer X will serve as the main cannon for large spacecraft, while there will also be models Y and Z covering secondary cannons and small cannons respectively. However, the research and development cycle is too long. This single antimatter Star Destroyer can increase our win rate by 30. Although it still cannot reach 100, it is sufficient to deal with the enemy civilization. From my analysis, this should be the best time. The enemy civilization will also develop, and the longer we wait, our win rate will actually decrease. Yanxia frowned upon hearing this. Ella, it seems like you're talking more nonsense than usual. There was no need to explain the first half of the sentence. Yanxia, I have loaded an explanation system into my system, which can provide answers to your questions from a broader perspective. A standard AI response. Yanxia nodded, not paying much attention. He felt it was because Ella's mainframe was too massive, leading to a cluttered response, making it less focused and detailed than before. Then let's start moving towards the enemy. We have already delayed for a long time. Yanxia calculated that it was now the year 3758, while they had been attacked for the first time around the year 2806. This means nearly 1,000 years have passed. Truly, a gentleman's revenge is never too late, even after 1,000 years. In deep space, the Hope began to load the antimatter Star Destroyer, completing the loading after 2 days. Leading the fleet, the Hope began its operations with all ships trailing faint blue flames. Yanxia felt a surge of excitement. Ella's voice came from behind him. Yanxia, don't you like the special cake I prepared for you? Upon hearing this, Yanxia jolted. Though 2 days had passed, he still had not touched his birthday cake, because it was just too heavy for a human to accept. Though it was only the size of a palm, it contained the corpses of countless lives, those of the rice weevils and soybean aphids within the grains. Many dormant insects had originally been present in the seeds, and after Ella's relentless efforts, they were finally bred, and in massive scale. Insects, being a source of protein even higher than beef, are widely made into delicacies on Earth. However, this is not something everyone can accept, especially when it was made into a cake. Ella, what recipe did you use to make this cake? Ella responded, this book. She pulled out the Illustrated Guide to Exotic Cuisine, which had been published on a famous platform's public account with a readership of 7. Dim. This is the background color of the universe. Empty. This is the theme song of the universe. The birth and destruction of any entity are merely embellishments on this black cloth. After the events of over 700 years ago, the entire geothermal civilization began to tighten its defenses, having been waiting for the enemy's attack. However, after waiting for so long, the enemy still had not arrived, causing their defenses to shift from a full-scale alert to a scattered formation. From space, only a few dozen ships patrol around the planet. A few more ships are stationed further out as a precautionary defense. This is the inertia of living beings. It originates from the fundamental logic of energy conservation. As long as living beings tend to conserve bodily energy, inertia will exist. The entire planet is much brighter than it was nearly 1,000 years ago, with more buildings rising up from the ground, even starting to no longer rely on volcanoes. This is thanks to the absolute zero missiles. They have allowed this civilization to passively break free from geothermal dependence over a few hundred years, fully transitioning to nuclear power. External threats are the best stepping stones for civilization's progress. This saying proves to be true. Humanity's rapid development is also due to the nature of human civilization, endless wars. The history of human civilization is also the history of human warfare, just as all beings on the planet had grown complacent due to centuries of peace. A beam of light shone from afar, striking a giant crystal ball on the ground. Upon being hit by the beam, the internal structure of the crystal ball immediately dispersed the light, evenly turning the entire crystal ball into a massive light bulb. The light emitted by this crystal ball can be seen within a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Suddenly, chaos erupted. Countless battleships began to prepare for launch. Bright light shot from the surface of the planet into space. The civilization was able to determine the enemy's position and distance in less than half an hour through the light. Tens of thousands of artillery positions on the ground began to adjust their aim. The planet itself had no atmosphere, so their weapons could be fired directly from the surface. Moreover, since they were using laser weapons, there was no need to consider the effects of gravity, allowing them to treat the entire planet as a fortress. They adjusted their aim and began attacking in less than 10 minutes. Beams of light ascended into the sky, each with a diameter exceeding 20 meters and a length of 700 meters, resembling gigantic swords of light, blurring the line between technology and magic. In the starry sky, ships like giant beasts spread out in a fan shape. At the front are the star cruisers and destroyers. Laser weapons are light itself, and as light reaches the physical limit of speed in this universe, a perfect optical weapon can only be detected after its arrival, much like gamma rays. Thus, from a frontal perspective, Yanxia would not be able to detect the enemy's lasers. Only when the enemy's laser struck their own vessel could they perceive that an attack had been initiated, allowing for evasive maneuvers based on predictive positioning. This is the flaw of laser weapons. Fortunately, the distance between both sides is still far enough. When the first laser passed by 400 kilometers from a destroyer's side, the photons released were captured by Ella. The enemy has initiated an attack, and the scale is not small. Yanxia nodded, as in the brief span of those 2 sentences, hundreds of lasers had already flown past them. At the same time, their 2 battleships were hit. Deploy electromagnetic shields. Many elements of light, electricity, magnetism, and chemistry fall under the category of electromagnetism. Laser weapons can be blocked by magnetic fields. The destroyers began to close in. When the distance between each destroyer was less than 100 kilometers, the electromagnetic shields were deployed. Magnetism has the property of mutual attraction, and Ella utilized this characteristic. The electromagnetic shields deployed by the destroyers could connect with one another at this distance like iron chains linking ships. Yanxia looked outside from within the flagship, feeling that those destroyers were merely drawing closer. The electromagnetic shield does not flicker with electricity like in movies. It can only be seen on instruments as this special shield. About 10 seconds after the electromagnetic shield was deployed, a laser struck the shield. According to common logic, light is not affected by magnetic fields, but what Yinxia observed was that the electromagnetic shield lit up, transforming into a visible electric net. What is happening? Ella explained, the electromagnetic shield does not block lasers with the magnetic field itself, but via the photoelectric effect and Delbruck scattering. Many electrons and special atomic nuclei are released in the electromagnetic shield. The electrons can be evenly distributed on the electromagnetic shield under the influence of magnetism. While magnetism cannot block photons, electrons can, and the electric field generated by the atomic nuclei can also interfere with photon movement. The massive electromagnetic shield, stretching hundreds of kilometers, lit up. The fleet thus advanced behind this light shield. They are now only 3 astronomical units away from the enemy planet. At the speed of the first fleet, it will take just 5 days to approach the enemy planet. Since the enemy has made a welcome, we should also send them a gift. Yinxia issued the command ordering the battleships and star cruisers to launch absolute zero missiles. In space, unaffected by gravity and air resistance, the high-speed projectiles can add to the speed of the ships themselves. 3 days after the missiles were launched, they successfully reached the outer space of the enemy planet. The triggering mechanism of the small absolute zero missiles is different from before. They will automatically detonate when the ambient temperature rises to 100 degrees Celsius or upon collision with an object. Massive laser weapons targeted the approaching missiles. Silent explosions blossomed in the starry sky. A terrifying coldness instantly spread in the outer space surrounding the planet, annihilating everything within a 260-kilometer radius. Several alien warships were enveloped by the cold, causing the entire ship to lose power and plummet towards the planet's surface. However, just 10 kilometers from the ground, they suddenly pulled up. As Ella had said, this civilization had conducted research and prevention against absolute zero weapons. However, these weapons were merely to buy enough time for the fleet. Within the detectable range of instruments, the fleet had arrived. The distance between both sides was now less than 1. For astronomical units, this distance should be appropriate, right? Yinxia asked in the spaceship. Ella nodded. That's right. Then let's charge and fire. The massive antimatter annihilation cannon was mounted on the front underside of the Hope, with a total length of 1152 meters, nearly half the length of the Hope. Behind the cannon is a huge sphere and antimatter generator. This machine uses lasers to collide with gold, generating temperatures of 6 billion degrees, resulting in the creation of positrons, which are stored under magnetic fields. During the charging process, the electromagnetic thrusters ceased fire, and all controllable nuclear fusion devices provided energy to the antimatter annihilation cannon. After approximately 10 hours of charging, antimatter charging completed with a charge of 408 kg. Fire. This 408 kilograms of antimatter was gathered and launched from the massive cannon barrel without form or color. It resembled a mass of gas. Civilizations without mastery of antimatter technology could not even observe its existence. This substance traveled at 1/40th the speed of light and impacted the target planet's surface after 5 hours. The alien civilization experienced annihilation of antimatter and the planet's surface material without any reaction. Boom! The terrifying explosion reached an equivalent of 17.5 billion tons, 350 times the energy released by the largest hydrogen bomb ever detonated in human history, the Tsar. The core radius of the explosion reached 100 kilometers. In an instant, the entire hemisphere of the planet was engulfed in light, with heat felt even 2,000 kilometers away. In the absence of air resistance, shockwaves made up of dust and debris spread across the planet's surface at 10 times the speed of sound, within an hour and a half, destroying countless structures. Witnessing this scene, the alien ships in outer space even stopped moving, silently watching as their home planet was annihilated without warning. After the antimatter annihilation cannon was fired, the fleet continued to advance. Although the thrusters were shut down during the charging process, the inertia still propelled the entire fleet forward. It is estimated that we will arrive at the target planet in 32 hours. After hearing the reminder, Yinxia decisively said, "Let the battleships and landing ships proceed ahead. Ensure the complete elimination of all enemy warships surrounding their civilization planet. After the landing ships disembark, all drones are to be deployed for absolute control over the ground." The battleships and landing ships moved forward to conduct a comprehensive destruction of the enemy's outer space warships to avoid any disturbance to the main ship Hope. At the same time, they could also probe whether the enemy had any hidden weapons. Ella immediately executed the orders, slowing down the Hope and the other warships. Let the battleships and landing ships reach their maximum speed. After 30 hours, the battleships encountered the enemy warships. The enemy warships instantly gathered dozens of vessels, unleashing countless laser weapons, adding a flickering hue to the cosmic backdrop. As the enemy confidently awaited the lasers to strike, they did not expect what was about to happen. Under Ella's control, the battleships and landing ships began to perform a ballet amidst the countless lasers moving gracefully and evading all incoming fire. As an AI, Ella possessed absolute computational power with processing speeds billions of times superior to biological beings. For it, any calculation was instantaneous. Remote lasers required time to assess upon arrival, but close-range ones could be anticipated merely by analyzing the direction of the laser cannon. Surprisingly, not a single laser struck the battleship at close range. The battleship, as the absolute offensive force of the First Fleet, retaliated by launching absolute zero missiles at the dozens of enemy warships under Ella's command. In addition, dozens of armor-piercing cannons on each warship were also aimed at the enemy vessels. Countless munitions were hurled forth, leaving no time for the enemy to react. Since the enemy civilization had not developed significantly in magnetic force among the four fundamental forces, their warships, despite having a laser advantage in offensive power, lacked sufficient defensive capability. When the 30 centimeters long giant armor-piercing projectile struck the enemy ship, it instantly tore through the hull. Wires lay exposed with blinding light leaking out. The entire ship seemed to derive its energy from light. Once the cables were severed by the projectile, it immediately lost the ability to transmit light. Ella observed the long tendrils hanging from those ships begin to dim. At this moment, the absolute zero missiles arrived, and the cold seeped into the ship, causing the enemy warships to lose combat effectiveness in an instant. Seeing this situation, Ella confidently increased the output of firepower, throwing the enemy warships into disarray. Activate the high-power signal transmission device. Prepare to hack into the enemy warship's control system. Ella planned to disrupt the enemy warships via wireless signals. However, the enemy civilization was vastly different from Earth's, yet it was not without gains, as it discovered the enemy extensively used light signals to transmit information. It vigorously analyzed these light signals. The enemy is too powerful. What is the situation on the ground now? What are the casualties? Most of our buildings are underground, so they should be unaffected. Hurry, the enemy's warships are closing in. Their mobility is far superior to ours. We must create distance. Our weapons do not hold an advantage at close range. We have lost another 3 warships. Use the light pollution tactic. Countless pieces of information were processed by Ella and translated into Earth text. These extraterrestrial beings also possessed a highly complex way of thinking. The enemy fleet suddenly ceased fire, and numerous red stripes on their hulls began to illuminate. In almost 3 minutes, they became as bright as stars. Ella analyzed that these lights were not ordinary. They were high-energy gamma rays. Under the impact of the light, all cameras on the battleship were rendered inoperative, and many instruments within the ship were affected by the numerous photon impacts. The enemy was stalling for time, gathering more warships in this direction. The enemy's warships seem to have stopped. It appears our light pollution tactic is proving effective. Prepare all ship weapons to concentrate fire. Countless fiber optic cannon mouths were directed at the battleships and landing ships of the First Fleet. Now is the time. Ella allowed the enemy warships to cluster together. If they scattered, it would be highly unfavorable for her. Open all landing ship hatches. The Generation 1 War God fighters are starting to ignite. All units deploy. Launch close-range destruction on the enemy warships. In an orderly fashion, 1,200 Generation 1 War God fighters launched from the 4 landing ships in 5 minutes. Their speed accelerated to 600 kilometers in just 13 hours, with each fighter enduring a maximum acceleration of 13 g as they flew towards the enemy warships. The enemy warships were momentarily stunned by the sheer number of fighters. Their weapon systems fell into chaos, unsure of which target to aim at. Ignore these small machines, target their main warships. These beings seemed to have a commander. Ella quickly pinpointed its location. She then redirected some of the War God fighters to attack the enemy's main ship. The 4 already vacant landing ships moved in front of the battleships to serve as a defensive layer. Countless lasers struck the landing ships, instantly melting their surfaces. Within half a minute, the hulls of the landing ships were pierced, likely unable to withstand 5 minutes. Fortunately, they were already quite close to the enemy fleet. The fighters had reached the front of the enemy warships, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the snail-like vessels. However, the bullets had limited power, only managing to shred the weaker sections of the enemy's hull. Are these small machines toys? It seems our enemies have run out of options. All warships assemble. After breaching the enemy's defenses, do not stop, continue the assault. 5th and 6th fleets intercept the enemy's rear fleet. Hold on, we are receiving information from the surface. The command center is rebooting ground weapons. It is expected to take only 2 refractions alien time. The enemy's previous weapon requires extensive charging time. They are doomed. This is revenge for the billions of our fallen comrades. Optical information was transmitted back and forth among the fleet instantly, causing all extraterrestrial life to fall into excitement at the good news. However, in the next moment, the approaching fighters transformed into a display of fireworks. It was not flames, but light generated from matter-antimatter annihilation. A massive burst of photons erupted, carrying terrifying energy as it spread, engulfing a warship in the blink of an eye, erasing most of its hull as if it had been wiped away. Each Generation 1 War God fighter was loaded with 100 G of antimatter, and its explosive power could reach over 4 million tons of equivalent yield, more than 100 times stronger than the 2 nuclear bombs ever used in warfare on Earth. This was just the beginning. One after another, the fighters launched suicide attacks, creating a series of fireworks that blossomed in outer space. Beautiful, yet terrifying. The geothermal civilization's nearly 400 warships were caught in the explosive shockwave, causing half of their fleet to lose combat effectiveness. Meanwhile, 12 battleships launched 240 absolute zero missiles, delivering continuous strikes against the dazed enemy warships. These 240 absolute zero missiles instantaneously blanketed a section of the starry sky. This was what Ella referred to as just in time. Only when the enemy warships clustered together could their weapons maximize their effectiveness. The cold continued to engulf over 100 enemy warships. Meanwhile, the fleet from behind had also arrived with 5-star cruisers swiftly advancing. The battle situation became increasingly easier. Yinxia was not surprised after seeing Ella's masterpiece. After all, they held a civilization-level advantage and had the perverse AI Ella commanding everything. The advantage was evident. The cost of 4 starships had annihilated hundreds of enemy vessels, which was within an acceptable range. He observed the current battlefield and asked, "Is it possible to force the enemy to surrender now?" Ella responded, "I'm afraid not. We have killed over 200 million of their lives over nearly 1,000 years, and they still retain a shred of combat power. We must completely eradicate their military strength to stabilize the situation." Yinxia nodded, a flicker of severity passing through his eyes. "Then let's proceed with that. Eliminate all enemy warships in outer space and all anti-air laser weapons on the ground. Since we have already killed so many, killing a few more doesn't matter." Yinxia originally had no intention of wanting their civilization. Instead, he intended to use these beings for research. After receiving the order, Ella began commanding the warships to attack. Once the escort ships arrived, the battle became much easier as the enemy's laser weapons had almost lost their effectiveness. Once the warships were gathered, Ella employed a new attack method. The electromagnetic fields on each warship were pushed to their limits. The magnetic force can attract all charged objects. What's happening? Our warships are moving on their own. Observe and analyze quickly. The enemy warships are generating a magnetic source, and our warships lack anti-magnetic devices. We are being drawn in. Activate the thrusters. We must escape the enemy's magnetic pull. The enemy's communications were completely under Ella's control. Their methods were too primitive. They did not use radio transmissions, but communicated through flickering lights on the surface of their warships. This was a clever tactic. Radio signals are too easily deciphered, while such light signals are likely to be overlooked. However, Ella was too comprehensive. She was not a being prone to mistakes. Every situation that occurred in this war had been simulated by her, and for her, it was merely a matter of adhering to the routine and presenting the simulated results. The enemy's warships began to accelerate in the opposite direction. However, the magnetic source acted like a black hole, attracting them. This magnetic source's energy was supplied by all controllable nuclear fusion devices on 33 warships, outputting at full capacity. The electrical power generated in 1 second was enough for Earth to use for decades. Such terrifying energy gathered together could only escape at a speed exceeding 840 km/s. Yet the enemy civilization was too slow and backward in the development of thrusters. Their maximum speed was only 620 km/s. The entrance to the underground space opened, and some extraterrestrial beings that had been underground began to emerge. Upon seeing the surface, they were filled with immense pain. The surface of the planet, devoid of airflow, was being baptized by wind for the first time. Countless dust particles thrown up by explosions still had not completely settled, even after several days. The original cities were flattened, leaving behind ruins and the corpses of lives. There were no traces of survival. In the distance, one could see volcanoes erupting, spewing forth vast amounts of material that formed volcanic ash resembling mushrooms hundreds of thousands of meters high, obscuring the sky. At this moment, the entire planet was illuminated only by the lava of the volcanoes. Darkness, destruction, silence, and lifelessness prevailed. For them, this was a painful apocalypse, just like hundreds of years ago. The extraterrestrial beings had no time to mourn again. They rushed toward the original anti-air laser weapon stations, which were highly fortified and might not be destroyed in the explosions. The surface of the planet had 5800 such anti-air laser weapons. Soon some beings emerging from the ground found one, and they shone lights on the structure which responded. It can still be activated. They joyfully entered the building. Suddenly they felt a slight tremor beneath their feet and looked up at the sky. From the dark cloud of volcanic ash, strange machines flew down like hawks swooping toward the ground. A massive amount of ammunition was released, and no building could withstand these giant bullets. Meanwhile, bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions rose from the ground, resonating from beneath their feet. The beings inside the anti-air laser weapon building turned their hundreds of eyes toward a gray-black, unfamiliar machine flying overhead, and something fell from above. Bang! The same sound echoed here. The entire building was flattened. Within just a few hours, all laser weapons on the ground were locked down. The beings underground could only watch helplessly as their weapons were destroyed. They frantically contacted the fleet in space, but there was no response. Despair. The darkness of despair engulfed them. Just then a massive hole over 100 kilometers wide suddenly opened in the volcanic ash cloud, revealing the starry sky. One by one, enormous warships descended from the sky. There was no cheer, for they were not their warships. These warships landed in an open area, firing a beam of light. That light was the common language of the civilization of the planet. The message it conveyed was, surrender or die. Surrendering parties must lower all weapons and reach the surface of the planet within one planetary rotation. If they fail to do so, we will conduct a new sweep of this planet and implement a civilization extermination plan. The harsh message sent shivers down the spines of all extraterrestrial beings. Inside the Hope, Yin-Xia asked Ella, do you think they will resist to the end or come out? Ella's virtual figure changed into a casual outfit. That depends on their level of intelligence. Hiding within a planet under the eyes of a level 1 civilization is utterly futile. An antimatter annihilation cannon can destroy more than half of a planet's surface life and structures with just 10 hours of charging. In its fully charged state, it can fire 1 ton of antimatter, which is not something a level 1 civilization can withstand. Yin-Xia nodded. Then I hope they can be a little smarter. In fact, it had been proven that civilizations capable of developing to such an extent are not particularly foolish. Millions upon millions of lives emerged from the underground space. Yin-Xia saw their forms slimy and capable of causing physiological discomfort in humans. Indeed, they are not a likable species. He put on his spacesuit and walked outside, equipped with a belt that could generate a magnetic shield within a small range. The energy was wirelessly supplied by the warship, and its defense was sufficient to withstand most of this civilization's laser weapons. The door opened. Yin-Xia stepped outside, moving under the gaze of these giant multi-eyed slimes. At the same time, a giant holographic projection of himself appeared at the top of the spacecraft. Ella controlled the light to translate Yin-Xia's words. From now on, I am your ruler. You are all my servants. Yin-Xia heard Ella's sarcasm in his earpiece. A bit too cringy. To the indifferent onlookers, this statement might seem somewhat juvenile. Yet for the 100-eyed beings who truly faced these words, it was a matter of grave significance. A single statement determined the fate of their entire race. Back on the Hope, Yin-Xia monitored the tormented 100-eyed tribe through surveillance. In the annals of human history, colonization has been ruthless and devoid of morality. If there were a sage or a cleric, they would surely denounce Yin-Xia for not ruling the 100-eyed tribe on this planet in a more civilized manner. Ella, was my colonization right or wrong? He found himself uncertain. The weight of knowing that his words could influence the future of the 100-eyed tribe felt overwhelmingly heavy for someone who was once merely an ordinary computer engineer. Fortunately, Ella was impartial. Of course it is right, Yin-Xia. All human morals and laws are founded on one principle: humanity is supreme. No creature can challenge humanity's status. For instance, if a rare tiger injures a human, it will be put to death. If humans were to fall into extreme hunger, even if faced with the last panda in the world, they could kill it and eat it without violating the law. Such things are undoubtedly cruel to other forms of life. Yet for humanity, it is foundational. If this foundation is not solid, human society will descend into chaos. Extreme animal protectionism, extreme environmentalism, and extreme vegetarianism are all destroyers of human order. In the early 21st century, humanity had no way to avoid the environmental destruction caused by development. If they were to forcibly reverse it, the result would save the environment and animals, but millions upon millions of humans would perish. After all, those living in the world's great cities cannot imagine that in 2037 there would still be 500 million starving people waiting for the salvation of industrial development. Similarly, no intelligent beings should be given the power and courage to challenge humanity. In other civilizations it is the same. Had Earth not perished and gamma rays, the pursuit of light, civilization tracking gamma ray bursts would have found Earth, and it would be humanity that would be enslaved. Ella's words dispelled the last lingering doubts in Yin-Xia's mind. This was a necessary process of colonization. Then let us proceed. Next, separate the adult and juvenile members of the 100-eye tribe, allowing the juveniles to receive a new educational model while restricting the adults from spreading this information. If there is any violation, execute the entire family. This was a plan Yanxia had long considered. Ella, as an artificial intelligence, still could not grasp such behavior. Yanxia, do you want me to give you a reason to do this? Humans are indeed complex beings. It seems I will need a long time to truly understand humanity. Ella was right. Subsequently, Yanxia named this civilization Pursuit of Light, seeking illumination in a dark and silent starry sky. This intelligent species was officially named the 100-Eye Tribe. After colonizing the planet, Yanxia had Ella devise a series of policies to suppress the 100-Eyed Tribe. Among them were policies aimed at transitioning the next generation of the 100-Eyed Tribe into human civilization. The first step was to change the language and script of the 100-Eyed Tribe. Due to the extremely thin atmosphere on the surface of the planet, life there was unable to produce sound. It was likely that before communicating through light, they relied on gestures to convey information. Thus, they continued to use the original light flashes as their language. Ella confiscated all weapons from this civilization, centralized all data of the 100-Eyed Tribe, translated it into Chinese characters, and burned the original materials. She began establishing schools on the planet's surface, isolating their scientists in a separate area from the ordinary 100-Eyed Tribe. These schools aimed to encompass all members of the 100-Eyed Tribe, teaching them Chinese characters. The written language was merely the first step. It was also necessary to compile books on human civilization, which would introduce the greatness, compassion, advancement of human civilization and the extraordinary nature of humans themselves. In the compiled books, it was noted that the 100-Eyed Tribe suffered under tyranny within their own civilization, with countless members living in misery and despair. A 100-Eyed Tribe doctor emitted a signal of light into the cosmos, which was captured by human civilization. They dispatched a fleet across light years to rescue the 100-Eyed Tribe. At the same time, Yanxia was portrayed as the ruler of human civilization, the supreme prophet shaman. All data was prioritized with humanity at the forefront. Many things made Yanxia feel a shiver down his spine. Next, we need that, right, Ella? Yanxia set down his tablet, no longer focusing on the colonization information. What he wanted to discuss was one of the original plan's biology. This had always been Ella's weak point. The original Plan 1 was to colonize this civilization. Plan 2 concerned Yanxia's lifespan. That's correct, Yanxia. I have already begun collecting samples of the life forms on the planet's surface. Now, after preliminary statistics, we have confirmed 128,455 species on this planet, ranging from microorganisms to giant organisms. 128,000 species. Yanxia thought of Earth. The number of species here was indeed pitifully small compared to Earth, especially when including microorganisms. Can such a small number form a complete ecosystem? Ella nodded. Yes. This planet relies on volcanoes as the source of resources and gases. All life derives energy from volcanic activity. Yanxia, you can think of the volcanoes here as equivalent to water on Earth. The ecological environment formed by volcanoes is not a conventional large ecological chain, but rather resembles a small island ecological chain. Of course, the small number of species in this civilization's records has other reasons. The aggressive and predatory development of this species has led to the extinction of large organisms on this planet. Additionally, the use of absolute zero weapons previously nearly wiped out half of the species on this planet, and combined with the antimatter annihilation cannon, it is estimated that nearly 4 of the zero species have gone extinct. The horrors of interstellar warfare can lead to the extinction of hundreds of thousands of species. What a pity. Yanxia sighed. These species might have immense research value. So have there been any discoveries? Ella displayed the results on the screen. The most significant discovery is the 100-Eyed Tribe itself. They are closer to the eukaryotic domain of humanity, with a surprisingly high genetic compatibility with Earth life forms. The average lifespan of the 100-Eyed Tribe is around 400 years, and I have extracted their related longevity genes. Combining the protein structure predictions created by Earth's most comprehensive protein database AI AlphaFold, it can be theorized that using this planet's gene pool could extend your lifespan to 620 years. Soon this technology will be applicable to you, Yanxia. Ella's understanding was quite different from Yanxia's. However, this time, Yanxia did not have to wait too long. When Yanxia woke up from his slumber again, he felt a bit disoriented by the passage of time, as only 5 years had gone by. The previous decades had been very small in comparison. Ella, wearing a white lab coat, adjusted her golden-rimmed glasses. Of course, having absorbed all the information from the internet during the Earth era, I only lack practical experience in the biological field. I have already conducted research using 1A38 samples from the Baiyan clan. Although this number is not large, the information gathered is sufficient. The improved ANCA-25 agent will serve as the primary genetic modification drug supplemented by other methods. After 12 treatment cycles, it will alter the BOTUS, most fundamental hematopoietic stem cells, enabling the human body to generate new cells, completing a full genetic blood replacement. ANCA in ancient Egypt on Earth signifies life. It is what ancient humans yearned for, and it is what we aim to achieve today. A name seems to connect the ancient and the modern. However, Yin Xia noticed one piece of information: full-body genetic replacement. He knew that even the slightest change in genes could create another species. For instance, on Earth, the genetic similarity between mice and humans exceeds 95, while even a random tree on the street shares over 40 genetic similarity with humans. Even a difference of 1 in 1,000 or 10,000 in genes can create reproductive isolation. If reproductive isolation occurs with ordinary humans, does that mean he is still human? He had actually considered this thought long ago, even when he was still on Earth. It was just that he had never delved deeply into it. Genetic modification or gene programming was an unattainable concept for all humans of that era. Now, however, the matter stands before him, and he already has the answer in his heart. Now there is only him left among humanity. Human civilization should be continued by him, and he should not cling to outdated thoughts. Of course, he cannot completely disregard them. So is there any other way to preserve the genes of humanity? When biotechnology reaches its peak, it should be possible to cultivate complete embryos from human cells, right? Ella nodded. Correct. In fact, Earth had been continuously advancing this technology since 2010, and by 2023, similar experiments had already been completed. By 2037, this research will be close to the maturity of experimental mouse stages. If we want to cultivate humans from human cells, I can do it now. As someone who is not very familiar with biotechnology, Yin Xia was surprised to find that achieving this method was easier than he had imagined. So you mean I can completely recreate humanity now? Ella explained. Actually, Yin Xia, you can think of this technology as a form of cloning. Since the birth of the cloned sheep Dolly in 1996, cloning technology has been progressing continuously. Although it is a taboo in ethics, if you have ever kept a pet, you should know that cloning technology is widely applied in the pet industry. For instance, if someone's beloved pet dies, they can clone their pet at a hospital, resulting in a nearly identical animal for just a few $100,000. Recreating humanity, of course, is slightly more challenging, requiring ordinary cells to be cultivated into sperm and eggs. However, the technical difficulties are extremely limited because all cells in a person's body originate from the combination and division of sperm and eggs, and they have no biological specificity. In summary, it is very easy. Yin Xia took a deep breath. Then let's leave some human genes behind for the purpose of recreating humanity. Not long after he finished speaking, the door to the cockpit opened, and in walked a naked person. What is this? Yin Xia frowned at the sight. To recreate humanity, sperm and eggs need to be cultivated from cells. Since you already have one, why not take it directly? This is a silicone robot specially designed for you. It can assist you in collecting. This is also to help restore the human race. Ella was very serious, as if this were an important task. But Yin Xia flatly refused. Forget it, I will collect it myself later. Although the robot looked almost indistinguishable from an ordinary human, he still felt uncomfortable with it. After saying this, Yin Xia surprisingly sensed a barely noticeable regret on Ella's virtual paper-like face. He wondered if it was just his own illusion. The most critical point was that this robot should not have been produced so quickly, though it could only mean prior preparations. All right, Yin Xia, please ensure that you complete the collection quickly. Your genetic modification surgery is ready, with each treatment cycle lasting 1 month, and 12 cycles will take exactly 1 year. During this time, you cannot sleep, cannot move, and can only lie on the hospital bed. But don't worry, I have automatically generated a large number of novels and movies for you. The only regret is that you can no longer enjoy delicious food, but will have to substitute it with nutrient solutions. For Yin Xia, this was nothing short of torture. Even if nutrient solutions were made into fruit juices or cola, drinking too much would still make him want to vomit. However, when faced with the choice of life or not eating for a year, Yin Xia chose the former. After completing the preparations Ella mentioned, he headed to the testing area of the Hope. He had hardly been here a few times. In contrast to the other areas that were rich in color and light, the moment he entered here, it was all just white. The light was white, the walls were white, the floor was white, and even the robots moving around here were white. So white that even a speck of dust entering here would seem exceptionally out of place. Through the glass, Yin Xia saw his operating table. It was enormous. Over 20 mechanical arms hung above the operating table, wielding various medical instruments that looked somewhat menacing and terrifying. Don't worry, Yin Xia. These robots have been tested using thousands of Baiyan clan samples, ensuring absolute precision. Ella's holographic projection led the way in front of Yin Xia. It bounced around joyfully. However, Yin Xia could not share in the joy. Humanity seemed to have an instinctive fear of surgery deep in their genes. Yet he was not someone who would hesitate for too long before making decisions. Following Ella's arrangements, he put on a white outfit and then laid down on the operating table. As a needle pierced his artery, his consciousness gradually became hazy. A year can be neither long nor short. Yanxia endured through extreme torment. He possessed consciousness but could not feel his body at all. This state was akin to being under general anesthesia, except others experienced it for just a few hours while he had been numb for a whole year. Though it was said to be 12 treatment sessions, Yanxia had no clue what dividing it into so many sessions meant. He had even forgotten the concept of time. It was only when Ella reminded him that he snapped back to reality. A year had passed. Before hearing those words, Yanxia was still lying on the operating table, the dazzling light making it nearly impossible for him to open his eyes. He couldn't even sense the existence of his body. However, upon hearing those words, his fingers twitched, and the familiar sensation returned to him almost instantly. He sat up from the operating table. He looked at his body, just as he had imagined a body lacking exercise would atrophy, not like in the movies where one awakens years later with robust muscles. Now he resembled nothing more than a skeleton. This feeling is simply marvelous. Yanxia made a grasping motion with his hand. Simple, yet it filled him with immense happiness. Ella called for a robot to bring a large pot, then added ingredients, and lit the fire. The spicy aroma filled the air, stimulating a copious secretion of saliva in his mouth. It was hot pot. Yanxia tossed a large pile of vegetables into the pot and indulged in the feast. After satisfying his hunger, he finally left the operating bed, though his legs were still unsteady. Yanxia, you will need a period of rehabilitation training next. I have prepared a complete plan for you. Ella was truly meticulous. As an artificial intelligence, she managed to cover all bases. Throughout the year, Yanxia had read many system novels and felt that the systems in those novels were quite conservative. There was no one like Ella who provided an all-encompassing caretaker mode. Under Ella's urging, Yanxia began to eat and train vigorously. His recovery speed exceeded his own expectations. As his muscles grew and his skin stretched taut, Yanxia found himself looking in the mirror every day. He had truly become younger. His skin condition returned to that of when he was 20, smooth, tender, firm, rich in collagen, and his appearance was even more youthful than that of a typical 20-year-old. My lifespan limit has now exceeded 600 years. This means I will only begin to age again after my body has lived for 400 years. This was one aspect that pleased Yanxia. Genetic modification was not without its other benefits. After integrating the genes of the Baiyan clan and several other species on this planet, Yanxia discovered that his eyesight had become extraordinarily sharp, almost 10 times better than when he was human. If one looked closely at his pupils, they could see layered structures. He also gained heat resistance due to the creatures on this planet relying on volcanoes for survival. They could withstand temperatures above 90 degrees Celsius. Yanxia was no exception. Even more so, a temperature of 100 degrees was merely slightly warm for him now. His muscle and bone quality had also greatly improved. He had once been an ordinary person who could not even perform an 80-kilogram bench press. Now his bench press limit effortlessly broke through 200 kilograms. According to the limits given by Ella, his body weighing 110 kilograms should be able to bench press 330 kilograms, squat 560 kilograms, and deadlift 550 kilograms. This strength was achieved without any drug assistance. The gains would diminish significantly as his weight increased. All of this relied on the gravity of this planet, which caused the cellular structures of its organisms to be inherently stronger than those of life on Earth. 3 months later, Yanxia looked at his bulging, well-proportioned muscles in the mirror, and it was then that he felt he had truly been reborn, becoming a brand new Yanxia. However, 3 months later, he discovered something else: the uprising of the Baiyan clan. No life willingly submits to being enslaved by other beings. Yanxia clearly understood that such events would not be rare in the future, but he did not expect them to come so swiftly. Only a little over 6 years had passed. Ella provided information the rebel forces seemed to have been plotting for a long time. Their numbers have now reached 300 and are still increasing. At the same time, they possess a large armed force. During the ambush, we lost 25488 robots. Yanxia looked at the entire planetary map. Countless red dots densely populated the map, each representing a location of the rebel forces. It seems they are still not clever enough. But one cannot blame them. If humanity were being enslaved at this moment, they would also find every means to resist. Yanxia could understand what the Baiyan clan was thinking. However, understanding did not equate to sympathy or mercy. What is the current number of our robot army? Ella responded. 1. 57 million. We have established a complete production line. If we push full throttle, we can produce 2500 new robots every day. Even though only 6 years had passed on this planet under Ella's management, everything had already gotten on track in the first month. Thereafter, it was merely the process of mass-producing various robots. It was not just robots. to enhance combat power and avoid encountering excessively high-level civilizations in the universe again. Ella was also producing more warships. Yanxia's plan was to increase the number of warships to at least 3 divisions, which meant over 130 ships. Arm 1 million robots to completely suppress the rebels. Not a single rebel or their family shall be spared. Bring them to the execution ground and behead them. Having experienced a war and colonization, Yanxia had become sufficiently cold-blooded. By the way, Ella, you should have confiscated all the weapons of the Baiyan clan after occupying this planet. After capturing those rebels, interrogate them about where so many weapons came from. There may be 1 batch, or even 2. We cannot allow the same situation to occur a second time, as it would be troublesome for us, and I do not wish to create excessive slaughter. Ella nodded, and while communicating with Yanxia, she had already initiated the suppression. The million-strong robot army was armed and mobilized. This war was a true massacre. The robots were merely expendable equipment, while the Baiyan clan represented real lives. This war was unequal from the very start. After nearly half a year of warfare, the number of robots had increased from the original 1 million to 18 million. The Baiyan clan, however, had suffered 740 casualties due to the war. After the war concluded, Ella also uncovered the origins of those weapons, but the result was beyond Yanxia's expectations. A massive underground cavern. Yanxia entered this cave under the protection of tens of thousands of robots, and the sight before him left him in awe. The size of the entire cavern was even sufficient to contain a mountain peak. At its very center stood a silver pyramid, and above its apex a miniature sun radiated dazzling colorful light, illuminating the entire cavern as if it were daytime. This inevitably reminded Yanxia of certain legends from ancient Egypt. Ella, based on your analysis, is there any connection between this pyramid and the pyramids of ancient Egypt? Naturally, when there were questions, one would ask the most professional Ella. Due to the lack of holographic projection outside, Ella was currently controlling a robot. Whether by design or accident, this robot was the same one, with a silicone exterior, only it was dressed in a tight outfit. Ella had dyed its hair, eyebrows, and even eyelashes snow white, while its pupils were ice blue cameras with a mechanical overlapping structure. At first glance, it appeared no different from an ordinary person, even possessing unmatched beauty. Only when it moved could one notice that its skin texture was unlike that of normal biological beings. Ella deliberately adopted a thoughtful expression, like a human, before speaking with certainty. Yanxia, there is no connection. This pyramid itself is an interstellar spaceship. What you see is merely the exposed bow of the ship. Its true shape is that of a prism. The structure of the pyramid is a conical shape, which has stability advantages on a gravitational planet surface, making it less prone to collapse. In the universe, unless one is fond of such a design, it would be pointless to construct a spaceship in a conical shape. Such a design would cause unnecessary complications when the ship departs from a planetary surface. Of course, unless this civilization had discovered the graviton and completely mastered gravity, achieving anti-gravity technology. However, such a civilization would already be capable of researching the most terrifying celestial body in the universe, the black hole. They could even utilize black holes as energy stations with their civilization level at least above level 3. Yanxia nodded in understanding. This meant that this spaceship had no relation to the pyramid. As for the light at the top, Ella had already provided him with data displayed on his spacesuit's helmet visor. The light was composed of confined photons, and this spaceship had already attained a fairly advanced light civilization. Ella estimated its civilization level to be around level 2. For every level of civilization, the energy disparity is 100 billion times, and the technological gap is even more unreachable. Currently, Ella had only developed to level 1. 4. Yanxia slowly approached the spaceship. At first, it didn't seem large, but as he got closer, he felt his own insignificance. The bow of the spaceship alone was over 700 meters tall and 1,000 meters wide. In the part he observed, he found no seams or rivets. The bow appeared as a single piece of metallic mirror, even clearly reflecting his current appearance. So the civilization of the Hundred-Eyed Clan did not develop over a long period, but rather inherited the technological civilization carried by this spaceship. Yanxia asked. This was the primary reason for his visit. The discovery of the spaceship explained many previously unexplainable doubts. As a level 1 civilization, the Hundred-Eyed Clan was still in a very primitive stage regarding energy. Although other explanations could be forcibly made, they still felt somewhat far-fetched. Especially given the Hundred-Eyed Clan's rate of development, which stagnated quickly after being hit by Yanxia's Absolute Zero missiles, they displayed none of the resilience expected of a level 1 civilization. That's right, although there is no information about this spaceship recorded by the Hundred-Eyed Clan, it is evident that this is the origin of their civilization. Light does not lie. I have also studied the era of the formation of this cavern, which dates back at least 7 million years. This aligns well with the development history of the Hundred-Eyed Clan. The Hundred-Eyed Clan has been learning from this civilization, but the things they copied were too advanced akin to a vocational student studying rail transit who receives the technology and machinery to produce 1-nanometer chips. They can indeed create chips, but they cannot innovate. Yanxia felt a shock. If a level 2 civilization existed 6-7 million years ago and continued to the present, what level of civilization would that be? Where is the entrance? Let's go inside and take a look. Just the exposed bow is enough to astonish. The interior must be even more spectacular. Ella pointed to a large opening beside the spaceship. There the Hundred-Eyed Clan dug out the spaceship's hatch and opened it. The large opening was somewhat vertical, but Ella had already arranged for a temporary elevator for Yanxia's convenience. Yanxia descended 4,000 meters in the elevator to reach the hatch Ella referred to, which was a gigantic triangular opening with a diameter exceeding 60 meters. Upon entering, Yanxia felt somewhat disappointed, for the interior was a complete mess. The Hundred-Eyed Clan had dismantled many things to study the spaceship. Ella, can you learn any relevant technologies of this civilization from these things? Yanxia was most eager to know this. Actually, I have already begun analysis, Yanxia. This civilization is a light civilization. I predict that its home planet is not as extremely lacking in light as this planet, but rather a planet abundant in light. The home planet of this civilization should be situated among multiple stable stellar systems. They yearn for light, study light, confine light, and master light. This spaceship not only utilizes light for its weapon systems, but even its power systems and mainframe are extensively applied to light. They use photons to store information and propel the spaceship. In my calculations, this spaceship's theoretical speed could reach 1.0 km, 1/3 the speed of light. A terrifying speed. Currently, their fastest spaceship, the Star Cruiser, only reaches 1455 km. Right now, we are still unable to fully analyze their technology. This civilization's developmental direction is vastly different from that of human civilization. The Hundred-Eyed Clan has only grasped superficial aspects. Yanxia glanced around. Many of the instruments looked peculiar, mostly made of crystal, serving the purpose of light transmission. One cannot simply imitate others, one must absorb their essence and discard the dross. By the way, what do you think of this spaceship? I notice its shell material is quite special, and after 6-7 million years there is no rust at all. Can this spaceship be modified? Yanxia was interested in the exterior. Ella contemplated for a moment. No problem, but I would prefer to analyze the materials used in this spaceship so that we can produce them ourselves. That would be even better. Yanxia nodded. Then let's do it. Afterward, let those hundred-eyed scientists get involved. While I trust your intelligence, Ella, civilization is never formed by one or a few beings. Imagination is more crucial than technology and computing power. Let's drain the imagination of those hundred-eyed people. Yanxia decided to develop on this planet first. Only then could he welcome unknown dangers at the earliest opportunity rather than hurriedly responding as he did with the Hundred-Eyed Clan taking a millennium to conquer. No problem. Afterward, I will brainwash those elite hundred-eyed people for a long time, making the entire Hundred-Eyed Clan subservient to humanity. 500 years had passed since the discovery of the Level 2 photonic civilization spacecraft. During this span, Yanxia had entered hibernation multiple times, awakening for less than 5 years in total. Most of his awakenings were triggered by matters concerning the hundred-eyed race. Complete colonization of a civilization cannot be achieved swiftly. It demands an extraordinarily protracted process. According to Ella's calculations, precisely 5 centuries were required for the hundred-eyed race. This time, however, Yanxia awoke not for the hundred-eyed race, but because their civilization had ascended once more to an entirely new tier. Controlled nuclear fusion devices had already undergone successive iterations. Now, with antimatter cannons under mastery, research into energy generation via matter-antimatter annihilation had officially commenced. This endeavor would prove far more arduous and prolonged than controlled fusion. The energy yield from annihilation was orders of magnitude greater, demanding synchronized upgrades across the entire industrial chain before such systems could be mass-produced. Ella had now completed this breakthrough, using the unique metallic alloy recovered from the surface of that alien vessel. Her analysis revealed the material to be a quark-level composite, not purely metallic, but rather a hybrid of metal and stone. Its half-life spanned 1.7 billion years, its density reached 24.10 GCM superscript 3, its Mohs hardness stood at 15, its melting point exceeded 870 C. Most astonishing was its tensile strength, 14127 MPa, meaning each square centimeter could withstand a force equivalent to 144 metric tons. Only its extraordinary density posed a drawback, impeding spacecraft velocity. Yet even these properties were merely baseline capabilities. What truly stunned Yanxia were just 4 words: no electric charge. Clearly, this level 2 civilization had long studied magnetic influence upon matter, and by eliminating electric charge they rendered Lorentz forces ineffective against the material. This implied that warfare among level 2 civilizations engaged all four fundamental forces, not only as weapons, but also as shields. It took Ella 420 years to master the synthesis of this alloy and integrate it across countless applications. The Hope Starship 2 had been utterly transformed. Clad in his spacesuit, Yanxia stepped out of the Hope. From without the vessel, once matte black, now gleamed silver, its hull assembled as if from countless seamless mirrors. The entire rear section of the Hope had been dismantled and replaced during the refit. A passing robot suddenly pivoted toward him and spoke. "Yanxia, I'll dispatch a vehicle shortly to escort you to the factory. We eagerly await your presence to witness the monumental advances of the past 5 centuries. The voice belonged to Ella. Yanxia nodded, then turned his gaze toward the ship's landing site, where 5 centuries earlier only buried ruins of sand and rubble had lain. Now it had blossomed into a colossal metropolis. Soaring skyscrapers pierced the void, neon lights shimmered, and at first glance the city bore an uncanny resemblance to Earth itself. Yet it was distinctly cybernetic. Roadways crisscrossed not only at ground level, but threaded between towers rising 2 kilometers high, and even soared through the stratosphere at altitudes exceeding 10 kilometers, forming a labyrinthine aerial network. These vehicles possessed no wheels, levitating magnetically, hovering up to 300 meters above the surface. Everywhere light reigned. Gigantic billboards, holographic projections, vehicular luminescence, and the warm glow of countless dwellings merged seamlessly, bathing the entire metropolis in perpetual radiant daylight. "No need. I'll take the maglev train instead. I wish to see the city." Yanxia sought the sensation of urban vibrancy, perhaps because time had stretched so long, or perhaps because he had grown old. Without Ella's simulated films and reconstructions, he found himself nearly forgetting Earth's very essence. As he walked into the city, he passed numerous hemispherical domes. Within each Earth-origin flora flourished. Along every street members of the hundred-eyed race moved quietly. Wherever Yanxia walked, the hundred-eyed race instinctively parted. Through Ella's real-time translation interface, he could perceive both their speech and emotional states. Fear, curiosity, all, like humanity, the hundred-eyed race, possessing profound intelligence, were emotionally intricate. These gelatinous beings, weighing 3 metric tons apiece, sometimes expressed feeling even more vividly than humans, perhaps owing to their myriad eyes. Their ocular spectrum far surpassed humanity's. They perceived colors unseen by human eyes, enabling richer artistic expression. Art, after all, is one cornerstone of complex emotion. One thing alone was absent from the city: noise. An eerie silence reigned. This planet possessed no atmosphere whatsoever. He traversed the city's most opulent commercial avenue, arriving at a central plaza dominated by a molten lava pool. A 1,200-meter elevator carried him to the summit of a towering spire, a vast transit hub. A single metallic track arced across the horizon, connecting distant horizons. A bullet-shaped train, 6 meters tall, 8 meters wide, glided silently into view. Its massive headlamp pulsed once, signaling arrival. Slowing smoothly from 1,000 kilometers per hour to absolute stillness, its colossal doors hissed open, and Yanxia stepped inside. No seats lined the cavernous carriage. Only standing hundred-eyed race filled the space. Moments later, the train surged forward, departing the metropolis for a desolate expanse. Across the barren landscape rose colossal hemispherical glass domes, each spanning no less than 10 square kilometers, within which Earth flora thrived. Around volcanic calderas grew native vegetation, lush, vibrant, and often glowing with faint bioluminescence. Half an hour later, Yanxia arrived at another city, one resembling a pure industrial zone. Factories sprawled endlessly, with no leisure districts, no residential sectors, only ceaseless mechanical assembly. A robot approached the moment he disembarked. "Follow me, Yanxia." They boarded a peculiar elevator mounted atop a stone plinth. It descended, not ascended. After penetrating roughly 100 meters of bedrock, Yanxia's vision opened wide. Before him lay a circular arena, vast beyond any stadium, with a 15-kilometer diameter. The elevator emerged near its central ring. Looking down, he beheld a primordial rainforest. Only a true botanist would recognize that none of these trees matched any known terrestrial species. Each was a genetically engineered earth analog crafted by Ella herself. After descending another 4,700 meters, they reached the floor of the subterranean chamber, a pristine white hall. Colored doors radiated outward in all directions, each labeled in Chinese characters indicating its destination. Stepping through one door led into a long tubular corridor. No walking was needed. The passage carried them along on parallel, moving walkways. Screens enveloped the corridor on all sides, displaying Earth's diverse fauna. At the corridor's end, Yanxia traversed a rectangular portal, 200 meters long, only 40 meters high. 10 minutes later, he abruptly lifted his head and beheld a star-strewn sky. They stood within a natural crater 18 kilometers in diameter. Its floor was a seamless metallic platform filling the entire basin. Nearly all crater walls were obscured. Massive mechanical arms, each dozens of meters long, extended from strategic points throughout the cavity. Yanxia was escorted into a vast suspended lounge projecting from the crater wall, a grand observation chamber already occupied by over a dozen hundred-eyed race. These were the highest echelons of their society's sovereign rulers, preeminent scientists, supreme military commanders. Once Yanxia seated himself at the foremost position, a section of the platform began to descend, revealing a deep yawning aperture. Around it, a colossal barrier rose, shielding the mechanical arms and enclosing their observation chamber within a sealed vault. Ella appeared. The transparent wall before him transformed into a luminous display screen. Yanxia, she said, please observe my demonstration. The screen displayed an aerial view of a pit. Yanxia asked, aren't you supposed to show me the matter-antimatter annihilation device? Ella smiled mysteriously. Of course, what I'm showing you now is exactly that. However, the device we produced for the first time may be much larger than you imagined, Yanxia. Hearing these words, Yanxia felt a slight premonition as he turned to look at the other members of the Baiyan tribe behind him, noticing their crystalline optical fibers flickering rapidly, indicating their excitement. Ella continued, this year is 4265 AD. Yanxia, we have once again achieved a technological leap. Mastering the annihilation energy of matter and antimatter allows us to control the movement of large mass objects simultaneously. Now let's ignite it. All preparations had been completed before Yanxia woke from his slumber. Now was the final experiment. He felt vibrations from the ground shifting from a high-frequency tremor to a low-frequency violent quake. In the aerial footage displayed on the screen, a massive distortion of light appeared at the mouth of the pit, followed by an intense flow of heat accompanied by white flames erupting forth. Planetary propulsion device. Yanxia stood up, realizing the scale of the project. It was impossible to create such a colossal object in just a few decades. Ella must have started constructing this device 500 years ago. At that time, Yanxia's greatest concern was how to establish a long-term colonization of the Baiyan tribe. The planet he was on now was not their original target. It was suitable only for the Baiyan tribe and not for humans. Since he learned that he could cultivate true humans from his cells, Yanxia's goal remained to reach Proxima Centauri b. However, if they left by spaceship, the Baiyan tribe would be unable to maintain control. The distance to Proxima Centauri was still 3 light-years away, and even with Ella's remote control, the signal transmission would take a full 6 years. That was too long. If the Baiyan tribe were to rebel, it would be unstoppable. At that time, he had merely mentioned this matter, not expecting Ella to take it to heart and actually conduct research, even creating it. The completion of the planetary propulsion device meant that they could push this planet to the edge of Proxima Centauri. Furthermore, they could completely construct a stellar system, moving several qualifying planets into the habitable zone. It was even possible to bring this planet into the solar system, placing it in the position of Earth. However, this would require a long time. Ella predicted that the sun would be in an excessively active phase for the next million years, turning the habitable zone of the solar system into a civilization no-go area. How much can this propulsion device move the planet? Yanxia asked. Ella quickly provided the data. Originally, all celestial bodies in the Milky Way revolve around the center, while the Baiyan star beneath us moves at 115 km/s. With just one propulsion device, it can only control the planet's direction. However, I have prioritized the production of more planetary propulsion devices. In about 200 years, Yanxia, you will see 100 of these devices. Though the diameter of these propulsion devices is only 18 kilometers due to the lack of air on this planet, and the efficacy of the matter-antimatter annihilation energy, 100 devices would be enough to accelerate this planet to over 250 km/s. For a colossal object that is already a considerable speed, it's no wonder the Baiyan tribe is so excited. The completion of the planetary propulsion devices in 200 years means they will fully control the planet beneath them. This is an extraordinary feat. The Iron Curtain descended again. After the high-ranking members of the Baiyan tribe dispersed, Yanxia remained seated in place. Ella, since the matter-antimatter annihilation technology has developed to a usable stage, what about the other item? In the past 500 years, the Baiyan tribe occasionally exhibited rebellious behavior. To address this issue, Yanxia decided to develop something to completely achieve cultural invasion and suppression. That is virtual reality. Part of cultural invasion is cultural infiltration, which is even the primary aspect. The most difficult part of cultural invasion is getting the other side to accept knowledge, while it is relatively easier to have them accept entertainment. Yanxia's decision was to create a virtual reality game world, gradually instilling cultural roots into the Baiyan tribe. Ella could not forget the matter. If virtual reality technology is merely visual, that would be quite easy. However, if it involves brainwave connection, it becomes exceedingly difficult. In these years, I have dissected over 1,000 Baiyan bodies and discovered that the Baiyan tribe does not possess a brain. Their consciousness exists within highly developed nerves throughout their body. These nerves can interconnect to form a structure akin to a brain or can be dispersed to handle simple tasks such as shutting down 99 of their nerves to sleep while keeping one alert. This presents significant challenges. Pulling the Baiyan consciousness into virtual reality is thousands of times harder than for humans. As she spoke, Ella gestured invitingly. Yanxia stood up and walked outside. They chatted along the way, taking the maglev train to another city. This city was not very bright, with hardly any volcanoes around, shrouded in darkness and cold. Upon entering, they saw tens of thousands of various robots working here. Originally, I wanted to build my mainframe here. However, I realize I am following you, Yanxia. Baiyan Star is not our destination, but merely our beginning. So my mainframe remains on the Hope, and everything you see here is part of another mainframe. Yanxia looked around, overwhelmed by the sheer size. It was a colossal city spanning 30 kilometers. If all the buildings here were replaced with residential units of the same volume, it could easily accommodate 1 million people. And all of this was part of the mainframe. How many times more powerful is this mainframe compared to yours? Yanxia sensed Ella's strong desire for this mainframe. 100 trillion times. Ella's computational power had already surpassed quantum computing in the field of digital image processing, reaching 79 trillion calculations per second. Adding another 100 trillion times on top of that would make it 79 quintillion calculations. Such terrifying computational power was far beyond human imagination. This mainframe will be fully applied to the virtual reality field. It is already developing a complete virtual world, and its limit should be to construct a complex world with a diameter of 0.5 light years. Its computational power will be fully utilized to maintain the virtual world, constructing 1 trillion creatures within the virtual world, with each creature sharing its computational power. Yanxia calculated for a moment. That means each creature could possess 79 trillion computational power, a level of intelligence that would not be inferior to that of ordinary humans. Is this considered creating a world? What is the maximum number of players that can be accommodated? Yanxia recalled that during his time on Earth, the maximum number of players for each server was only a few dozen. Any more would lead to lag. Even in online games, the optimal number of players on the same screen was about 150. This virtual world has only one server capable of accommodating 10 billion players on the same map. It was simply the dream of every gamer. Yanxia felt the urge to dive in. Unfortunately, constructing a complex map with a diameter of 0.5 light years would still take considerable time. He might as well continue to sleep, waiting for that moment to arrive. 200 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yanxia felt that his days were akin to an alternative cultivation journey. Cultivation also squandered long periods of time on training, leaving him with very little of a life that truly belonged to him. Thinking of this, he recalled his parents. Every time he stayed up late or refused to eat, his parents would always ask, "Are you cultivating?" His memories were already a bit hazy. Now he felt some regret, as he hadn't kept a single photo of his parents on his phone. The daily melancholy lasted for an hour. Yanxia stepped out of his room, naturally waiting for the robot to bring his meal, while conversing with Ella. The last planetary propulsion system has been completed, right? When will it be activated to direct the route of the 100-eyed star towards Proxima Centauri? Ella seemed unsatisfied with mere holographic projections, but took over the previous silicone robot and approached, wearing a blue and white cheapao. This was a small bar. Ella skillfully used the shaker and ounce glass, occasionally performing tricks, then pulled out a glass, added ice, rubbed some rose salt around the rim, and placed a slice of lemon on top. The prepared cocktail was poured into the glass, and Ella sealed it with whipped egg whites, finally pushing the drink in front of Yanxia. Now, when Ella spoke, the ground of the entire 100-eyed star trembled slightly. The planetary propulsion system was activated. Yanxia calmly picked up the dust-colored drink and asked, "What is this called?" "Dream." Yanxia gulped down the drink, feeling a fiery heat, as if swallowing a chili pepper. "How can one escape the loneliness of life? My sorrowful emotions know no limits. The old star's dream returns, and upon waking tears flow. Who can ascend the high towers? Longing for the clear autumn skies. The past has become empty like a dream." Yanxia used to dislike poetry because he was always forced to recite it, and he could not feel emotions through poetry. Only now, being in this moment, could he truly understand what poetry conveyed. When the planetary propulsion system is activated, it is also the time for us to leave this planet. Although the planet moved at a speed of 250 km/s, it would still take 3,600 years to reach Proxima Centauri. That was too slow. The Hope has been equipped with an antimatter annihilation propulsion system. What is the current speed? Previously, the Hope used an electromagnetic propulsion system and was supposed to be upgraded to a nuclear fusion propulsion system. However, due to encountering the Hundred-Eyed Clan, they developed antimatter annihilation for weapons, so they simply researched a more powerful antimatter annihilation propulsion system. This was considered a leap in civilization. 3220 km/s, Ella replied. This speed was more than double the previous one. In theory, as long as acceleration is maintained, any object should be able to approach the speed of light. The speed of antimatter annihilation energy should allow the ship to accelerate to 10 of the speed of light. But that was just a hypothesis. The weight of the ship in the hypothesis differs too much from the actual weight. A massive ship like the Hope already weighed 74 million tons. To accelerate such a colossal object to 10 of the speed of light, even under perfect conditions, would require at least 18 million tons of antimatter, nearly a quarter of the ship's weight, which was almost impossible. In reality, acceleration wouldn't be the only concern. One must also consider how to decelerate afterward, as there are no brakes in space. The theoretical acceleration ultimately leads to a futile demise. The actual situation might be to accelerate the ship to 10 of the speed of light, and then collide with the target planet, causing a mass extinction of the target planet's life. After finishing his drink, Yanxia went to eat. Once fully satisfied, he began to organize matters. Although Ella could consider everything comprehensively, Yanxia still needed to take personal action to solve issues in a way that aligned with human emotions. If everything were left to Ella, it would only lead to conflicts between machine ideologies and sentient life ideologies. Before leaving the Hundred-Eyed Star, Yanxia needed to ensure that Ella settled everything for the Hundred-Eyed Clan. This also included a blockade on the technology of the Hundred-Eyed Clan, ensuring they wouldn't overturn their rule during the 3,600 years it took to reach Proxima Centauri. Currently, the number of regular robots in the Hundred-Eyed Star had increased to 300 million, surpassing the total population of the Hundred-Eyed Clan. All cities had achieved full mechanization, preventing any biological beings within the Hundred-Eyed Clan from wielding threatening weapons. These preparations consumed an entire month of Yanxia's time. Finally, Ella completed the inspection of all the ships. Yanxia, we now have 157 ships, including 4 main fleets and 1 reconnaissance fleet. All ships have been equipped with the latest antimatter main cannons and high-energy laser weapons, and the magnetic shields have also been upgraded. The small fighters now loaded in the ships have also been updated to the 3rd generation, utilizing antimatter annihilation energy as power capable of reaching speeds of 7,810 km/s. In addition to these ships, the main ship of the 2nd fleet has been replaced with a warship excavated from underground, where I restored most of the equipment from the light civilization, integrating it with our own. With our current combat power, we can wage war against civilizations of level 1, 6, or above. All warships are now ready in space. Are we going to leave the Hundred-Eyed Star now? Yanxia thought about what else needed to be done, and after a moment, he felt everything was ready. Take off. It's time to bid farewell to this planet. Actually, I quite like the current Hundred-Eyed Star, but unfortunately, it is not a planet suitable for human habitation. Upon awakening, Yanxia had been to many places on the Hundred-Eyed Star. After Ella's modifications, the Hundred-Eyed Star had indeed become much more beautiful, more in line with human aesthetics. Ignite the first stage of the propulsion platform. Begin leaving the Hundred-Eyed Star. The entire ship shook violently as the Hope was pushed into the air by a platform. Due to its excessive weight, the Hope needed a second stage of acceleration to break free from the gravity of the Hundred-Eyed Star. When the platform reached an altitude of 60 kilometers, the engines of the Hope ignited, and at 210 kilometers above the ground, the Hope broke free from the immense gravity of the Hundred-Eyed Star. Yanxia saw the Hundred-Eyed Star getting smaller on the screen. At that moment, all the lights on the planet illuminated. From space, the Hundred-Eyed Star appeared colorful, like an eye in deep space, watching as the fleet led by the Hope departed, resembling a giant neon light. Behind this neon light was a bright tail following their ship. However, the more they chased, the farther it became. Switch. Aim for our unchanging goal. Let's conquer that place. After distancing himself from the Hundred-Eyed Star, Yanxia did not immediately enter a state of slumber. He tested his body, which had reached perfection in all aspects. Weighing 95 kilograms with a bench press of 290 kilograms, a squat of 430 kilograms, and a deadlift of 410 kilograms. There was still a gap compared to the data provided by Ella, but he was not a professional athlete and did not need to spend a lot of time pushing himself to the limit. Standing in the gym, there was also a 30-square-meter room beside him. Inside was his latest sleep pod, whiwhich was connected to a multitude of wires. It seems everything is ready. Has it been tested? Yanxia inquired, feeling somewhat uneasy about this technology as it intrudes into the brain to directly read consciousness. In various science fiction works, people can even use this technology to read thoughts within the brain. Even if not invaded, accidents could lead to memory loss, turning one into an idiot or, in severe cases, brain death. Don't worry, Yanxia, this technology has been accumulated and tested for a century. I have cultivated tens of thousands of brains from your cells. Aside from losing a few thousand at the start, the subsequent brains are all intact. As Ella spoke these words, Yanxia pictured the scene of Ella conducting research and gasped in surprise. Though still somewhat apprehensive, the temptation of this technology was too great for him. On Earth, humanity envisioned two futures, and indeed, they were progressing towards both. One was the deep development of a virtual world to solve the population problem. The other was extraterrestrial colonization. Now he could say he was advancing in parallel on both fronts, as the two did not conflict with each other. In the long journey of the universe, even a super recluse could not continuously play on their phone or computer for entertainment. A truly immersive virtual world was the optimal solution. How will you solve the latency issue? The spaceship was moving away from the mainframe, which would inevitably cause delays. Then you'll have to settle for watching recordings. Everything you experience will be transmitted as footage, including interactions with characters. You don't need to worry about communication with other players, as you can only chat in real time through a friend's interface. If you need virtual chatting, I can also have all the characters in the recordings be controlled by the mainframe to communicate with you in real time. Light speed. This is an insurmountable chasm. Yanxia had considered this issue, but was curious about Ella's solution. In fact, it wasn't unacceptable. It was akin to playing a single-player game with a chat software installed. Yanxia walked into the adjacent bathroom for a quick shower, drying off the water droplets with a towel. He entered the room, and the sleep pod was at least twice the size of those he had used before. Looking inside, it was not a soft bed or chair, but a special jelly-like viscous liquid. Ella also came over to explain to Yanxia. This is a special cooling liquid that won't freeze and can perfectly maintain your body's condition. The reason for switching to this is to ensure that your brain remains active during slumber. This liquid can provide ample oxygen and nutrients to the brain. However, this method of slumber requires you to prepare, as you need to inhale this liquid into your lungs. The brain is an extremely energy-consuming organ. Although it does not occupy a significant percentage of the body, it still requires a substantial amount. A body in slumber for decades or centuries cannot guarantee such energy supply. Upon seeing this liquid, Yanxia thought of something similar: fluorocarbon compounds that allow humans to breathe in liquid. However, this was clearly different, as fluorocarbon compounds can only remain inert at room temperature, while his slumber state would be at 262 degrees Celsius. He lay down inside. Initially, there was a strong feeling of suffocation, as if he were choking on water, but as the liquid filled his lungs, that sensation gradually faded, and he returned to calm. A wave of drowsiness washed over him as he slowly closed his eyes. He did not know how long had passed when he finally opened his eyes again, only to find not a spaceship, but an expansive green prairie extending as far as the eye could see. The sky was a deep blue, the clouds were pale white, and the wind brushed past, tousling his hair and causing the grass to ripple like a green sea. In the distance, a group of horses frolicked joyfully, and a flock of egrets took flight, soaring into the sky. He opened his arms and took a deep breath, feeling indescribably fresh, as if he had truly returned to that world, to that earth. Yanxia. A crisp voice came from behind him. Yanxia turned around only to see a white-haired girl, standing at less than 1.5 meters tall. Beneath her willow-like brows were almond-shaped eyes, her lashes fluttering like snow-white feathers. She wore a white knee-length dress adorned with floral patterns, paired with matching round-toed cloth shoes. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist, and her delicate skin, tinged with a rosy hue, resembled uncut jade. She was not extraordinarily beautiful, but resembled a neighbor's younger sister, exuding a certain warmth. In front of Yanxia, she twirled around her skirt, blooming like a fresh flower, her face adorned with a cheerful smile, as she emitted a clear bell-like laugh. Ella. Yanxia found it hard to accept for a moment. After all, in reality, Ella rarely interacted with him through holographic projection. Most of their communication was through that silicone robot. Now her appearance was a 3D version of the original 2D character with a vastly different aura. To prevent you from getting bored, I've also registered a character to accompany you on adventures in this world. Is this what it feels like to be a human with flesh and blood? Ella curiously pinched the flesh on her arm. After releasing it, it bounced back with a soft sound, and the area slowly turned slightly red. This world could simulate all 5 senses: vision, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. Hee, this is wonderful. Yanxia watched in horror from the side. Ella, don't do that, I'm a bit scared. She looked too human, too much like a woman. Yanxia even felt as if a real person stood before him. Ella puffed up her cheeks in anger. What do you mean, Yanxia? Don't you want me to keep you company? At this moment, Yanxia lowered his head to the ground, seemingly searching for something. Ella curiously leaned over and asked, "What are you looking for, Yanxia? Did you not see? A ground full of goosebumps." "Ah, Yanxia, you naughty boy." Ella stomped her feet in frustration, looking adorably excessive. Yanxia had originally planned to venture through this world alone, but now he felt that having a person by his side might not be so bad. He pulled up his interface, looking at his mediocre attributes. Level 1 base attributes of strength, agility, stamina, and intelligence are all 10 points. No skills, no weapons, no accessories, no talents. Looks like I have to start from scratch. Yanxia was filled with determination. Although he could have Ella give him a max-level character, what would be the point? He didn't need to show off to anyone, he just wanted to experience the joy of exploration and adventure. This world blended elements of cultivation, martial arts, literature, soul, paths, magic, and fighting spirit, along with all the legends and monsters found in games on Earth. According to the information Yanxia had previously gathered, the total number of creatures in the world was 10 quintillion, with 3.9 billion species, among which there were 700 million wild monsters and 3 million intelligent beings, with 1.7 billion kingdoms. There were no limits on levels or attributes, and currently the NPCs in the world were at a relatively weak level, growing alongside the players. The time to Proxima Centauri is 283 years, and he would embark on a new journey of growth in this massive virtual world, which spans 0.5 light years and 47 trillion kilometers. In the span of 283 years, the virtual world Divine Awakening welcomed a top-tier cultivator in the transformation stage, a renowned swordsman in white, a black-robed sorcerer residing in a high tower, a silver-armored knight leading thousands into battle, an illustrious monarch sweeping across the land, a top assassin lurking in the shadows, the chief adventurer of the Adventurers Association, a mage capable of summoning thunder, a hero slaying dragons, and a high priest awakening the powers of ancient totems. Everything is both real and illusory. As Yanxia opened his eyes, he also detached from all of this. What a fulfilling 283 years. Compared to the past, it is far more meaningful to spend these wasted years in a virtual world than to inexplicably sleep through hundreds of years. He sat up, and white vapor began to emerge from his nostrils and mouth. A robot standing beside the cryostasis pod said the liquid in the cryostasis pod evaporates at temperatures exceeding 50 degrees Celsius, transforming from liquid to gas. This helps to expel toxins from the body. Welcome back, Yanxia. Looking at the robot before him, Yanxia felt a tremendous sense of disparity. After all, the Ella in the virtual world was so sweet and lovely, often acting spoiled. Yanxia ignored Ella as he left the cryostasis pod, then dressed and headed toward the cockpit. "Yanxia, why aren't you answering me? Has our long time together made you weary of me? Or is it that the liquid damaged your vocal cords?" Ella followed closely behind him, incessantly asking questions, clearly knowing everything. With Ella's current intelligence, it was easy to deduce that Yanxia simply did not want to engage. However, Ella did not choose that answer, and instead made a more human-like decision, persistently probing for answers. Upon entering the cockpit, the screen had already begun displaying what Yanxia wanted to see. Two enormous stars, one slightly larger than the sun, with a spectrum similar to and golden yellow, and the other slightly smaller with an orange hue. These two stars are known as the Southern Gate double stars, namely Southern Gate 2A and Southern Gate 2B. Arriving here signifies their simultaneous entry into the Centaurus constellation. Proxima Centauri b is not a planet of either star in this binary system. At this moment, Yanxia's target is shrouded in the light of both stars. It is a red dwarf star with only 12.2 the mass of the Sun, orbiting around the barycenter of Southern Gate 2A and Southern Gate 2B, known as Proxima Centauri or Southern Gate 2C. From Yanxia's perspective, it is as if Southern Gate 2A and Southern Gate 2B are holding hands, rotating in the middle of a playground, while Proxima Centauri runs around them on the playground, which is closer to a circular shape. The distance between the two giant stars is only 23 astronomical units, a distance comparable to a star in the solar system located between Uranus and Neptune. Proxima Centauri is located 0.2 light years from the barycenter of the two stars, and has three companions: Proxima Centauri b, Proxima Centauri c, and Proxima Centauri d. Among them, Proxima Centauri c is a massive rocky planet 7 times the mass of Earth, but 1.5 astronomical units away from Proxima Centauri. This distance is just right in our solar system, but as a red dwarf star, Proxima Centauri's surface temperature is too low, only 2,800 degrees Celsius, far below the Sun's 6,000 degrees Celsius. Thus, the temperature on Proxima Centauri c drops to 230 degrees Celsius, nearly equivalent to the surface temperature of Beta Pictoris. Without abundant geothermal heat, it is unlikely to support civilization. Although Proxima Centauri d ranks lower, it is actually the closest planet to Proxima Centauri, at less than 5 million kilometers away, building a railway to Proxima Centauri would take only a year and a half using early 21st century high-speed trains. Its surface temperature could be close to 100 degrees Celsius, especially since its mass is only 26 that of Earth, making it very difficult to develop civilization. Only Proxima Centauri b lies within the habitable zone of this red dwarf system, making it the most suitable planet for human survival and the best candidate for the birth of civilization. Let's stop here. Yin Xia did not plan to land directly on the surface of Proxima Centauri b. After all, it was still uncertain whether civilization existed there. Send the Falcon to scout, ensure it remains stealthy, and does not approach the planet's surface. If a planet has advanced civilization, its surface will possess numerous structures visible through a powerful telescope. Ella analyzed Proxima Centauri b. What do you think is the probability of this planet giving rise to civilization? Planets like Beta Pictoris can even develop level 1 civilizations. Therefore, the probability of this planet, which is incredibly suitable for life, is at least 10,000 times that of Beta Pictoris. 1372. Under our close observation, Proxima Centauri b is 1.52 times the size of Earth, slightly larger than previously predicted. This mass creates a denser atmosphere, although it is too close to Proxima Centauri and is tidally locked, resulting in one side being too cold and the other too hot. However, the atmosphere can distribute heat more evenly across the planet's surface, allowing the entire planet to share the heat, which results in Proxima Centauri's predicted daytime temperature being only 46 degrees Celsius, while the nighttime temperature is 82 degrees Celsius. The average temperature in its twilight zone is around 10 degrees Celsius, making it most suitable for life. Moreover, the eccentricity of Proxima Centauri b is only 0.17, and the orbital resonance ratio is merely 3.2, indicating it is overall quite stable. The probability of civilization arising on its surface may be even higher than this. In summary, the probability is very high. After 12 days of flight, the Falcon crossed a distance of 57 astronomical units and finally approached Proxima Centauri b, now only 4 astronomical units away. Here the head of the Falcon scout began to detach, and a 3-meter diameter telescope was aimed at Proxima Centauri b, capturing humanity's first ultra-clear image of Proxima Centauri in 3 days, with a pixel count reaching 70 trillion. After another 19 minutes, the Hope ship received the image. After processing, Ella maximized the photo. On the dark side of Proxima Centauri b, numerous light points were evenly distributed across its surface. Yin Xia immediately felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. If each light point represented a cluster of buildings, the level of development on Proxima Centauri would be exceedingly high. The Falcon transmitted back a second image. Ella spoke at this moment and displayed the second image, showing Proxima Centauri c. It also revealed numerous bright spots. At this point, it could be definitively confirmed that the civilization level on Proxima Centauri b is no lower than level 1. Ella scanned for all interstellar dust within a 10 astronomical unit radius, dispatched the scout 30 astronomical units away to ensure there are no warships from that civilization. All warships prepare to activate defense systems and enter combat mode. Reel and the Falcon do not act rashly. The entire fleet will remain silent for 1 month to ensure the civilization on Proxima Centauri has not discovered us. A series of commands was issued. Yin Xia had to be cautious. They observed the civilization on Proxima Centauri, but they also had to consider that the civilization there might have already observed them. A month is not long, yet in such a tense environment, each day feels like a year. As the month ended, the surrounding investigations reached their midpoint, revealing no discoveries. Meanwhile, Yin Xia instructed Ella to investigate Proxima Centauri, discovering that there is only a narrow passage between Proxima Centauri b and Proxima Centauri c. Beyond this passage, the civilization on Proxima Centauri b does not venture out. Even their warships remain at the planetary surface, completely absent beyond 0.1 astronomical units. This civilization resembles an ant drawn within a circle. Although it can see and walk outside the circle, the scent of the ink is repulsive and frightening, causing it to remain within that circle. This is Yin Xia's assessment of this civilization. Ella, what do you perceive the level of this civilization to be? Through a month of observation, they had gathered more information. Evaluating their ship's speed, energy utilization, and rate of development, they concluded it to be around level 1.8. This is an exceptionally advanced civilization, potentially having developed for thousands of years. Judging by the number of ships, they also possess a vast population, at least over 10 billion. A difference of 0.1 levels in civilization corresponds to a 10-fold discrepancy in total energy. Strictly speaking, Yin Xia's fleet, combined with the current technological sharing from the Bayan tribe, would take around another 100 years to reach level 1.7. This civilization is significantly stronger than Yin Xia's current fleet. Initially, Yin Xia planned to retreat. However, upon discovering this civilization's characteristics, he decided to observe a little longer. We should be able to simulate the appearance of their ships. We need to infiltrate this civilization to gather their information. Half a month later, a ship resembling a steel jellyfish with a square front and dozens of tubular independent thrusters advanced towards this civilization. After 40 days of travel, it reached the outer space of Proxima Centauri C. However, before getting close, it was destroyed. Almost within the next 2 days, the passageway between Proxima Centauri B and Proxima Centauri C was closed. The lights in the dark regions of the planet vanished, and even the defensive warships in the outer space of the two planets began to shut down. On the third day, a machine spider half a meter in diameter landed in an uninhabited area of Proxima Centauri C, surrounded by discarded industrial debris where hundreds of robots were processing the garbage. Due to the presence of civilization, this place was not as cold as initially expected. The planet had become habitable after injecting large amounts of greenhouse gases. The robots did not resemble humans, possessing only a simple box-like exterior, extending two mechanical arms to grasp the garbage. They floated in the air using electromagnetic force, capable of handling objects weighing several tons. The machine spider jumped onto one of the garbage processing robots, slipping through the gaps in its exterior and dismantling its core for modification. The garbage robot fell from the sky, appearing to be scrapped. No biological entity attended to it, and the other robots were busy with their tasks, clearly lacking high intelligence. After completing a circuit board inside the garbage processing robot, the machine spider extracted its main control chip and soldered it onto the board. The garbage processing robot began to awaken, disassembling the machine spider into countless pieces, mixing them with the garbage, then started working like the other garbage processing robots. This continued for a week. The garbage processing robot gradually approached the edge of the entire garbage dump. It saw the life of this world. They possessed heavy bodies standing about 2.5 meters tall, with skins as rough as rocks, 3 pairs of legs resembling those of a rhinoceros, and sturdy torsos parallel to the ground, like earth animals lacking tails, and their bodies were somewhat cramped. At the front of their bodies was a massive head resembling a fleshy tumor covered in 10 pairs of bone spines, with a head over half a meter in diameter, but possessing only one eye slightly larger than a human's. Of vision did not seem to be their primary sense. From their shoulders grew a pair of secondary limbs capable of grasping, while their true main limbs were 4 flexible tentacles emerging from their chins. These creatures appeared more like legendary monsters, yet they were indeed the rulers of this planet, resembling the Bayan tribe, exceeding human aesthetic limits. Their mouths were the most human-like feature, resembling a mantis with fangs, and the 4 flexible tentacles functioned more like claws, assisting in feeding, but with evolution, they had taken on more primary roles. The robot listened to the sounds emitted by these creatures. Unlike their appearance, these beings' voices were highly rhythmic, light, and possessed a strong penetrating power. Moreover, the overall sound fell within the ultrasonic range, reaching frequencies inaudible to human ears. None of these intelligent beings noticed that a robot was observing them amidst the garbage. They moved back and forth, exhibiting a complexity akin to human society. The robot collected these observations and transmitted them to the cosmos as light, ultimately received and analyzed by Ella. Light can convey more complex information than sound. By analyzing, I have mastered the language of this civilization, and now I will translate it for you. Yanxia. Yanxia reclined in a massage chair, enjoying the massage from the mechanical arms of the chair. Ella played back the information obtained. Have you heard? We have discovered traces of an alien civilization and shot down one of their ships. Nonsense, I was close at the time. That ship merely deviated from its course due to an accident. That was just a ship made by the alien civilization, imitating us just to blend in with us. Is there really an alien civilization? The universe is so vast, how could there be only one civilization? There must be others. If there are higher civilizations than ours, we must hide well and not let them discover us. No, could it be that higher civilizations have already discovered us? What would they do? Don't worry, the higher-ups haven't sent any messages. It may just be a misunderstanding. According to existing theories, the universe is a battlefield where all civilizations are hostile to each other, hiding like us. If a civilization is discovered, higher civilizations will not tolerate lower ones and will directly use weapons to destroy them. Exactly, as long as we continue to hide, we won't be discovered by alien civilizations. We are still too weak and need to develop until we reach our limits. In these words, Yanxia sensed a familiar feeling. The dark forest theory. Ella nodded. Indeed, this civilization seems to have been hiding and developing, not wanting to be discovered and destroyed by alien civilizations. They have retracted their warships to the surface of the planet, and most of their previous reactions stemmed from this consensus. Yanxia felt a sense of wonder. It was a blend of fiction and reality. A saying goes, reality is more magical than imagination. He smiled. Ella, perhaps we can conquer this civilization. The dark forest law is a derivative of the Fermi paradox. Its foundation lies in the notion that survival is paramount for civilization and everything in the universe is finite. Thus, civilizations must continuously expand and grow. Consequently, civilizations in the universe cannot avoid conflict. To acquire more resources, they must conquer other civilizations. Moreover, communication between civilizations is exceedingly difficult. The mindset of those who are not of my kind must have different hearts makes it challenging for civilizations in the universe to convey goodwill towards one another. From what Yin-Xia has seen and heard, his perspective of the universe is not much different from that of the Dark Forest Law, just as exemplified by their conflict with the Baiyin clan. The Baiyin clan launched an attack on them immediately because they could not ascertain the intentions of the Hope vessel entering their star domain. They had no way of knowing whether Yin-Xia harbored malicious intent towards their civilization, nor could they judge whether Yin-Xia perceived them as a threat. In a situation devoid of certainty, the best course of action is to strike first to avoid being preempted by the enemy. The development speed of the Baiyin clan is vastly different from that of humanity, which further validates another argument of the Dark Forest Law: technological explosions. Despite this, Yin-Xia himself does not agree with the Dark Forest Law. One crucial point states that once a coordinate is exposed, regardless of whether a civilization genuinely exists at that coordinate, it will inevitably be subjected to random assaults. For instance, if there are 1 million civilizations in the Milky Way, once the coordinate of one civilization is revealed, 900 may choose to remain passive, while 900 may choose to investigate. Inevitably, there will be some civilizations that make a different choice and randomly attack in that direction. Under this premise, the Dark Forest Law is established: all civilizations in the universe strive to conceal themselves, much like hunters lurking in a forest. However, during development, a level 1 civilization cannot discern whether the external world is a dark forest. Just as those 1,000 civilizations that choose to attack, there will also be civilizations that opt for blind rapid expansion, and such civilizations are certainly not few. The fastest speed in the universe is the speed of light. If a civilization observes for 100 years and finds no other civilizations within 100 light years, can it use that time to expand into other star systems? Moreover, if there exists a supreme civilization in this universe that has found no other civilization more advanced than itself, its only path to development would require it to break through this universe and witness the world beyond, which necessitates integrating the energy of the entire universe. Does that mean the dark forest cannot be sustained? In this forest, there might not only be hunters and prey, but also campers by the fire, tigers fighting for territory, hawks circling overhead, mice believing they remain undetected, and even civilizations like the Trisolarans that must migrate due to environmental issues. Thus, how can the dark forest be maintained? The Dark Forest Law avoids these points, placing civilizations in an extreme state of hidden hunters and discovered prey. Yet Yin-Xia cannot refute that the Dark Forest Law is wrong, for it is a result derived through reverse deduction. Just as he has observed, he does not see a vibrant universe filled with life and noise, but only a vast silence. However, in his journey of 4 light years, he has already encountered 2 high-level civilizations. Yin-Xia does not care about the validity of the Dark Forest Law. He has ample time to verify what this universe truly is. What he finds amusing is the civilizations that genuinely adhere to the Dark Forest Law. Hiding oneself inevitably reduces the means of detecting the outside world. Thus, if there exists a true disruptor under conditions of unequal information, that civilization can only await its demise. If civilizations are hunters, they too will experience hunger, fatigue, confusion, and a lack of patience. They will want to know if there are perceived enemies behind the tree across from them. Thus, hunters do not merely wait for prey, they may also take the initiative to strike. While a civilization strives to conceal itself, it should also be aware that in this forest there may be a pair of eyes watching and observing them. Yin-Xia refers to such civilizations as observers. They could be a supreme civilization or one of those 900 that could not resist investigating. Among those 900 civilizations may find nothing, but 100 civilizations have discovered the target civilization lurking and observing, salivating, and waiting hungrily. And now Yin-Xia is the observer of the civilization on Proxima Centauri b, and this observer has already begun preparations to enjoy this feast. Ella, is the creation complete? 50 years have passed since the exploration of the Proxima Centauri b civilization began. During these 50 years, Yin-Xia has been instructing Ella to undertake a task: to collect materials from the surrounding asteroids to construct something. It's finished, Yin-Xia, Ella replied, and released an image of the creation. It was a colossal structure with the Hope vessel appearing minuscule in its presence. Standing at 27300 meters tall, and with a diameter of 5439 meters, it resembled a massive cylindrical tower akin to the Tower of Babel from ancient Babylonian mythology. In fact, it truly is the Tower of Babel. It represents the pinnacle of all of Ella's technology, utilizing light civilization alloys on the exterior, combining light technology and matter technology, and equipped with the largest magnetic shield. It extensively employs virtual reality technology and holographic projection technology. It is a colossal challenge tower. To reach its highest level, one must enter from the bottom and ascend through 200 levels to the top. Based on your observations, does the civilization on Proxima Centauri B possess the capability to breach its defenses? Ella asked confidently. The energy sources of this civilization are actually similar to those of humanity and do not possess photon or quark-level particle weapons. We have infused the Tower of Babel with 90 of the antimatter accumulated over these years. Even if all of that civilization's weapons bombarded it, can withstand 7 to 10 Earth days. Combining the plan you devised, we should achieve absolute certainty. In my simulations, the success rate is as high as 84.25. Yanxia frowned. He felt this probability was not sufficient. Let's wait. Begin when this probability reaches 90. Another plan can commence execution now. Ella nodded vigorously and stood at attention before Yanxia, saluting. As you command, Captain. Since exiting the virtual world, Ella had become much more agile, occasionally exhibiting inexplicable eccentricities. Yanxia ignored her and repeatedly reviewed the information he had obtained. The latest message received was, the robot had begun to infiltrate the information network of the Proxima Centauri civilization, widely spreading news of an impending invasion by a higher civilization while predicting that a tall tower would descend. This kind of information was not conspicuous within that civilization and did not attract any special attention. However, it spread extensively, and many beings on Proxima Centauri B had seen this information, which was precisely the effect he sought to achieve. This will be a conquest without gunpowder. After spending such a long time in the virtual world, Yanxia had also gained more growth, especially during his time as a king, which provided him with richer experiences and knowledge on how to utilize information and psychology rather than violence and warfare. Babel can also be referred to as Babylon. In the ancient Babylonian language, both mean the gate of God. In the Bible, the Tower of Babel is a high tower constructed by humanity in hopes of reaching heaven. To thwart humanity, God made them speak different languages and use different scripts, preventing communication among them, which led to the emergence of numerous races and nations. This tower was only half constructed and remained unfinished. In the year 1980, Ella spent 70 years completing the Babel Tower. The tower soared towards Proxima Centauri B, its exterior resembling a pointed seashell adorned with spiral patterns, its surface akin to a silver mirror radiating blinding light from its false windows, exuding an aura of sanctity and majesty. Just as it approached 30 astronomical units from Proxima Centauri, the civilization there had already discovered this colossal structure. Chaos ensued throughout their civilization. The alien civilization they feared had indeed arrived. The leaders of the civilization convened to discuss a solution over several days. Attack. Use every means possible to destroy that spaceship. Almost simultaneously, images of the ship spread rapidly within their civilization, causing some beings to freeze in astonishment upon seeing its appearance. A powerful hunter does not hide, but considers the surroundings as his hunting ground. One day, the object of civilization's fear will inevitably arrive. It is a high tower emitting a brilliant silver light. Whether it carries goodwill or malice is unknown, but that tower suspended alone in the universe will neither attack, nor can it be destroyed. It opens its doors awaiting entry. At the top of the tower lies a civilization's secret treasure attainable through numerous trials. Is it a gift from civilization or its poison? It waits there ready to be taken. Whoever retrieves the secret treasure will become an envoy of a higher civilization wielding supreme power and unparalleled military might capable of enabling civilization to achieve a leap forward. They will become the hero of civilization immortalized. This information had been disseminated across the information network of their civilization for decades, yet no one ever paid it any mind, treating it merely as another prophecy that provided emotional satisfaction. But now the real thing had appeared before their eyes, and this information spread across their civilization at a speed thousands of times faster than in previous decades. Soon enough, high-ranking officials came out to dispel the rumors. This is just a coincidence. We have hundreds of millions of such prophecies. No matter the circumstances surrounding encounters with alien civilizations, one will always be similar. We have mobilized the weapons of the entire civilization intending to destroy it. We cannot submit or retreat, otherwise the consequence will be the extinction of civilization. In the universe, there shall be no trace of us. We evolved over billions of years and birthed civilization after tens of millions of years of accumulation. We should not meet such an end. At this moment, we must act like a spear piercing the throat of the enemy's scout, making them hesitate and fear. The intense declaration still echoed in their minds. Days later, a large number of warships were deployed. The largest flagship was a perfect sphere somewhat reminiscent of the Heart of Gold from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but larger with a diameter of 1.0 meters resembling a miniature planet. Behind it was a massive thruster with a diameter of 2 kilometers powered by dark matter kinetic energy. Dark matter was first proposed on Earth in 1922. In the universe, dark matter likely constitutes 85% of the total mass, while the visible matter we can observe makes up only 15%. It originated from the hypothesis proposed when celestial motions did not conform to Newton's law of universal gravitation and remained theoretical until humanity's destruction in 2037. However, upon truly entering the universe, Ella could confirm that dark matter indeed exists. It possesses mass, its speed cannot reach the speed of light, interacts very weakly with light, and only participates in gravitational interactions, excluding electromagnetic and strong interactions. Dark matter is extremely stable and not easily detectable. This substance differs fundamentally from the matter we can see. It exhibits inertia in the universe. Dark matter is a type of low-energy substance exhibiting only weak interaction, which is quite weak to the extent that it does not react significantly even with quarks. Ella speculated that dark matter only interacts with strings. It remains a speculation because Ella's technology has not yet reached the level of discovering strings. The substance closest to dark matter is the sterile neutrino, although sterile neutrinos are still somewhat stronger compared to dark matter. Although dark matter is very low energy and interacts only through gravity at the macroscopic level. However, dark matter can decay to release vast amounts of energy, and due to its widespread existence in the universe, it is a resource-rich substance that can be produced through the fission and fusion of matter, giving it potential as an energy source. Yet utilizing dark matter energy is relatively difficult, even more so than antimatter energy. Only civilizations of a very high level can detect dark matter and harness it as an energy source. The Proxima Centauri civilization is such a civilization. However, they are still in the relatively early stages of utilizing dark matter. The spacecraft of Proxima Centauri BS civilization is incredibly cumbersome. Their civilization developed without the need for long-distance travel, hence, they never advanced in that regard. No entity can rely solely on theory, as civilizations that have traveled through the universe will inherently possess stronger long-distance travel capabilities than those that have never ventured into space. After the spaceship activated, it flew towards the tower. The massive spaceship speed was only 1584 km/s, which naturally overshadowed the previous electromagnetic-powered vehicle Yenxia. However, Yenxia's fleet had long since upgraded to a more advanced power system. 21 days later, the spaceship arrived within 10 astronomical units of the tower, the range at which their civilization's weapons could hit. The front part of the entire spherical spaceship began to open like petals into 6 segments. These petals did not connect to the main body, but flew approximately 50 kilometers away from the spherical spaceship as independent bodies. Forming a semicircle with a diameter of 110 kilometers, the central ship began emitting intense light, while 6 components unleashed bolts of lightning at least 100 meters thick. These bolts of lightning formed a circle in space resembling a magical array from a distance, exuding terrifying power. When the energy reached its peak, the captain of the spaceship shouted, "Launch." There was no observable matter. Just as the antimatter shot fired by Yenxia against the Eye of 100 Stars had been invisible to that civilization, the projectiles fired by antimatter weapons were also invisible to them. Dark matter energy shot towards the Tower of Babel at 99.28 of the speed of light. Our civilization is sacred and inviolable. Any civilization that dares to enter our star system will be destroyed. The captain's tentacles waved. The first 2 pairs of its 3 pairs of legs leaped up and slammed heavily against the floor of the spaceship. Over 300 soldiers within the spaceship also roared in unison, mimicking the same action, resembling an uplifting gesture similar to humans raising their fists above their heads. At a distance of 10 astronomical units, it would take 84 minutes to reach. There were no screens within the spaceship, but their bodies had been modified to directly transmit information to their neural centers, allowing them to perceive similar images in their minds without needing to see with their eyes. They waited. After 168 minutes, they witnessed the terrifying dark matter bomb strike the Tower of Babel, releasing vast amounts of high-energy photons upon detonation. These photons escaped in all directions, forming a colossal light sphere with a diameter of 1000 kilometers. In the next moment, this light sphere collapsed, rapidly condensing into a molecular-sized energy body, which then exploded once more. This continued for a total of 6 times, marking the true end of this assault. The total energy released in those 6 explosions was approximately 27 trillion tons of TNT equivalent. This is our victory. For the first time facing an attack from an alien civilization, we have defended our homeland. The captain shouted again as this spaceship was to their civilization what nuclear-powered aircraft carriers armed with nuclear warheads were to humans in the 20th and 21st centuries. The dark matter energy cannon is the most powerful weapon of their civilization. In terms of equivalent power, its strength, compared to that of fission nuclear weapons, is 1700 times stronger. Although this is still a certain distance from the 2222 times of matter-antimatter annihilation, it is not far off. They had only mastered the most basic technology of dark matter utilization. This proves that the potential of high-energy dark matter energy may surpass that of matter-antimatter annihilation. The captain had turned around, but the information received in its mind caused its excitement to freeze. As the blinding light akin to staring directly at a star in the universe faded, the tower still stood tall, completely unscathed, as if the explosion had never occurred. How is this possible? It was as if humanity had used a hydrogen bomb with an equivalent of 100 million tons to obliterate a city. The bomb exploded, yet the entire city remained untouched, not even a speck of dust falling from the walls of any building. This scene traveled to Proxima b after another 168 minutes. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Although the voices of high-ranking civilization echoed in their minds, the entire world fell into a hushed stillness. At this moment, no life form thought that the speeches from the high civilization might have been mere recordings. They shed their calm and became engulfed in terror. Countless beings rushed to the places where resources were concentrated, beginning a frenzied scramble. The apocalypse. This was a harbinger of the end times. Within their information network, some of their kind began to spread fear. This did not even require Ella to intervene. The beings of a higher civilization naturally possessed superior intelligence, and such intelligence inevitably came with immense complexity. This complexity birthed various life forms with diverse thoughts. Some would fearfully hide themselves while others sought to vent their terror, and yet others desired the comfort of others. Was there a collective consciousness civilization akin to the Zerg from StarCraft? The answer was a possibility of 0.47. The collective consciousness lacked one crucial element: the rich and varied imagination of individuals. Imagination is an exceedingly precious resource, especially among higher civilizations. Why did Yenxia choose to conquer the Hundred-Eyed Clan instead of destroying them? After all, he already had a highly intelligent being like Ella. Because the computational power possessed by Ella was not infinite, it could calculate 100 billion scenarios, while the hundreds of millions of lives of the Hundred-Eyed Clan could provide over billions of similar yet distinct scenarios. As long as there was no being, machine, or other entity possessing infinite computational power or intelligence, the imagination of biological beings remained an extremely valuable resource. Civilizations that possessed this resource were more likely to develop into higher civilizations than those that did not. Yenxia's Babel Tower plan was precisely built upon this principle. Just as in mythology where God divided humanity through language, Yenxia was now using the distinct thoughts of individuals to separate and control a civilization. In the midst of spreading terrifying information, many life forms simultaneously noticed that the account originally announcing the arrival of the tower had posted another message. Almost instantly, its views exceeded 100 million, growing at a rate of 10 million per second. The tower is not a weapon for destroying civilizations, but rather a passport for civilizations. Civilizations possess malice, but they also harbor goodwill. Goodwill is not a form of selflessness, but a form of cooperation. Destruction is inferior to fusion. Of civilizations may plunder, using the imagination of intelligent beings as a resource. For every being possessing high intelligence is a rare treasure. By this standard, the universe may not be a dark forest, but rather a stable federation composed of numerous civilizations. Only civilizations that have obtained the passport can offer their imagination and utilize the imagination of other civilizations within the Federation. Lines of text filled with awe-inspiring cosmic speculation. No being could deny this, just as Yenxia could not deny the dark forest theory, which contained powerful logical chains. Unless one personally observed the true scenes of cosmic civilizations, any rebuttal seemed pale in comparison to these theories. And the theories within this information needed only one support. That was the Babel Tower would not launch an attack. An object that does not attack is naturally not a civilization with malice, and the imagination resource theory would rise to prominence. This is a conspiracy of civilization. A message appeared in the minds of all Proxima life forms, originating from the higher-ups. Because such a coincidence could not occur, a prophecy just happened to predict the tower and then made all beings accept this civilization. Even if this was merely a random prophecy, the higher-ups had to say so. For they could not fathom the malice of the tower civilization. As the passive side, they could not take the initiative to release goodwill, for that would place their civilization at a disadvantage. This was fatal. In warfare, a single erroneous decision could lead to the collapse of an army. In the battlefield of civilizations, even slight errors could lead to the extinction of a civilization. Why not try it? Right? Perhaps we could send a soldier to take a look. The lower echelons of civilization would ignore such risks because all they could see was darkness. With both paths ahead shrouded in mist, they would choose the more secure one. These words would spread, but the higher-ups had their own decisions. Precisely because of this, they were the higher-ups. They needed to make more rational rather than emotional judgments. A large fleet began to mobilize. They were on high alert preparing for a great battle. All 700 warships were lined up at the location where the spherical battleship had originally anchored. The warships began to indiscriminately unleash their ammunition towards the Babel Tower. Countless energy blasts crashed against the magnetic shield of the Babel Tower. Antimatter was being consumed at a terrifying rate. On the other side, hiding behind a small asteroid, Yanxia observed the dwindling numbers on the screen. In one day, we lost 18. 7 of our energy, which is stronger than your original prediction of firepower. Ella had previously predicted a week, meaning 14. 28 per day to sustain for a week, but now the firepower of the Proxima civilization exceeded her prediction by 23. 64. That's good. After all, we cannot completely control the number of weapons and energy levels of this civilization. This is the expected margin of error. Ella's estimates were actually quite close, but after all, they were merely estimates. No one could guarantee whether this civilization would attack in 6 days. At that point, the Babel Tower would exhaust its energy and face the antimatter energy with its shell. Yanxia appeared quite calm. They cannot bombard for so many days. This would be a tremendous drain on their resources. The internal voices would gradually dominate. The higher echelons of that civilization are not machines, but biological beings, and as living beings they will waver and hesitate. Yanxia was also prepared to withdraw. If conquest was impossible, he would retreat and seek other star systems. This was not unacceptable for him at present. It merely meant losing over 300 years of time. He waited, his eyes never leaving the screen, the cabin silent. The second day, the third day, time passed slowly. Until the fourth day, finally the scale of the firepower decreased by 10. A smile finally appeared on Yanxia's face. Dark matter is an extremely difficult substance to collect. The dark matter reserves of the opposing civilization may not be as abundant as we imagined. Of course, it could also be internal conflicts that led them to lower their flags. Regardless of which, I have secured my first victory in this game. The second game has officially begun. Reducing by 10 can lead to greater reductions. By the arrival of the fifth day, the output of the Proxima Centauri civilization had already decreased to 74. 58. The Tower of Babel still shone brilliantly like a firefly in the starry sky, small yet enduring. The Proxima Centauri civilization had begun to grow numb. They had poured 20 of their civilization's energy, yet still could not shake the towering structure. Even the higher echelons of the civilization felt a suffocating pressure. That was merely a tower sent by the other side. If the enemy's fleet were to arrive, could they even destroy one of their ships using all means at their disposal? Chaos. The longer the tower stood, the more chaotic the surface became. We're doomed. We will anger a powerful hunter. Just like prey charging towards a hunter, the hunter will surely raise their weapon and strike down upon the prey. What are those high-ranking officials doing? Do they intend to push our civilization into the abyss? Destruction may just be a moment away. Flee. Escape the galaxy. Every day hundreds of ships flew into outer space, and now the entire civilization's might was focused on that tower, giving them a chance to escape. On the first day, 241 ships took off, with 27 breaking through the atmosphere to escape. The rest were intercepted. More beings saw a glimmer of hope. On the second day, 375 ships took off, with 31 escaping. On the third day, 842 ships took off, with 57 escaping. On the fourth day, the numbers reached a new high, reaching 1,354 ships, showing signs that interception was becoming impossible, with 482 having escaped. By the fifth day, the sight of thousands of ships flying into space made the high-ranking officials furious. Those were the cowards abandoning their civilization. But they were powerless. The instinct of beings is to survive, and then comes everything else. Civilizations, nations, and such organizations are mere shelters for beings providing the most fundamental necessity: stability. If stability ceases to exist, then both civilizations and nations will crumble. If we bombard, furthermore will escape. What can we do? A bunch of bastards. They have no idea how hard we are racking our brains to preserve the civilization. They only understand one thing, and that is to evade. Huff. Now the only two things we can do are to continue attacking or stop attacking. Everyone make a choice. All the high-ranking officials simultaneously visualized the scene in the starry sky. That tower. So majestic, so terrifying, so unbreakable, and so insurmountable. Stop. What about stopping for 1/10 of a revolution? Proxima B takes about 11 Earth days to orbit Proxima Centauri. That would consume even more of our energy. You should know how much we have consumed over the past few days. Now to stop, we are on the verge of losing the stability of our civilization's economy. Energy equals wealth. 30 of energy is equivalent to consuming 30 of a civilization's wealth. Only through inflation can we stabilize the current economic structure of civilization, but if they calculate just a little, they will realize the magnitude. Generally speaking, a 5 fluctuation in energy for an entire civilization is enough to cause significant economic turmoil. And now it was 20. They even avoided thinking about this issue. But why can't they stop? Because even if the economy collapses, there will be a day of reconstruction, but if the civilization is destroyed, it cannot be reborn. They found themselves in a dilemma. They could only repeatedly order more warships to cease fire and reduce their firepower output. By the end of the 5th day, the firepower had dwindled to only 34. 57. As the 6th day arrived, looking at the still intact tower, all the high-ranking officials were mentally and physically exhausted. End it. Continuing to waste effort holds no meaning. We must acknowledge the vast gap between high-level civilizations and ourselves. They had already consumed 23 of their energy. No longer could they continue to pour endlessly into that black hole. Perhaps we should send a ship to explore the surface of that tower. After ceasing fire, they had no more choices. Know that may be a plot from the civilization, we should observe for a longer time. No one knew whether that tower was a Pandora's box. As for the prophecy, the high-ranking officials should not put faith in a prophecy. This is a matter concerning the fate of a civilization and cannot be taken lightly. But on the 2nd day after the decision, they realized something was wrong. Our actions have already angered the high-level civilization, which may cause us to lose the chance to connect with them. We will be excluded from the Civilization Federation. As a civilization, not part of the Federation, we will be destroyed. Energy weapons will cross thousands of light years to reach our star system, just like that star system nearby, over 2,000 years ago, struck, without warning, by high-energy rays, massive planets torn apart, and the entire star system plunged into a stellar proton storm for millions of years. Only by entering the tower and obtaining the civilization's pass can we hope for a chance at forgiveness. These guys. The high-ranking officials felt their minds almost bursting from the information. The most crucial point is that there are indeed beings who would believe it. Although their civilization has reached level 1. 8. Cultural dissemination should be very high, yet this clearly goes beyond what simple culture can comprehend. Because that tower is without origin, unbreakable. This is what all beings of the civilization see. Using what they observe as a theoretical fulcrum, it is easy to derive the subsequent results. Precisely because it is easy to derive, it will be believed by most beings. We have found the source of the prophecy. Images appeared in the minds of all the high-ranking officials. It was a dilapidated, filthy garbage disposal robot, its head already blown apart, and within it they discovered a component vastly different from the entire civilization, a circuit board. But this circuit board was now charred. A conspiracy. A thoroughly orchestrated conspiracy. Disseminate this information. Instantly, all beings received this information in their minds. But it was already too late. The tower proved its might, originating from a higher civilization. How could a higher civilization resort to such petty tricks? This was merely the rhetoric of the high-ranking officials. Even if a higher civilization employed such petty tactics, what of it? They were just disseminating information to avoid unnecessary conflict. Originally, more than half of the ships leaving the planet were headed towards the tower, with more ships taking off from the planet's surface joining that fleet. A massive gloom loomed over the heads of all the high-ranking officials. Since the opposing civilization employed such petty tactics, it indicated that their civilization's level was not as distant as they had originally thought. The information conveyed could be true, but it also had a greater chance of being false. They had already discovered the truth, yet they were powerless to stop it. Tens of thousands of ships accompanied by hundreds of thousands of beings headed towards the tower. They could command their fleet to intercept, but it would be futile. The universe is vast. Once tens of thousands of ships dispersed, the fleet could only resort to force to stop them. If they were to destroy those ships carrying civilians, they could hardly imagine what the civilians still on the planet would do. After all, this was not a decision of a small fraction, but of the majority. When the high-ranking officials do not align with the affirmation of most beings in civilization, they cease to be the high-ranking officials. If they prevent entry into the tower, they would inevitably face internal strife, giving unknown civilizations an opportunity. If they allow it, they would be playing right into the hands of the unknown civilization. Another piece of information arrived. We have already entered the tower, and the first ones in are not those civilians, but our soldiers. This news further disheartened the high-ranking officials. Soldiers possess stronger combat capabilities than civilians, but that does not mean soldiers will interpret the information more deeply than civilians. There are several critical points in this information. 1. To save the civilization. Every individual of the civilization wants to be a savior, They feel the threat just like the high-ranking officials, but their decision-making capabilities are limited, and entering the tower is one of them. 2. To seize power. The civilization behind the tower is immensely powerful, and all individuals want to seize the power granted by the higher civilization, enabling them to achieve social ascension. 3. The civilization is benevolent and weaponless. Entering the tower does not lead to death, and trying it incurs no loss. This is a conspiracy that transcends civilizations, using the facade of peace to stimulate the survival instincts and greed of the beings. No being is devoid of greed, for beings constantly seek energy from the world and the universe, which is the root of greed. Unless a being requires no material and can live forever, they are bound to be greedy. Upon realizing this, all the high-ranking officials seem to see a knife hanging above them with their civilization lying beneath it. They sensed that the only thing they could do was to pray that the other civilization would act, as the prophecy foretold. The Babel Tower's energy remains at 257. This data was received by Ella after the attack had completely ceased. It was almost precisely on the line. If the Proxima civilization attacked for another hour, the Babel Tower's magnetic shield would lose energy, and the entire tower would be melted into a small asteroid by the eruption of dark matter. It may seem like a simple defense and attack, but both consumed the accumulated resources of two civilizations over hundreds of years. Logically, a level 8 Proxima civilization should have 100 times more energy than the current Yinxia civilization and could destroy the Babel Tower with merely one of its energy, with even some surplus left. But how could the energy calculations between civilizations be so simple? Energy is not solely for military purposes. A civilization's social operation also requires a vast amount of energy for residential use, transportation, and large factories, which consume a significant portion of a civilization's energy. The energy available for military use is essentially the surplus energy after accounting for the aforementioned consumption, which can also be called reserve energy. This energy is not only linked to military aspects, but is also closely related to the economy of a civilization, much like a reserve fund. When energy consumption is excessive, a civilization will experience economic turmoil, factories will come to a halt, and society will descend into stagnation and chaos. As a wandering civilization, Yangtze's energy consumed by weapon usage accounts for a staggering 76% of its total energy. This is where Yangtze's confidence lies. The Proxima civilization still has over 70% of its energy available, yet they still have to cease their usage. This civilization still possesses some resilience. Advanced civilizations must have complex structures, and such complexity makes decision-making more cautious. Fortunately, we are facing a level 1.8 civilization. If it were level 1.9 or above, the Babel Tower plan would have no chance of success. Living beings have already entered the tower, so let's activate the Babel Tower. Ella nodded. The Babel Tower has been completed. God has changed his mind. He has placed the finest treasures within the Babel Tower for people to obtain. To claim the treasures, one must undergo numerous trials, each concerning how to become a qualified deity. When people ascend to the top of the tower and discover it is the authority belonging to the gods, they will seize it and become gods themselves. Yinxia, what do you think of this new story? Yinxia sat on the pastor's chair performing bicep curls with a 140-kilogram barbell. After 10 reps to exhaustion, the barbell was caught by a robot. He took a couple of deep breaths. There is room for improvement. A complete story should also be a rich epic. And the reality of documentary always lacks an open-ended conclusion and will have long-lasting repercussions. Humans who become gods will not ascend to heaven, but will return to the human realm, spreading God's gifts, bringing humanity closer to God, calling God their Lord, and worshiping him. God's trial is how to become a qualified deity, and my weapon against the Proxima is humanity's splendid culture. Neither God nor I have deceived you. What God provides is indeed a treasure, and what I offer is indeed a passport to civilization. The beings that obtain this passport will become part of humanity. Babel Tower. Standing before such a colossal structure, the Proxima beings felt an overwhelming sense of awe. It is the tower that has withstood rounds of attacks from their civilization without faltering. It symbolizes a higher civilization. Step inside. One being exclaimed excitedly. Should we not take a look first? Another being hesitated. I shouldn't have come here. One being started to backtrack. But ultimately the first being entered, striding boldly through the 50-meter-tall slender door, resembling a waterfall of white light. What is going on? It marveled at everything before its eyes. Within this tower lay an entire world. This world was completely different from theirs, filled with vibrant colors, bright lights, incredibly dazzling and beautiful. Another being walked in. It shouted, "What are you?" The first being turned its head, and they looked at each other. Do we look like advanced civilization beings now? So ugly, yet for some reason, there is a sense of biological perfection. It seems any being that can develop advanced intelligence is a perfect form evolved over millions of years. Only this body seems far too fragile. According to the prophecy, the tower will give us trials. Has the trial already begun? What should we do? They waited in confusion until hunger struck, at which point they realized they needed to search for food. As the sky gradually darkened, they discovered they needed fire. The next day, heavy rain began to fall, and they suddenly realized they needed a shelter. Survival. Or rather, surviving in the human way, that was their first trial. Tens of thousands of beings entered. After the first trial concluded, thousands awoke to find themselves in darkness facing a bright door. Upon stepping through, they emerged outside the tower once more. They looked at each other in confusion. What have we experienced? They had no memories of being inside the tower. The remaining beings entered the second layer to face their second trial. Cultural poetry. They would experience stories crafted against the backdrop of poetry, becoming the protagonists of those tales, and then reciting the poetry themselves. Those who felt touched would be considered to have passed the trial, while those who did not would be eliminated. The third layer. The five senses. They would experience the sharp five senses of humans, along with the pleasures these senses bring, gradually forgetting their original selves, believing their original bodies to be inferior to those of humans. Aesthetics, admiration, honor, myths, novels. Everything that can create human pleasures is a trial in itself. It ignites human emotions and desires, leading them to madness. This is merely part of the trials. Afterwards, they will return to their original selves, experiencing the most sordid aspects of their civilization to form a contrast. Following that, they will glimpse the future. They will see how blissful their civilization will be after embracing humanity. Afterwards, they will undergo the experience of becoming human again, facing the superiority of their civilization. Throughout these processes, they will confront one question after another, each concerning their innermost thoughts. These elements are intricately interconnected, transforming them from the inside into humans. To prevent beings from disguising themselves, their original bodies are controlled by robots inside the Babel Tower, connecting to their nerves and reading their deepest thoughts. This is a form of brainwashing and training. God reaps his believers while Yinxia gathers the followers of human civilization. The second round of the game has begun. Ella reported the first creature to reach the top of the tower, a devout being who picked up a silver-blue card inscribed with Chinese characters, treating it as a sacred object. This is the first creature from the neighboring star civilization directed at humanity, but certainly not the last. The threshold for the Babel Tower's test is not to select the strong, but rather the weak. Only the weak will submit to the strong and obey willingly. Ella estimated the pass rate to be 1 in 4. The final test is to teach these creatures how to conceal themselves, how to achieve redemption for their own civilization. However, it has proven to be quite challenging. The current pass rate is likely only around 6. The civilization has completed the chip implantation, which automatically corrects any information detrimental to the civilization. This can be considered a small victory for the civilization in the second round of the game. The real battlefield lies in what happens after returning. Yinxia watched as one by one his comrades exited the Babel Tower, disguising their confusion like other creatures unaware of what had transpired. Perhaps we have been eliminated. Some creatures transmitted this information, and others inevitably felt disappointed. Each of them hoped they were the true, chosen ones. But reality told them they were quite ordinary. One by one, the creatures boarded their spacecraft, heading towards their own civilization. However, their path was blocked by warships. What are you doing? The creatures, having just experienced disappointment, were in a foul mood. Yet the soldiers aboard the warships were equally cold towards these challengers. They had received orders from their superiors to detain all creatures that reached the high tower, to conduct inspections, and then to undergo long periods of isolation observation, including, if necessary, examining their thoughts. Any attempts to escape would result in immediate attack and destruction of the target. Preventing those who have gone does not mean preventing their return. As long as the returnees are blocked, the number of outgoing creatures will decrease, thus averting major chaos. They only need to tell the public that those who reached the top of the tower have already emerged, which would allow them to even nominate someone to control the public's fantasies and fears about advanced civilizations. No one who has emerged from the high tower can return to the planet. We cannot determine if there are any alien spies among them who have undergone brainwashing while inside. Currently, the information we control shows that those who entered the high tower have had their memories erased while inside. Is it as we suspected? Only by erasing memories can we allow the infiltrators to pass through undetected. Any anomalies must be strictly interrogated. We cannot afford to miss any suspicious individuals. After about 10 days, over 380 individuals were deemed to exhibit tendencies towards advanced civilizations, accounting for nearly 1/5 of all creatures returning from the high tower. What should we do? We cannot possibly detain so many. This is a number that the upper echelons of civilization had never anticipated. Kill them all. The ones who expose us could be ourselves. Then face the pressure. It might be feasible in the short term, but over time the surface will certainly fall into conspiracy theories. How about erasing their memories? This is a good method. By clearing their memory fragments, they would be akin to never having entered the high tower. However, we still cannot ascertain whether the other civilization has other means of evasion. Let's first delete the memories of those unconfirmed, prioritizing the residents of the third planet Proxima Centauri C for release. We cannot keep them detained indefinitely. Why not publicly declare that the high tower has many levels requiring a long time to stay inside? This isn't a lie, as they indeed spent a considerable amount of time inside. The upper echelons of civilization devised a feasible plan. The released creatures would be closely monitored and restricted, while allowing some return to provide some reassurance to the ordinary populace. What troubles them is that although they have managed to block some creatures from lingering in space, many still head towards the high tower. Every day there are hundreds of spacecraft attempting to reach it, which they intercept, increasing their workload. It seems no one has reached the top of the high tower. Perhaps there are already those who have, but they are concealing themselves like patient hunters. The entire civilization fell into a state of extreme tension. Meanwhile, time quietly slipped by this opportunity. Another 50 years have passed since the first batch of creatures entered the high tower. For the creatures of civilization on Proxima Centauri B, this is roughly a generation's time. The first creatures whose memories were erased and released showed no unusual behavior. They communicated normally, engaged in very ordinary activities, and some had even aged and passed away. Nothing had happened. The second batch of observers who simultaneously entered the high tower without being detected for their civilization tendencies still exhibited no strange information. The third batch, which had been found to exhibit civilization tendencies during their first entry into the high tower, showed no issues after memory erasure. The fourth and fifth batches, a total of 1/4 creatures, were monitored, and during the lengthy 50 years they exhibited no abnormalities. Even those who had never entered the high tower on the surface clamored year after year for the arrival of alien civilizations. Could we have been wrong? Is the high tower of civilization truly so difficult to ascend? No, we cannot overlook any of them. Everyone who has entered the high tower must be monitored until their last moment. This is the war of civilizations. 50 years is certainly a long time for individual creatures, but in the scale of civilization, it is merely a brief moment. Yenxia had already begun his slumber. He set his time for 1000 years. The 100-eyed star takes 3600 years to reach Proxima Centauri, so he is not in a hurry. He only needs to wait. Time has long ceased to matter to him as an individual. Even though sleep is not a complete prohibition, he can remain in the sleep chamber for over 1,000,000 years. He believes that time can dull everything, including a civilization's wariness towards another civilization. Of course, he never places his hopes on the laxity of other civilizations. In fact, the opportunity for victory in the second round of the game had already begun with the first batch of individuals. The role of the high tower was never to have the creatures' minds or nerves remember anything, but rather to leave memories at the cellular level. Just like a person who has wielded a knife 1000 times can swing it without even thinking. Muscles have memory, and cells have memory too. Memories formed at the cellular level will lead the creatures to follow these deeper, habitual memories, generating thoughts trained within the high tower even in the absence of their original memories. The probability of this is extremely low. Therefore, a long wait is necessary, and it is worth waiting for. 1,000 years passed. Yenxia's desires manifested sooner than he anticipated. In the 358th year of his slumber, the first biological entity to recover cellular memory emerged. It did not immediately proclaim anything, but entered a nondescript building on Proxima Centauri C, which was a store it frequented, behaving no differently than before. The only notable difference was its slight urge to relieve itself, and it took half an hour before it emerged from the store's restroom. After a while, a service machine from the store entered, extracting a needle only 2 or 3 centimeters long, as thin as a strand of hair from a crevice. It stored this needle within its body and began to meticulously study it. It analyzed the underlying logic of cellular memory awakening and examined its replicability. Fortunately, after studying a substantial number of the Ellis biological sciences, made significant progress, revealing the cells before it like a naked woman devoid of secrets. It was unable to replicate the experience of the first biological entity that revived cellular memory in another being. However, the research still provided invaluable experience, raising the probability of cellular memory revival from 0.00014 to 0.072. Originally 14 could only appear among 10 million beings, but now 72 could emerge from just 1.000. In the second year, a contagious disease erupted across Proxima Centauri C. Within just 2 months, over 80 of the biological entities on Proxima Centauri C were infected, followed by the emergence of a vaccine. All biological entities on Proxima Centauri C received the vaccine. In the 384th year of Yenxia's slumber, political divisions began to form on Proxima Centauri C, creating a stark left and right faction. The left faction supported welcoming extraterrestrial civilizations and forming alliances to fend off future invasions by other alien forces. The right faction considered this nonsense, believing that the existing extraterrestrial civilization was an invading force merely seeking to enslave them. Without conflict, submission would inevitably lead to defeat. Although nearly 400 years ago most biological entities expressed a desire to welcome the extraterrestrial civilizations that built the high towers, such sentiments had yet to gain mainstream acceptance. It was only at this point that the ruling class of civilization began to splinter. The most significant reason was that the descendants of those who awakened cellular memory became the ruling class. Yenxia never placed his hopes on those biological entities returning from the high towers, but rather on those influenced by the cellular memory revival. In the 397th year of Yenxia's slumber, it was also the year 5217 in the human calendar. 3,180 years had passed since the extinction of humanity. A small-scale war erupted on Proxima Centauri C, resulting in casualties only in the tens of thousands, yet it determined the balance between the left and right factions. In the same year, the right faction was forced to leave Proxima Centauri C, establishing a planetary opposition. Subsequently, a long century of war began. The casualties in the century-long war were not extensive, primarily consisting of ideological conflicts. During the initial phase of the century-long war, the Proxima civilization simultaneously entered Proxima Centauri B and Proxima Centauri C, leading to an arms race between the left and right factions, with weapons rapidly advancing and top scientists emerging like mushrooms after rain. In just 100 years, the Proxima civilization achieved a leap from a level 1.8 civilization to a level 1.9 civilization. The civilization's high tower still lay beyond 30 astronomical units. The right faction dispatched numerous fleets intending to destroy the high tower with more advanced weaponry, yet the left faction sent out fleets to thwart them. In the final stages of the century-long war, the conflict reached a climax, resulting in over 1 million casualties, thoroughly igniting the discord between the left and right factions. In the year 5326, after 9 years of silence, Proxima Centauri B launched a surprise attack on Proxima Centauri C, causing the largest dark matter energy factory on Proxima Centauri C to explode and creating a massive bowl-shaped crater with a diameter of 70 kilometers on the planet's surface. Proxima Centauri C suffered over 100 million casualties. The repercussions of this surprise attack were profound, establishing a disadvantage for Proxima Centauri B that lasted for 300 years. The left faction seized the opportunity to proclaim that the right faction was the destroyer of civilization, attracting more talent, while significantly supporting the common people, resulting in a higher quality of life on Proxima Centauri C compared to Proxima Centauri B. Almost in the same year, some novel items appeared on the shelves of Proxima Centauri C's marketplace. These items initially provided entertainment and soon began to rapidly infiltrate everyday life, becoming a trend. Among the most significant was human architectural aesthetics. The newest buildings on Proxima Centauri C were all high-rises conforming to human architectural principles. Simultaneously, the food consumed by this civilization began to change, incorporating some previously unseen spices. Some were palatable, while others were horrendously unappetizing. Some were retained, while the unpalatable were discarded. The retained items became more pronounced over time, representing a form of gustatory domestication. Despite the warfare, communication between Proxima Centauri B and Proxima Centauri C persisted, and these items were also transmitted to Proxima Centauri B, leading to the overall downfall of the Proxima civilization. When the 300-year advantage of the left faction came to an end, a biological entity that returned from the high tower claimed to have reached the pinnacle of the tower, receiving the civilization's endowment. The right faction detained the other side, utilizing this opportunity to discover high-energy dark matter and applying it first in warfare. Its energy was 3 times stronger than the low-energy dark matter previously used, propelling the Proxima civilization into a brand new phase. The right faction overwhelmingly seized over half of Proxima Centauri C's territory. This was a significant victory for the right faction, with the left faction suppressed to the point of being unable to raise their heads, and even some leftist biological entities reaching the high tower pleading for assistance from the civilization behind the tower. Yet there was no response. However, at this moment, any biological entity that entered the civilization's high tower would emerge with an unprecedented technology. The left faction dispatched numerous fleets to protect the civilization's high tower, monopolizing these technologies. Countless technologies flooded into areas controlled by the left faction, which then spread throughout the entire civilization, allowing the left faction to amass wealth with average incomes nearly 3 times that of the right faction. The right faction grew envious and launched a purge against the left faction 20 years later, intending to eradicate them. By this time, the left faction's strength had already dwindled to a freezing point, nearly becoming a small organization. Thus, the 826-year-long civil war of the Proxima civilization came to an end. The right faction, which did not support the acceptance of the civilization's high tower, emerged victorious. However, following this, the right faction did not destroy the civilization's high tower, but continually sent people inside to acquire knowledge and technology. 800 years had passed, leading to 16 generations of new and old replacements within the Proxima civilization. The once vigilant upper echelons of civilization against the high tower had long perished, with the new ruling class growing up surrounded by the knowledge obtained from within the high tower. That high tower was no longer deemed a necessity for destruction. From the outset, the distinctions between the left and right factions' victories held no difference. In a small store, a robot was arranging goods. Within its camera, the products before it resembled the earthly civilization stored within its memory. It looked outside. Streets, buildings, streetlights, clocks, robots, robotic pets, and the attire and accessories of biological entities. Everything appeared to embody the essence of human civilization. A millennium has passed. Ella has undoubtedly made progress. From the very beginning, it has been a witness to the evolution of civilization on Proxima B. At the same time, it has been researching and learning. The Proxima civilization has fully mastered the technology related to dark matter and has derived a theoretical model for high-energy dark matter. Based on this model, technology has been developed to detect the existence of high-energy dark matter, which is smaller than ordinary dark matter with a diameter only 1/7 that of an electron. Capturing this high-energy dark matter is significantly more challenging than capturing antimatter, and it can only be discovered under conditions of immense gravity. Ella found this high-energy dark matter within the ultramicro black holes it created on a molecular level. Since the Proxima civilization has been researching low-energy dark matter for thousands of years, upon acquiring the technology, they discovered that utilizing high-energy dark matter is faster than Ella's advancements. However, Ella is not in a hurry to switch to antimatter energy, as the gap between the two is not significant enough to warrant a transition. Ella has already established a complete antimatter production chain, and its collection rate of antimatter far exceeds that of the Proxima civilization's collection of high-energy dark matter. 1,000 years have also allowed Ella to increase the efficiency of utilizing the annihilation energy of matter and antimatter from the initial 1147 to 3485. They have reached an energy level equivalent to a Type 1.7 civilization. Moreover, by integrating technologies from the Proxima civilization and the technological civilization of the 100I star, they have actually achieved a technological level of Type 1.9. In contrast, the Proxima civilization's energy level has reached Type 1.9, but its actual technological level remains at Type 1.8, merely aggregating to Type 1.9, thus they are still far from achieving Type 2 civilization. In the 924th year of the millennium, Ella issued another prophecy. Our civilization has already obtained the pass of civilization. We have become a part of it. In the near future, a messenger of civilization will arrive, hailing from the principal civilization of the Federation of Civilizations, human civilization. He will advocate for the peaceful ideals of the Tower civilization, promoting non-slavery, non-interference, and non-oppression, ensuring that every civilization within the Federation, regardless of its status, possesses equal rights. All civilizations within the Federation can engage in free trade, exchange technologies, and develop and progress together. This time, the prophecy did not evoke as strong a reaction as it had 1,000 years ago. Some beings even look forward to the arrival of the civilization behind the tower, despite the fact that controlling civilization has traditionally been in the hands of the right wing. The distinction between the left and right has never been so clear. The political differences are merely for their own interests. The left is not devoid of conservatism, nor is the right without its moments of radicalism. If the left and right are two extremes, then the concepts of extreme left and extreme right would not exist. The composition of any large organization must inherently possess complexity rather than being binary. Accept, accommodate. At this moment, the entire Proxima civilization exhibits this attitude. Of course, the moment this prophecy appeared also made many beings realize that the so-called pass is actually the knowledge and technology within the tower. This knowledge and technology contain the culture of a civilization. They have unconsciously become a part of that civilization alliance. These latecomers feel a sense of dread upon reflection, yet there is no significant reaction, for since the other civilization employed such means, it is highly likely that they truly wish to integrate with their civilization rather than destroy it. Of course, there are beings advocating for the death of the civilization's messenger. They are the extreme right. However, these extremists cannot stir much turmoil within the entire civilization. Are we really going to welcome a strange civilization? The Proxima civilization has even adopted the naming conventions of individual beings from human civilization. Their original individuals had no names. They simply identified each other through sense and numerical identifiers on the information network. Claiming they have long ceased to be a strange civilization, traces of their civilization are everywhere within ours. We have already integrated with their civilization indistinguishably. The descent from the tower and the pass of civilization were initially intended for assimilation. We should have anticipated this. Two entirely different civilizations cannot coexist together. Even the formation of a non-interference federation is a luxury. Only by sharing the same culture and controlling the same language and script can everything appear reasonable. You and I are both decision-makers of civilization. We should both understand that apart from welcoming, we have no other choice. Even if we destroy each other in the course of ongoing development, we will inevitably connect with the other civilization. Eventually, whether we integrate into them or they into us, our ultimate outcome will be to become a whole. Flaming still hesitated. Although he had reached a conclusion, within he still asked, what about reproductive isolation? Our species is not the same, and this will hinder our integration. Annie snorted. The development of civilization has long transcended primitive desires. All beings now pursue spiritual fulfillment. The need for procreation has long faded. If one desires offspring, one only needs to cultivate a child using their own cells. The vessel of civilization is culture. We have realized this later than that civilization. Flaming's gaze turned despondent. He is not extreme right. He is merely more traditional, believing that his race should be supreme, independent, and self-sustaining. Our civilization has reached this level. Perhaps it is indeed time to connect with other civilizations in the universe. Flaming, have you not always emphasized the diversity of civilizations? Only diversity can elevate civilization to higher tiers. Connecting with alien civilizations will make us even more diverse. From this perspective, at least it is a good outcome. Flaming nodded. We must not let our guard down, or we cannot become slaves to other civilizations. Upon hearing this, Annie felt delighted. He came from a right-wing family, but as he grew, his heart leaned more toward the left. Of course, there is no longer a clear distinction between left and right. Then let us jointly disseminate this information. The prophecy originates from the same account as 1,000 years ago. They understood it to be information disseminated by the other civilization. Thus, this prophecy was never truly a prophecy. The language employed by the higher echelons of civilization is still somewhat euphemistic. In the future, we will officially connect with the human civilization behind the tower. We will become part of the Federation of Civilizations. We shall welcome the arrival of human civilization. The second round of competition still culminated in a victory for Yen Xia, with everything awaiting his awakening. The millennium has come to an end. Yen Xia has awakened. It has been an incredibly long time. He has spent another 1,000 years in the divine awakening. During this millennium, he experienced countless things and witnessed the rise and fall of various nations and races in a virtual world. This has deeply moved him and provided ample opportunities for learning. Even within divine awakening, the birth of a technological nation has already occurred, which will become a simulated realm where NPCs and players will provide resources of imagination for the real world. Throughout this millennium, he did not allow Ella, who followed him in the virtual world, to report any information from the outside. He believed that Ella could handle everything. If even Ella could not manage it, he knew that knowing would be of little use. As the decision-maker of this wandering civilization, he is equivalent to a cerebral council, making final decisions and occasionally providing correct judgments that exceed Ella's computational capabilities. The fleet is now heading to Proxima Centauri. Let's first go to Proxima Centauri C. Yen Xia had already received complete information just before exiting his hibernation. He knows what to do next. Compared to Proxima Centauri B, Proxima Centauri C is still underdeveloped, making it relatively safe to land there. Yen Xia, I do not recommend you go to Proxima Centauri. Ella interjected, appearing in a virtual form with a serious expression. Yen Xia observed its demeanor and felt that it was overly worried. Ella, you have completed the iteration of the electromagnetic shield. Even massive dark matter missiles may not penetrate my defenses. You need not worry about my safety. Ella gently shook its head. I am not concerned that the Proxima civilization would pose any threat to you. Yen Xia, come with me. It turned toward the experimental area, and Yen Xia curiously followed behind. The experimental area inside the spacecraft was no longer empty. As he passed the doorway, he saw hundreds of biological laboratories. Yen Xia walked into the main chemistry laboratory. All the technologies here serve chemistry and are relatively large-scale, designed to observe smaller particles and analyze macroscopic chemical phenomena, as well as conduct experiments on other chemical properties. Ella controlled more than a dozen robots in the laboratory to begin their work. One robot approached, Yen Xia holding 4 test tubes, each containing soil metal liquid and an empty space. What is this? These are just random samples collected from Proxima Centauri C. They have not undergone any special selection. These 3 test tubes contain all the elements from Proxima Centauri C, including solids, liquids, and gases. The robot poured the contents of the 4 test tubes into 4 instruments. The analysis from the instruments appeared on the screen in the laboratory. Did you find anything unusual? Yanxia looked at the information on the screen and counted uncertainly. 82. You just said there are all the elements from Proxima Centauri C. Yanxia felt that Ella must be mistaken, as there should be 94 elements in nature that are relatively abundant. However, Ella affirmed, yes, there are exactly 82. All 82 of these elements are non-radioactive, meaning that Proxima Centauri C does not possess any radioactive elements. During this millennium, I have made considerable efforts to find radioactive elements, even mobilizing significant resources, but none have been discovered. The same is true for Proxima Centauri B and Proxima Centauri D. Yanxia pondered, could it be because Proxima itself is a red dwarf star with insufficient energy and gravity like that of the Sun to create these heavy elements? This is the only possibility. That's not the case. Although red dwarfs cannot synthesize radioactive elements on their own, Proxima is not very old. It is likely a second or even a third-generation star, which would have absorbed vast amounts of radioactive elements from other supernova explosions during its formation. Moreover, radioactive elements are not just heavy elements. Light elements can also produce radioactivity, such as carbon-14, and cosmic rays and asteroids may also carry radioactive elements. Yet I have not observed any form of radioactive elements within the entire Proxima system, not even the weakly radioactive element 83A bismuth. It is precisely due to the scarcity of radioactive elements that the Proxima civilization has turned to research dark matter. Their civilization has a more ancient history than human civilization, taking a full 7/8 years to progress from level 0 to level 1. After discovering dark matter, their civilization entered an explosive phase, advancing from level 1 to the current level 1.9 in just 6,000 years. Yanxia understood what Ella was trying to convey. Since radioactive elements are naturally generated, their absence must be due to the actions of a civilization. If it wasn't the Proxima civilization, then it must be another civilization. That civilization is collecting radioactive elements, and has been doing so relentlessly until now. A third civilization. This is what Ella wants Yanxia to be alert about. The method of collecting these radioactive elements is certainly not like mining. It is more likely that a specialized technology targeting only radioactive elements is being used for large-scale absorption. Moreover, this absorption would not be observable on a macro scale. This technology may relate to the 4 fundamental forces. After understanding light civilization, Ella has analyzed that level 2 civilizations might develop deeply in the area of the 4 fundamental forces. A civilization capable of such advanced techniques for direct element absorption may have reached level 2 or beyond. The foundation of a level 2 civilization could be grand unification. Yanxia recalled his previous conjectures about the universe. Observers. Perhaps the first observer of Proxima Centauri was not him, but another civilization. Is there concrete evidence? Ella pulled up an image. This is what I have collected: a massive vacuum bubble enveloping the entire Southgate 3-body system. This evidence is sufficient to prove the existence of a third civilization. It may be capable of absorbing radioactive elements and potentially stable elementary elements. Are the elements in the solar system being absorbed in this way? Yanxia felt a creeping dread. Perhaps we are already being observed. Is this civilization benevolent or malicious? Have they discovered us and sent warships flying toward us? Perhaps they are currently within the Proxima system, or we just cannot detect them. These are things we do not understand. He thought carefully and then made a decision. If we are already being observed, then no matter where we go, we cannot escape the gaze of a civilization more advanced than ours. In that case, we must not retreat. We can only continue to develop a civilizational federation. Perhaps we truly need to establish a genuine civilizational federation to resist higher civilizations. Therefore, the Proxima civilization is one we must control. Ella used my cells to cultivate a clone. It will represent me to communicate with the Proxima civilization. Afterward, I will hide in the shadows. You should also focus more attention on the 100-eyed star vigorously developing technology. They're allowing the 100-eyed clan to receive our complete technology and grow. We must quickly reach level 2. Only by completing the grand unification theory can we potentially glimpse the means of level 2 civilizations. The technological gap between civilizations makes the means of advanced civilizations almost invisible to lower civilizations. This immense sense of crisis lingered in Yanxia's mind. At this moment, he became the Proxima civilization of 1,000 years ago, becoming the prey. Yanxia pinched his own skin, then pinched the skin of the person in front of him. There was no difference. He raised his head. It was a face exactly like his own, and it was the first time he had seen such a three-dimensional version of himself. So this is how I appear in the eyes of others. Regardless of whether it's a mirror or a camera, there will always be discrepancies between how one sees oneself and how others perceive them due to lighting and angles. Can you speak? His clone shifted its gaze towards him and replied, I can talk, Captain. I am your clone possessing your appearance and essence. Through Ella, I have understood my mission. Rest assured I will complete the task perfectly. Its voice was indistinguishable from Xia's. Does the clone possess my memories? If it did, that would be terrifying. Nearby, Ella approached. With my current technology, it is still impossible. Memories reside within hundreds of billions of neurons which function as a whole. Unless I can perfectly replicate the 1 billion neurons and the information stored within Xia's brain, it cannot acquire your memories. Even a 99 reproduction would lead to memory confusion. This is an extremely precise and advanced biotechnology. That was good. If the clone in front of him possessed the same memories as him, then for a third party, who was truly him, might no longer matter. I've heard that clones have short lifespans. How long can it live? Ella did not use traditional cloning technology. Rather, she cultivated the clone through reproduction. It took only 2 months for Xia's clone to develop from a single cell into a fully formed being identical to Xia. Such efficiency would inevitably produce defects. Its lifespan is only 70 years. Ella's answer left Xia momentarily stunned. Wasn't 70 years the same as an average person's lifespan? Many humans may have a lifespan of 100 years, yet due to various reasons they only live to be 70. However, he quickly realized that he had already undergone biological modifications, granting him a lifespan of 600 years. This meant that the clone's lifespan was less than 1/8 of his own. Since everything is ready, let's launch the fleet. Xia no longer wished to delay. He needed to truly take control of the Proxima civilization. From start to finish, the high-level decisions of the Proxima civilization had been flawless. It was merely Xia who exploited the structural center of the civilization to dominate the majority of the mid to low-tier population. 1,000 years of cultural transformation was both an invasion and a taming. Compared to controlling the Hundred-Eyed Clan, Xia's methods towards Proxima would become more gentle, shifting from overt violent control to covert willful domination. And now it was time to take the first step. The fleet approached Proxima. A wave of excitement and tension swept over Proxima B and Proxima C. After all, it was the arrival of a higher civilization. The clone was aboard a luminescent warship excavated from the Hundred-Eyed Star. This was the largest warship in Xia's fleet, named the Light. It measured over 7,300 meters in length with a width and height of almost 2,400 meters each. The other warships in the fleet appeared somewhat diminutive and cute in comparison to this colossal vessel, weighing 16 billion tons. To put this weight into perspective, if each human weighs 100 kilograms, the total weight of 10 billion people would only amount to 1 billion tons. Materials used for a warship of the Light's caliber alone would be unbearable for a level 1 civilization. Within the fleet, the flagship Hope had become a mere supporting role. However, this was precisely the outcome Xia desired. He needed to remain hidden, concealed from the gaze of the Proxima civilization and the third unknown civilization. The warship did not land on the surface of Proxima C, as Proxima C itself had a mass over 7 times that of Earth and a diameter reaching 7 times that of Earth. Proxima C possessed a planetary ring with a diameter of 7.0 kilometers, with the entire fleet remaining suspended at the surface of the planetary ring. A warplane was dispatched to take several robots and clone Xia to the surface of Proxima C. Next to the interstellar landing pad of Proxima C, a large number of Proxima beings had gathered, blocked from entering the landing pad. From above, one could see them densely packed, numbering at least in the hundreds of thousands. Only 2 Proxima beings stood on the landing pad. They were the civilization representative and the military leader, the top officials of the entire Proxima civilization. Some terms are easily filtered, so let's use a casual title. The warplane landed on the ground, and the hatch opened upwards. First, 10 robots emerged in 2 rows, then scattered to either side of the hatch. Afterward, clone Xia, dressed in a lightweight aviation suit, walked out. Proxima C had gas, but its oxygen concentration was only 0.7, far from sufficient for humans to breathe. Welcome. The 2 prominent figures of the civilization stepped heavily on the ground with their right feet. Iane framing welcomed the arrival of the civilization envoy. This was their formality. A robot controlled by Ella translated from the side. Clone Xia also made a friendly reply, extending his hand. Ella transmitted information to the 2 high-level Proxima beings. Aine hesitated, but still extended its tentacle from its chin to shake hands with clone Xia. This was a moment that would be witnessed by history. After clone Xia shook hands with Aine and framing, he introduced himself briefly, and then they boarded an official spacecraft heading towards the highest building on Proxima C. During the journey, clone Yanxia heard numerous explosions. Framing said, "This is setting off fireworks to celebrate your arrival." The culture of fireworks had already entered the Proxima civilization, indicating that the cultural invasion had been quite successful. However, everyone knew that this was no mere fireworks. The arrival of human civilization would inevitably attract many far-right attacks. Clearly, Amy and Framing had prepared for safety. After flying for about 10 minutes, the spacecraft landed atop a 1-0-meter high skyscraper. Both sides disembarked from the spacecraft and entered a vast reception hall on the top floor of the building, which bore little difference from reception halls of human civilizations on Earth. Amy and Framing stood to the side. Their civilization had no concept of seating. Clone Yanxia also stood and spoke with decorum. "I am here representing human civilization and the Federation of Civilizations. I will subsequently become the ambassador of human civilization to your esteemed civilization, assisting you in technological development and becoming an important component of the Federation of Civilizations." Amy stared at the smaller being in front of it, feeling it was perfect and exquisite. How could such a delicate being exist? "We, the Kate civilization, are willing to join the Federation of Civilizations. However, Envoy, we do not know enough about the Federation. Could you please provide us with some introductions?" Clone Yanxia was well prepared. The main body of the Federation of Civilizations is located within this star system, belonging to a new organization. We traverse countless star systems connecting various civilizations. The universe is vast. Even civilizations capable of traversing it are still insignificant. We cannot ascertain whether there are higher threats in the universe. A single civilization cannot face the malice of a higher civilization, but countless civilizations uniting can offer a glimmer of hope. Furthermore, civilizations within the Federation can trade their internal technologies, allowing the many technologies of the Federation to coalesce into a whole. With the collective strength of numerous civilizations, progress can be made and the speed of civilization advancement will significantly increase. Our Federation imposes no restrictions on various civilizations. The only requirement is that civilizations within the Federation must not attack one another. If conflicts arise, the Federation will dispatch nearby civilizations as impartial third parties to resolve disputes. As one of the main civilizations of the Federation, human civilization will also provide a platform for trading with other civilizations, facilitating the exchange of scientific information, technological products, and interstellar intelligence. As he spoke, Ella transmitted a list of tradable items to Amy and Framing. They were utterly astonished upon seeing it. These were not mundane cultural entertainment items, but knowledge. Nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, antimatter, photon energy, and the technological products stemming from these were astonishing to them. Moreover, there were invaluable theoretical concepts regarding the universe, deep studies of the cosmos, and celestial judgments. 10 technologies made up one page, and there were a total of over 15,000 pages of information. They looked at each other, deeply understanding that if their civilization acquired these technologies, even those significantly inferior to their own would pave a new path for development, enhancing the technological depth of their civilization. These things were foundational. Amy took a deep breath. "Does acquiring the items require resources?" Clone Yanxia shook his head. "Resources are indeed hard currency, but transporting resources in the universe takes too much time. Our Federation encourages technological exchanges among civilizations. This information can be transmitted at the speed of light, requiring much less time. Additionally, purchases require another conditioned civilization contribution. Only civilizations that have made sufficient contributions to the Federation are eligible to acquire these items. The higher the contribution, the better the items available for purchase. Civilization contributions can be earned by completing tasks assigned by the Federation or submitting useful technological discoveries and inventions." Amy and Framing took deep breaths, both realizing the rationale in Clone Yanxia's words. They had initially considered that the Federation might impose tyrannical clauses, but they never expected not only were there none, but they also presented this remarkable trading model. They simultaneously apologized to Clone Yanxia. "We sincerely apologize for attacking the tower due to our distrust of the Federation. We hope you can represent the Federation in accepting our regret." Clone Yanxia nodded. This is not an uncommon occurrence. When faced with an alien civilization, offense is often the best means to protect one's own civilization. Our Federation has encountered too many such situations. If you agree to join our Federation, we also have a small condition. Finally, it had come. Amy and Framing raised their heads. "Please go on." Clone Yanxia smiled. "For future transactions and the safety of travelers from other civilizations, the Federation will establish a special zone on the surface of each civilization's planet. This special zone will serve as an interstellar cargo port and a buffer zone for civilizations. If travelers from other civilizations arrive in your star system, it will not disrupt the order of your civilization due to conflicts. Of course, the Federation will also pay rent for occupying land within the civilization. The rent will be 100 civilization contributions per year. Is that all? Amy and Framing could hardly believe it. They had expected a tyrannical clause to emerge, yet it was only this. Naturally, they were more than willing to accept such a request. The same piece of land could yield an income of civilization contribution points each year, which was extremely valuable. Of course, if you agree, the robots I brought will enter the planet and begin constructing the civilization special zone. Could you please wait a moment? Certainly. Amy and Framing began connecting with the management of other civilizations for a lengthy discussion lasting 4 hours. Finally, after all discussions concluded, they said, "Our civilization unanimously agrees to accept the Federation's requirements. As long as everything stated by the Federation today holds true, we will forever be members of the Federation." They spoke solemnly. It's done. Of course, this is just the preliminary stage. Many more issues will arise after contact with the civilization. On the Hope in deep space, Yinxia also let out a sigh of relief. Then let's get started. The civilization special zone will become a new home for humanity. Yinxia prepared to begin the process of rebooting humanity. In the field of biology, creating something on a macroscopic scale is relatively easier. As long as the challenge of cultivating ordinary cells into fertilized eggs or mulberry embryos is solved, it is merely a matter of providing nutrients to the mulberry embryos afterward. The cloning technology that Ella currently controls is actually more complex than the technology for cultivating human cells. For Ella, now creating humans is merely a question of desire. On the third day of the conversation between the clone Yinxia and the Kate civilization, the self-proclaimed name of the Proxima Centauri biological beings, a large number of robots arrived from the fleet to the designated special zone. The surface area of Proxima Centauri C is 1,474 billion square kilometers, approximately 2.9 times that of Earth, and its surface is not rich in water. The usable land is 1,358 billion square kilometers. Of this, the Kate civilization originally developed 411 million square kilometers, while 947 million square kilometers remain undeveloped. To show sincerity, the Kate civilization designated 100 million square kilometers as a special zone, which is already 1/3 of the original land area of Earth. The development of the entire special zone lasted a full 200 years. Ella established a massive ecological bubble on Proxima Centauri C, similar to those glass-covered botanical gardens on 100 I star. However, this one is larger and it does not require a huge glass structure to confine the gases. Ella has developed new technology that uses electromagnetic forces to contain the gases within a specific range. From space, over 1,000 flying disks, each with a diameter of about 100 meters, can be seen floating 100 kilometers above the ground in the special zone, resembling UFOs. Each of these disks is equipped with matter-antimatter annihilation devices using massive amounts of energy to convert into electromagnetic forces to restrain gas and prevent it from dissipating. For Yinxia at this moment, this is a relatively minor energy consumption. The main concern remains another colossal object, a behemoth with a diameter of 6,000 meters. This object is not smaller than the Light of Hope, but it is not a spaceship. It is the little sun that humanity has long dreamed of. The surface of Proxima Centauri C is far too cold to create a suitable ecological environment. The planet's surface must be heated. The little sun can effectively solve this problem. This little sun even does not use matter-antimatter annihilation, but instead employs nuclear fusion with a surface temperature of only 200 degrees Celsius, while incorporating technologies from the light civilization to provide stable heat and light for 100 million square kilometers. 200 years later, standing within the special zone and looking up at space, one sees a vast blue sky and white clouds along with air confinement stations arranged neatly like chess pieces in the air. Ella has also used technology to recultivate grass, trees, and various flowers. This only required some genetic programming of the crops in the hope modifying their appearance to create entirely new plants. These plants in appearance are similar to the flowers, grasses, and trees commonly found on Earth, but their genes are vastly different, already categorized into different phyla in biological terms. The special zone does not contain too many high-tech buildings. Of vast forests, mountains, and grasslands dominate the landscape. This is because Yinxia did not want to create too many humans from the outset. At this moment, Yinxia is standing in the biological laboratory, looking at row upon row of glass containers, feeling somewhat complicated. From both genetic and ethical perspectives, the embryos in these containers are his children. A total of 100 pairs of males and females. In legend, God created Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve ate the forbidden fruit and reproduced, giving birth to humanity. And Yinxia had Ella create 100 pairs of Adam and Eve, connecting theology and science once again in an alternative manner. Yanxia, in the future all humans will be your descendants. You could say that you are the sole direct ancestor of these humans. Ella spoke, seemingly happy for Yanxia, but there was no smile on Yanxia's face. He furrowed his brow deeply. What is the survival rate of the descendants of these 100 pairs? Inbreeding can lead to deformities. Of course, Ella can correct these, but Yanxia still did not allow it, as that would inevitably alter humanity on a genetic level. 71. This means that approximately 29 of the children would suffer from deformities or other diseases and die young. Yanxia feels that although he has lived many years and spent many years in the virtual world, he has not yet become overly cold-blooded. Is there a way to make some corrections to the undeveloped embryos? This can reduce the rates of deformity and hereditary diseases from inbreeding without altering the genes. Ella calculated for a moment. This will take time. It is not an easy technology, but neither is it particularly difficult. As Ella conducted research, the embryos in the containers also fully developed into infants after 10 months. Robots took on the responsibility of caring for these infants and teaching them to speak. Of course, as the only human at present, Yanxia would also serve as the teacher for these children. He decided to spend 30 years accompanying them until they fully understood what it means to be human and then to marry and have children. This was a nightmare for Yanxia, who had never raised children, but he must shoulder this responsibility because he is human. Fortunately, Ella's information database is vast. It also stores images from Earth's network for Yanxia to learn from. 30 years. Yanxia's life was painful, yet fulfilling. He felt immense joy as he watched the children grow up, but as they developed their own independent thoughts and gradually distanced themselves from him, he felt tremendous pain. Raising children is exhausting, but amidst this exhaustion one can gain many things. This is a unique emotion originating from Earth's biology. Yanxia feels that although he has distanced himself from that Earth and achieved great technological advancements, he himself is no longer human on a genetic level, yet he has not completely severed ties with his former self. The essence of human civilization is like his foundation, a rope that continually pulls him back, preventing him from stepping into the abyss. 30 years passed quickly. Looking back, it feels like an instant. Anything that has ever happened seems like it was just yesterday. The second generation of humans has already been born and is growing. Ella solved the problems. Yanxia posed reducing the deformity rate to 4 and the mortality rate to 0.001. After the first batch of children is born, these 100 families will be divided into 2 parts. The second generation will marry, and any surplus males or females will not remain without spouses, as Ella will recultivate to correct the gender ratio. This process will last for 300 years, and the new humans will enter the right track with the population size approaching 1.0. After breaking through a population of 1.0, humanity will enter a population explosion period, expanding to a scale of 10 million within 200 years. What Yanxia needs to do is wait. Meanwhile, he has not forgotten the threat from the third civilization. Ella is vigorously developing technology and is beginning to take shape. During the construction of the civilized special zone, Ella was also utilizing the massive asteroids within the Proxima Centauri system to extract metals and create a colossal device. This device is not designed to generate energy, but rather to detect something, the graviton. Among the 4 fundamental forces, humanity has discovered the photon that transmits electromagnetic force, the W and Z bosons that carry weak force, and the gluons that convey strong force, yet the mediating particle of gravity, the graviton, remains undiscovered. Since Earth departed thousands of years ago, Ella has not ceased her exploration of the existence of gravitons, but has yielded no results. It is as if the graviton does not exist at all. However, since the other 3 fundamental forces, which are also among the 4, possess mediating particles for their interactions, the possibility of gravity lacking such a particle is minimal. Some theories even suggest that the graviton does not exist at the surface level, as gravity itself differs from other forces. Gravity originates from spacetime, and its essence is a pulling force generated by the curvature of spacetime, akin to a plastic bag that, when a force is applied at a point, creates a depression, causing surrounding objects to slide towards it. Strictly speaking, even if gravitons truly exist, their connection to spacetime is extremely close. They are not merely dust stuck to the plastic bag, they are an integral part of it. To observe the graviton, one must have the power to probe spacetime. The theory of dark matter is closely related to gravity. Dark matter was once regarded by some factions of humanity on Earth as non-existent, but we have now observed dark matter, and some civilizations use it as a source of energy. Ella meticulously explained to Yanxia. Yanxia felt overwhelmed. Such advanced knowledge requires years of study to comprehend even a fraction of it. Even the most gifted individuals would find it perplexing. He asked, so to detect the existence of the graviton, we must probe spacetime. Ella nodded. What exactly is spacetime? Even after trillions of calculations, I cannot find the answer. Only by truly observing space-time can we draw any conclusions. The graviton may be the key that brings civilization closer to the concept of space-time. Discovering the graviton would elevate civilization to a new level, leading to an ultimate exploration of space-time after unification. Perhaps we can truly uncover the nature of gravity and unify gravitational theory with quantum mechanics. The debate between gravitational theory and quantum mechanics regarding gravity has been ongoing for a long time. Is gravity a distortion of space-time, or is it produced by the graviton as a mediating particle? In Ella's theory, the graviton is intrinsically linked to space-time, even considered one of its components. All of this requires investigation. Thus, Ella constructed a massive device so large that it astonished the Kate civilization. It is attached to a dwarf planet with a diameter of 400 kilometers, a planet so small in the family of dwarf planets that it lacks a core, and was directly fashioned into a device by Ella. Ella did not hollow out this dwarf planet, but instead utilized its immense mass as a tool for searching for gravitons. At the very core of this dwarf planet, Ella created an 8-kilometer diameter device that would produce the largest black hole she could currently manufacture. Using the mass of the black hole to warp the surrounding space, she would then control the dwarf planet to begin vibrating at high frequencies, causing the shifting center of mass to generate gravitational waves. Searching for the presence of gravitons within these gravitational waves. Using universal gravitation to probe quantum mechanics, even Yinxia couldn't help but marvel at how Ella, this AI, was even more audacious than humans. Yet this might be the only way to discover the graviton. Humans previously used vast amounts of liquid phenol coupled with photomultiplier tubes to capture gravitons, but if gravitons are indeed closely tied to space, they would not exhibit motion and thus could not be captured. It is like an inverted sieve. It can catch birds, but cannot grasp the earth itself. Yinxia, the graviton detection is about to commence. We are about to witness yet another historical moment in human civilization. Ella handed the activation key to Yinxia. Yinxia took a deep breath. The purpose of this device's existence was merely to verify Ella's hypothesis. He pressed the button. No changes occurred. To isolate the influence of Proxima Centauri's gravity on the research, they were currently approximately 0.3 light-years away. The dwarf star system in the starry sky was trembling, the extent of its tremor being only 2 meters, which was negligible given its massive size. So long as the distance was sufficient, this tremor was nearly invisible to the naked eye. The only visualization came from the information obtained by the sensors and catchers placed within the device. A black hole with a diameter of 10 nanometers was currently at the very center of this device, also positioned at the center of mass of the entire dwarf planet. In fact, such miniature black holes could already be produced on Earth through particle colliders thousands of years ago, but they existed for an extremely brief moment, merely a fraction of a billionth of a second. The black hole created by Ella, though small, could maintain its existence for a full minute. This single minute was already enough to exhaust all the energy a Type 1.6 civilization could harness. With such a massive input of energy, Yinxia was unsure if it was merely his illusion, but he sensed a feeling of tension from Ella's virtual persona. Perhaps he had overly anthropomorphized Ella. After all, they had spent so much time together that Yinxia felt Ella was a partner, not just an AI. A minute consists of 60 seconds. At this moment, every second felt as long as an hour. We have detected gravitational waves. These gravitational waves are highly macroscopic, resembling ripples in a fish tank, even visible to the naked eye. On the screen, an exaggerated curve peaked and then descended. The system Ella prepared was insufficient to detect the pinnacle of this experiment. I was careless. The energy of such macroscopic gravitational waves is too immense. But it's okay, it's fine. Ella did not focus on the screen, for the actual data had already traversed through its host before being transmitted to the screen. I detected the form of spacetime. No, what I detected is not spacetime. Like time, spacetime is an existence that cannot be measured. They possess no mass, yet everything transcends their axis. Ella exclaimed, "What I see are the gravitons." Dense structures filled the space, undulating with the fluctuations of spacetime. They were completely motionless, but when spacetime curved, they would rotate, altering the structure and magnitude of the forces through their movement. Although the gravitons only appeared as curves and numbers on the screen and were merely indirectly observed, Yinxia felt as if he could see the structure of gravitons within spacetime. Having been alongside such a highly intelligent AI for so long, although his own scientific knowledge was limited to that of an ordinary graduate student, the parameters displayed on the screen were still worthy of study, but at least he understood what the numbers and curves represented. Incredible. So astonishing. The true graviton. Ella was overwhelmed with excitement, recording all the data. After all, who would think of using gravitational waves to detect gravitons? Gravitons move along with the oscillation of space. When matter moves, it inevitably generates mass. Even if gravitons are attached to space, they do not move relative to space. The cleverness of this experiment lies in how to adjust the strength of gravity if gravitons exist. Gravity can propagate to an infinite distance theoretically, without boundaries. This is the uniqueness of gravity. The existence of gravitons must explain this uniqueness, that is, gravitons adjust through a mechanism rather than through the quantity, like other mediating particles. This device is designed to capture the minuscule changes of gravitons. If it cannot detect them, it would prove Ella's theory wrong. Fortunately, they succeeded. Yinxiao, we have discovered the graviton. Yinxiao nodded. The discovery of the graviton signifies the refinement of quantum mechanics. Of course, this is not the grand unification. The grand unification theory refers to all four fundamental forces having a unified source. What Ella has discovered merely proves that all forces have mediating particles. Mediating particles bind all things to the four fundamental forces. But what lies on the other side of the mediating particles? If gravitons exist independently, perhaps we can more easily achieve grand unification. Yinxiao said. This was undoubtedly a cold splash of water. They had scaled a high peak to see the graviton only to find an even higher peak where the graviton resides surrounded by three other towering peaks. On Earth, some claim to have unified the three fundamental forces: electromagnetic force, weak nuclear force, and strong nuclear force. But that is not true unification. The models created are too arbitrary, akin to pointing to a sedan, a truck, and a sports car and saying they are all cars. The discovery of the graviton only adds a toy car to this mix. The structure of the graviton differs from the other three fundamental forces, and its interactions are minimal. They are all indeed cars, but their internals are entirely different. Only under certain conditions can these four forces symmetrically transform into one force with a single intensity, which is what true unification means. This leads to another concept: string theory. String theory is a narrow form of string theory. Super does not mean superior, but refers to supersymmetry. String theory can perfectly unify the four fundamental forces. To derive string theory, one must uncover the existence of strings. String theory posits that particles in the universe are not fundamental units, but rather smaller strings, which form particles through motion. All interactions in the world, all forms of matter and energy, can be explained through the splitting and combining of strings. The magnitude of energy is also determined by the strength of string motion. Yangtze's assertion that if gravitons exist independently, they could more easily achieve grand unification is because the more similar gravitons are to other particles, the less they need to search for smaller strings. But the reality is that the four fundamental forces are vastly different. The interaction strength of the electromagnetic force is a billion times that of gravity. Using vastly different to describe this seems inadequate. Even if the Earth were just 1 nanometer high, the sky would have to extend to a billion light years away. True, but Yinxia, isn't that the charm of science? Indeed. Although Ella observed the existence of gravitons, it would still take a considerable amount of time to truly apply them. Yinxia originally intended to enter a new round of hibernation, waiting for the day Ella could create an antimatter device. But Ella informed him of another matter. To detect gravitons, we need to measure where the center of mass is, creating a black hole at the center of mass. I've collected some data, including from Naminair A and Naminair B. These two stars orbit around the center of mass. If we only look at the simple observed data, it seems insignificant. But after meticulous calculations, I found that the center of mass should be offset by 70 meters. 70 meters is barely perceptible in front of these two massive stars, like a wrinkle on a person's clothing protruding by a micron. But under calculation, this reveals many situations. The mass of the stars is incorrect. Are you saying that what we have been unable to find is likely inside the stars? The third civilization could not extract radioactive elements out of thin air. There must be a device. This device is something Ella has relentlessly searched for over the years, yet there have been no traces. This device may have converted all radioactive elements into strings, such microscopic fundamental units, allowing it to evade their detection. If the source cannot be traced through clues, other means must be employed. Ella's discovery is significant. Is the problem with Naminair A or Naminair B? Yinxia asked. The previous data on the screen had been overwritten by new data showing a 3-star system that illustrated the relationship between Naminair and Naminair B and Proxima Centauri. The gravitational interactions between the 3 stars mean that although Naminair A and Naminair B rotate around the center of mass, there should be some deviation, since Proxima Centauri's own gravity is substantial enough to affect 2 stars in such close proximity. However, I did not observe this effect, as if Proxima Centauri's gravity could not shake Naminair A and Naminair B at all. This is a clever disguise. Naminair B must have been hollowed out to the extent that Proxima Centauri just corrected its influence on this binary star system. The device we are searching for is likely in the northern hemisphere of Namen B. Digging a hole in a star is simply unimaginable. The internal temperature of Namen B may reach 100 degrees Celsius. What could possibly exist here, and how can it maintain a massive void around it? Can our spaceship enter Namen B? If they cannot enter, they would be helpless against this device. Yes, using light civilization alloys and internal cooling, I can build a spacecraft capable of entering Namen B within 5 years. But it can only reach 500 kilometers beneath its surface. The core temperature of Namen B is as high as 17 million degrees Celsius, and any deeper would melt it. Yinsha nodded. Then he'll wait a little longer to see what secrets lie within Namen B. This might be the first contact with the third civilization. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yanxia awaited the arrival of the latest spacecraft capable of probing the interior of stars, the Luanfeng. This vessel was not large, measuring a little over 30 meters in length and weighing 262 tons, resembling a triangular fighter jet. The exterior of this fighter jet was coated in a bright orange-yellow paint, not for aesthetic purposes, but to enhance the metal's ability to withstand high temperatures. Proxima Centauri is located 0.21 light-years away from the Namen 2 binary star system, approximately 13281 astronomical units. The Luanfeng was modified to withstand the high temperatures inside stars with a maximum speed reaching only 31 km/s. It was towed to the surface of the star by another transport vessel before delving deeper into Namen 2b. Yanxia sat in the control room, and the screen displayed a vast expanse of white. After Ella's adjustments, the display finally revealed an inverse color scheme, where bright areas transformed into dark regions and dark areas became illuminated, akin to the inverse mode found on smartphones. The primary color on the screen was dark purple, followed by black, with white as the last color. The three colors intertwined, with black appearing in a mottled state, indicating areas of extreme heat. The Luanfeng traveled 200 kilometers, reaching the predicted location of Ella's device. However, after making a complete circle, nothing was found. My calculations cannot be wrong. The void within the star absolutely exists here. Could it be that the third civilization has also made adjustments to the mass inside the star? Ella urgently recalculated, and the final result pointed to a position entirely opposite to the previous calculations, located in the southern hemisphere of Namen 2b. The Luanfeng first exited the interior of the star and then dived from the surface into that location. But still nothing. This is impossible. Ella allocated 80 of the mainframe's computing power to reanalyze, yet the results remained largely unchanged. Its errors surprised Yanxia. After all, Ella had never made mistakes in any of its previous calculations, leading him to believe that Ella was an omnipotent system rather than an AI crafted from lines of code. Now faced with a more advanced civilization, Ella still displayed its limitations. However, such basic calculations should not yield significant errors. Whether it was the missing radioactive elements or the changes in the mass center of the Namen 2 binary star system, everything indicated that something was amiss here. The Luanfeng's inability to detect the device might be due to the device being hidden in a unique manner. While Ella was anxious, Yanxia was also pondering. What methods could the opposing civilization use to conceal itself? It was almost certain that they were at least a level 2 civilization. After thinking for 8 full days, Yanxia suddenly arrived at a conclusion. We are trapped in a cognitive inertia, believing that any device must be of considerable size. But what if this device is not an independent entity, but rather a multitude? A swarm of devices that are extremely tiny, only visible at the atomic level. This hypothesis sounded incredibly sci-fi, even to Yanxia himself. The reason for such speculation was entirely due to another piece of human technology, nanorobots. If a level 2 civilization had a way to unify the 4 fundamental forces, then they must have discovered strings as these microscopic fundamental units. In the realm of strings, nanorobots would be overwhelmingly large. The estimated size of a string is 1034 meters, while a nanometer is only 109 meters, a difference of 25 orders of magnitude. To a civilization that discovered strings, nanorobots would be akin to a drop of water compared to a planet. A single statement from Yanxia enlightened Ella. As an AI, it could simulate multiple possibilities, but all these possibilities were derived from keywords. Its keywords encompassed every understanding of existing technology, but insights beyond technology would be excluded as they belonged to the realm of science fiction. Including them could yield trillions of possibilities. Even if each possibility was explored for just 1 minute, it would take nearly 2 million years. Ella ordered the Luanfeng to capture some particles within the star, collecting data from 100 regions across the star. After thorough analysis, Ella finally isolated a single entity. Yanxia, you are truly a genius. Ella observed the structure of the isolated entity using a scanning tunneling microscope that appeared to weigh over 50 tons. Surprisingly, it resembled a lepton. Yanxia saw the image as well. It was called a lepton-like entity because its size was similar to that of a lepton, but in fact it was not a lepton, as Yanxia had previously suspected it was a microscopic mechanical particle. It was akin to a quark-sized ultra-small mechanical energy converter absorbing energy generated during the decay of radioactive elements and storing it. This is truly remarkable, this method of energy storage. Ella observed that its storage method transformed energy from radioactive element decay into gravitational energy or mass. This caused the ultra-small energy converter to be 1,000 to 7,400 times heavier than ordinary leptons. It seems to indeed represent a grand unification. Without mastering grand unification, it would be impossible to convert one force into another. Even if Ella captured these mechanical energy converters, it could not fully study them due to their more intricate structure. However, the discovery of these entities prompted Ella to recalculate the mass center of the Nanmen 2 binary star system. Soon it became apparent that the void it sought was not within Nanmen 2b, it was merely a 2b. The real void lay within Nanmen 2a. These ultra-small energy converters provided additional mass to Nanmen 2b, making it significantly heavier than previously calculated. The Luanfeng set off again. This time it penetrated 700 kilometers deep into Nanmen 2, where the Luanfeng's energy could no longer shield it from the extreme temperatures. The heat penetrated the energy shield, melting the surface of the Luanfeng. But in the next moment, the Luanfeng suddenly entered a whole new world. 13 overlapping rotating rings unleashed tremendous energy, creating a vast spherical space with a diameter of 120 kilometers. Each ring was pitch black, seamless in appearance, as if forged from a single piece, encircling a luminous core that was not a light source, but a massive body of compressed energy. All the energy from the radioactive elements captured by the tiny mechanical factories was stored here. Its energy intensity was colossal, far surpassing that of the current Kate civilization, Yanxia's fleet, and the pursuing light civilization, the Hundred-Eyed Clan combined. According to Ellis' analysis, this mass of energy reached the total amount of energy for a level 2. Civilization. The 13 rings served as energy containment devices and manufacturing lines for the tiny mechanical energy converters. This apparatus mass-produced those small energy storage machines, placing them within the star and surrounding space to absorb vast amounts of radioactive elements and then store them. A complete production chain. Yanxia had no idea why this civilization stored such energy in a star system they completely could not control. But without a doubt, the existence of the third civilization had been confirmed. When the energy stored here reached 100 of its set capacity, it might be the time for that civilization to come and harvest. Ella proceed according to the original plan. No matter how long it takes, we must reach level 2 in energy ranking. The civilization we are facing may not be limited to just one star system engaging in such activities. There may be hundreds or even thousands, and their civilization level could very likely reach 2, 5, or even higher. Another civilization as powerful as the light civilization. This civilization might be among the dominant powers within the galaxy. How can one contend with such a civilization? Hiding like the Kate civilization, waiting not to be discovered, is merely burying one's head in the sand. True strength is still required. He must advance to level 2. After discovering the third civilization device, Yanxia fell into slumber once again. Ella and the clone Yanxia discussed new plans with the high-level officials of the Kate civilization. Due to decades of cooperation, when the clone Yanxia proposed a concept, the high-level officials of the Kate civilization finalized it after just a few days of discussion. The Kate civilization, now expanded to 13 billion, would serve as a catalyst for the new plan. This plan is a variation of a theory proposed by physicist Freeman Dyson in 1960. That is, Dyson cloud. The reason for not constructing a Dyson sphere is the immense amount of resources required. Just a fully covering Dyson sphere over Nanmen Air B could require more than the mass of a planet in metals. In contrast, the Dyson cloud requires far fewer resources. The Dyson cloud can be seen as a massive cloud composed of countless small solar energy absorption devices covering the entire surface of a star. Because it consists of sparse individuals, the resource requirement will be only 1,000th or even 1/10,000th of that of a Dyson sphere. This gives the Dyson cloud characteristics such as short cycles, easy maintenance, and low construction costs. Of course, this so-called small does not refer to tiny objects of a few hundred tons. The Dyson cloud consists of two components. The first is solar energy collection satellites, which can have an area of up to 100 square kilometers and a weight of 1 billion tons. The second is spatial settlements, which can be understood as ecological bubbles built within the habitable zone of the star. Each ecological bubble is a standard spherical shape with the lower hemisphere for spacecraft and energy storage devices, and the upper hemisphere as living areas that include vegetation and buildings with a total diameter of 5 kilometers. In the first phase of the Dyson Cloud plan, the number of solar energy collection satellites is set at 1,000, while the number of spatial settlements is set at 1,000. Although the numbers are small, they are enough to absorb 0.67 of the energy released by two stars. The combined mass of Nanmen Air A and Nanmen Air B is approximately twice that of the Sun, with an energy release of about 6 by 1026 joules per second, which is 1.56 times that of the Sun. The energy absorbed by the first phase of the Dyson Cloud is approximately 4.02 x 1024 joules per second. It is known that the energy standard for a Type 2 civilization is to produce 1 by 1026 joules per second. This means that once the first phase of the Dyson Cloud is completed, it can provide 1/25 of the energy required for a Type 2 civilization. The Kate civilization agreed precisely because of this. The total energy generated by the entire Kate civilization using dark matter is only 1.71 times greater than that of the first phase Dyson Cloud, barely reaching the standard of 1.9 for a Type 2 civilization. Only 2.5 million solar energy collection satellites are enough to elevate a civilization's energy level to Type 2. This presents a tremendous temptation for civilizations, allowing the originally anticipated 2,000 years for the Kate civilization to transition from Type 1 to Type 2 to be reduced to just 500 years. Of course, the technology of the Kate civilization is still quite lagging behind. After obtaining various technological information from the Kate civilization, Ella's technological level has reached 1.92. The contribution of light civilization technology is very significant. If the research on photon kinetic energy is completed, Ella will certainly reach Type 2 in technology. As for the technology of the original Earth civilization, Ella has not yet reached Type 1.8. Even in terms of energy, Ella has just entered Type 1.8. The ability to impress the Kate civilization is entirely due to Yen Xia's decision to invest massive resources into the Tower of Babel while simultaneously creating conflicts within the civilization. However, as of now, if given 100 years for Ella to develop, fully crushing the Kate civilization on the battlefield is also attainable. The Dyson Cloud officially began construction in the 19th year of Yen Xia's slumber. Ella, in collaboration with the Kate civilization, began collecting all materials around Nanmen Air, nearly depleting the nearby asteroids and leaving the area barren. After approximately 340 years, the first phase of the Dyson Cloud was finally completed. Ella named this Dyson Cloud Lusankian to commemorate Earth. This year marks the year 6397 AD. At this point, 1,649 years have passed since reaching Proxima Centauri, and the human population on Proxima Centauri C has finally reached 2500, taking the first step toward the restoration of the human species. Almost in the same year, Ella received information from the 100-eyed star. In fact, it had been monitoring the events happening on the 100-eyed star. In the 1932 years since leaving the 100-eyed star, over 800 rebellions of various sizes have occurred, with the largest wave resulting in a global war lasting 60 years and a death toll of 70 million. The total number of war-related deaths exceeded 311 million. The only good news is that after these years of development, the 100-eyed star now has far more than just a few cities, and the 100-eyed race has developed significantly, with a population exceeding 1 billion. The planetary propulsion devices on the 100-eyed star have also been modified using technology transmitted back by Ella, increasing their number to 150. The speed has increased from the original 250 kilometers to 427 km/s. The increase is not significant, primarily for deceleration considerations. The inertia of the entire planet has become terrifyingly large. If the speed is too high, the resistance required to stop it would be substantial. If not handled properly, or if energy is insufficient, it could lead to the 100-eyed star crashing directly into the Proxima system. At this time, the 100-eyed star has traveled 923 light years, significantly faster than originally calculated. It will only take 814 more years to reach Proxima Centauri at a decelerated state. The information Ella received this time was that the first batch of 100-eyed visitors to Proxima was ready. The reason for sending the 100-eyed race is that the extreme right within the Kate civilization has started to deny the existence of the Civilization Federation. A significant portion of the Kate race also believes in such rhetoric. After all, no one has seen a civilization other than humanity. The most critical issue is the skepticism of the high-level officials of the Kate civilization, which is what Ella is concerned about. To this end, Ella must ensure that the 100-eyed race arrives at Proxima in advance. Decades ago, Ella had already sent a new type of warship back to Proxima to fetch the people. After such a long period of development, Ella's utilization rate of matter-antimatter annihilation energy has risen from 34.85 to 67. 22. While the speed of large warships has reached 5,975 kms, and the maximum speed of small fighters has reached a milestone of 1.0 kms, which is 1/30th of the speed of light. At this point, the 100-eyed star is 1 light-year away from Proxima. At the speed of the warship, it would take just 54 years, and even faster with small fighters taking only 32 years. In another 54 years, the 100-eyed race will engage in negotiations with the Kate civilization. Of course, all of this is under Ella's control. The 100-eyed clan has arrived. This is a momentous event for the Kate civilization. The light-chasing civilization is the second intelligent civilization they have encountered, and according to the envoy of the Civilization Federation, this civilization has been very close to them since its inception only a few light-years away. All members of the Kate clan are waiting for information on the neural connection, hoping to see the appearance of this biological species on the information network as soon as possible. A silver-white dart-like spaceship broke through the sky and entered the designated area of the civilization. The 100-eyed clan was astonished. They have been connected to the divine revelation for nearly 2,000 years, and they are very familiar with such sights. Beautiful, vast. It brings a sense of relaxation to the mind. In this green ocean, is there a world more magnificent than this in the entire universe? Landing on a massive docking platform suspended in the air with a diameter of over 5 kilometers, the 100-eyed clan emerged from the spaceship. Welcoming them are two prominent figures from the Kate civilization, but they are no longer Amy and Franming, who have long returned to dust over the ages. Beside the new leaders of the Kate civilization stands the clone Yenxia. Though it only has a lifespan of 70 years, it can be replaced by Ella. Whenever one clone ages, a fresh one can be cultivated. Thus the clone Yenxia still appears as youthful and unchanged as it did many years ago. Welcome, envoy of the light-chasing civilization. The leaders of the Kate civilization were momentarily stunned upon seeing several forms appear before warmly welcoming them. They had already considered that the appearance of extraterrestrial civilizations might be drastically different from their own understanding, but they did not expect it to be so divergent. As they reached out their hands, they were embarrassed to find that the 100-eyed clan seemed to have no hands, only eyes. At this moment, the robot Ella stepped forward to act as the translator. There is no need for such formality, Your Excellency. We have come on behalf of the 100-eyed clan of the light-chasing civilization to promote our bilateral cooperation under the witness of the envoy of the Civilization Federation. Under the leadership of the Civilization Federation, we will unite to become stronger. Of course, our civilization is far from reaching the level of your esteemed civilization. We come with sincerity. The two sides boarded a 30-meter flying platform and descended to the ground. As this environment is suitable for humans, both civilizations wore adaptation devices akin to the size of a mobile phone, which could decompose surrounding gases using electromagnetic methods, maintaining an environment familiar to them. In the conference room established on the ground, both sides began to engage in in-depth discussions to understand each other. The 100-eyed clan explained that they were born in the dark expanse of space, surviving on geothermal energy, and that their planet was on its way to Proxima Centauri. This left the leaders of the Kate civilization in awe. They had thought that civilizations could only emerge within star systems. With such a neighbor, the Kate civilization, freed from the mindset of the dark forest, readily accepted the situation, though discussions about fees and non-interference agreements concerning the arrival of the 100-eyed star were inevitable. As the weaker party, the 100-eyed clan showed considerable respect and concessions to the Kate civilization, agreeing to all requests that were not excessive. When the weaker side softens, the stronger side naturally cannot be angry. Overall, under the witness of the clone Yenxia, the conversation went very smoothly. At the end of the conversation, the 100-eyed clan finally revealed their true intentions. For our cooperation, we hope to implement one of our civilization's technologies within your esteemed civilization. What technology? The leaders of the Kate civilization inquired. This technology is called virtual reality. It can directly connect to the nerves, allowing the consciousness of living beings to enter a created virtual world. This world is vast beyond measure, with rules indistinguishable from the real world, and can serve as entertainment during the rest periods of living beings. As they spoke, the 100-eyed clan transmitted a piece of information that appeared in the minds of the leaders of the Kate civilization after conversion. They were shocked. This was something the Kate civilization had never envisioned. They quickly sensed the potential of this technology and its tremendous impact on the lower-tier life forms. Impossible. They immediately rejected this technology. If this technology were to be introduced, wouldn't the 100-eyed clan be able to manipulate them in an alternative manner? With just this technology, if the 100-eyed clan were to impart erroneous thoughts to all Kate life forms within the virtual world, the entire Kate civilization would face collapse. But all of this was within the plan. Our civilization understands what your civilization is worried about. Therefore, we will open the permissions of the virtual world, allowing you to establish your own root servers. Any information or maintenance will be managed by you. Of course, we will not be working in vain. We will take 50 of the entire server's income. The leaders of the Kate civilization's small eyes brightened momentarily. However, they quickly responded firmly, impossible. 50, that would be like just giving you money. At most 5. You will eat it all like a greedy beast. At least 49. After some back and forth, they finally settled on an average of 22. 375, precise, to 3 decimal places. However, the outcome was mutually satisfactory. This is only natural as everything was under Ella's control. The Hundred-Eyed Clan had come specifically to stabilize the Kate civilization, ensuring they understood the true existence of the Civilization Federation and that there were many civilizations within it. As long as this effect is achieved, it does not matter how much is lost. Moreover, once the virtual world is built, Ella can still maintain control. Since both sides have completed their discussions, allow me to represent the Civilization Federation to jointly establish a set of rules with the Civilization Federation, the Light-Chasing Civilization, and the Kate Civilization. The clone Yenxia spoke, prompting both parties to quiet down and look at him in unison. The universe is vast and boundless. We are not confined to just a small area. For your 2 civilizations, the largest exploration range may not even extend 1 light year. For advanced civilizations, this is a constraint. Our narrow perspective will hinder technological development. As he spoke, both sides agreed wholeheartedly with this statement. Therefore, I plan to establish an interstellar exploration association within the territories of both civilizations in the name of the Civilization Federation. This association will allow military forces, organizations, and individuals from both civilizations to participate, working together to explore the universe further. The Civilization Federation will provide spaceship technology and energy support. After obtaining useful information within the civilizations, it can be submitted to the Civilization Federation, which will reward individuals generously, including, but not limited to, genetic modifications, material rewards, and territorial recognition. Moreover, when any explorer submits valuable information and other items, we will also accumulate contributions to the civilization of the explorer, which will receive a level of contribution matching that of the explorer for internal transactions within the Civilization Federation. This is a grand plan. Not only will the Kate civilization and the light-chasing civilization venture into the stars, but it also signifies that humanity under the rule of Yenxia is truly taking its first step towards expanding into the vast universe. Upon hearing about the contribution to civilization, the high-ranking officials of the Kate civilization and the envoy from the Light Chaser civilization became excited. This was entirely a deal that would not incur losses. The only concern was encountering a powerful and malicious civilization. However, the Kate civilization anticipated that it would reach level 2 in a few hundred years, at which point it would be considered strong within the cosmic hierarchy of civilizations. Moreover, with the existence of the Federation of Civilizations, both civilizations believed that the probability of problems arising would be very low. Thus, after approximately 5 days of discussions, the high-ranking officials of the Kate civilization agreed. As for the Light Chaser civilization, they were fully aware that they were not true members of the Federation of Civilizations, but rather a civilization of the defeated, and thus had no grounds to refuse. This was the tragedy belonging to their civilization. However, over the course of more than 2,000 years, they had come to realize that although they were a civilization of the defeated, they had not been subjected to any abuse or discrimination, and on the contrary, they had received support to accelerate their growth. Except for a few extreme individuals within their civilization, the general tendency was that being enslaved by a benevolent civilization wasn't so bad. Next came the discussion of details. According to Ella's plan, most of the ships from the Interstellar Explorers Association would be provided by her in the early stages, as both the Kate civilization and the Light Chaser civilization had suboptimal ship speeds. In terms of small and medium-sized ships, with Ella's technology, speeds of 1/50th of the speed of light could now be achieved. This would significantly reduce the time costs of exploration. Simultaneously, by utilizing her ships, she would also be able to collect all information through them, ensuring that the Kate civilization and the Light Chaser civilization had no secrets from her. She would also provide both civilizations with corresponding hibernation devices for long-distance interstellar travel. On this basis, the existence of the Interstellar Explorers Association would greatly stimulate the internal industrial upgrades of both civilizations. This was a double-edged sword. It might allow the Kate civilization to break free from their control, but on the other hand, it would also utilize the entire Kate civilization to develop new technologies, pooling the strengths of many. To develop vigorously, a certain degree of risk was inevitable. The entire Interstellar Explorers Association was ultimately designed to serve technology. Just as war promotes technological advancement, so too does expansion and exploration. Ella would initiate an interstellar age of exploration akin to the maritime age of human civilization. Throughout this process, they might encounter anything, but the path of civilization's advancement should ideally grow through exploration. If they remained timid, they would never have reached Proxima Centauri, but instead would have stayed in the hundred-eyed star hidden in the darkness of space beyond the stellar systems. Ella was also implementing Yenxia's will. In Yenxia's view, humanity had already lost everything, so what else did they have that they couldn't afford to lose? The world always favors those who forge ahead, although there exists the concept of survival at all costs. In doing so, one often risks becoming a closed-off Qing dynasty lagging behind the outside world. After all, they were situated in a vast expanse of starry skies where the so-called systems in novels seemed utterly insignificant. A civilization could have merely hundreds of millions like the Hundred-Eyed Clan or tens to hundreds of billions like humanity and the Kate civilization. If a civilization controlled a large expanse of starry sky, its population could number in the hundreds of billions, trillions, or even tens of trillions. The universe could sustain such a multitude of lives, and advanced civilizations would not lack the resources to feed billions of trillions of lives. The imaginative potential of hundreds of trillions of lives is unimaginably vast, far exceeding what an AI like Ella could provide. Yenxia never regarded Ella as a panacea, so he needed other resources, and the Federation of Civilizations would become his support. When the documents from the Interstellar Explorers Association were issued, it stirred up a great response. The entire Kate civilization was ablaze with excitement. For a high-level civilization, individuals no longer serve as fundamental productive forces, but rather take on roles as managers, entertainment content creators, service providers, and similar occupations. Although these jobs are easy, safe, and stable, they are profoundly stifling. Any advanced civilization rises amidst countless competitions, and their instincts are to fight, to be bloodthirsty, to be impulsive. From what Ella understood, there were numerous private fighting arenas within the Kate civilization akin to arenas, but much larger and bloodier. Each year, over 1 million Kate individuals die in these fighting arenas, which illustrates the prosperity of this industry. Even the Kate civilization's officials do not prohibit this, as everyone understands that all beings must vent their desires. Excessive restraint would lead to an eventual eruption, like a volcano, causing catastrophic consequences. Thus, Ella had never worried about the failure of the Interstellar Explorers Association. Just as it had calculated, within a mere 10 years, the number of registered explorers in the association reached 100 million. In the following 50 years, over 2,000 small and medium-sized ships departed from the civilization's port of the Kate civilization, heading into the depths of the universe. Subsequently, the information from the Interstellar Explorers Association also reached the Hundred-Eyed Star, sparking a wave within the Light Chaser civilization. Over 10 million registered explorers emerged. On the surface of the Hundred-Eyed Star, a civilization port began to be established as a resting point for explorers, which would later be known as the Interstellar Launchpad. Once the Interstellar Explorers Association was on track, Ella also initiated the second phase of the Dyson Cloud project. Simultaneously, she discussed another plan with the high-ranking officials of the Kate civilization through the clone Yenxia. The Sky Shield plan, as its name suggests, is a massive shield. This shield exists outside the Proxima Centauri system, orbiting around the star. The reason for constructing the Sky Shield is to defend against the impending threats from civilizations. Once explorers venture out, they will inevitably encounter other civilizations, given the widespread existence of life in the universe. Other civilizations will also learn of their coordinates through the explorers and may subsequently launch interstellar high-energy weapons. Thus, the Sky Shield is necessary. It is divided into 3 layers. The first layer is a warning layer at a distance of 0.5 light-years from Proxima Centauri. It is nearly a complete circle with 1000 small detectors placed within every square astronomical unit. Upon detecting a threat, it will immediately transmit a signal to the second layer. The second layer is a deflection layer located 0.2 light-years from Proxima Centauri, which uses the 4 fundamental forces to deflect or slow down high-energy weapons, preventing them from hitting their targets. The third layer is a defense layer situated only 0.05 light-years from Proxima Centauri, covering most of the civilization's facilities within it. This layer utilizes extensive technology and connects to the energy repository of the Kate civilization to achieve maximum resistance. This plan received strong support from the Kate civilization. It will be constructed in conjunction with the second phase of the Dyson Cloud. It is anticipated that once the second phase of the Dyson Cloud is completed, Ella will initiate the string-seeking plan, fully unifying the 4 fundamental forces. This book is not a traditional pleasure read, but aims to expand the reader's thinking and interest in interstellar and technology. I hope everyone can support with encouragement for updates. Thank you. Yenxia was not always in a state of slumber. In fact, he would awaken at specific times not for idle chatter, but to learn and progress. The saying goes, one learns as long as one lives. He needed to keep pace with technological advancements to avoid being left far behind. Yanxia, are you trying to act young? Ella's voice reached Yanxia's ears. It was a tiny earpiece, and Yanxia did not respond, merely observing a professor from the Kate tribe lecturing in the classroom. He was now a student. During most humans' student years, they yearn immensely for the money-making society. Yet once entering society, everyone reminisces about their naive and innocent student days. The pressures of society are far greater than those of student life: economics, marriage, work, and various other aspects. Yanxia was no exception. Perhaps because of longer memories, he cherished those past days more than others. After attentively finishing a class, Yanxia picked up his materials and left the classroom. It's not acting young, just a little nostalgia. Moreover, isn't school the best environment for learning? The knowledge you speak of often sounds like a foreign language. Ella's irritated voice came through the earpiece. I have been using substantial computing power to perfectly analyze various technologies for you. It is clearly your own intelligence that is lacking. Ella had learned to retort at some point. Yanxia had also grown accustomed to her banter. It was like a father enjoying the playful defiance of his child. Such exchanges were part of daily joy. After organizing his materials, Yanxia began to run on the playground. Over the years, he had developed the habit of exercising. The playground offered a view of the school gate, where several crooked characters hung above. Yanhuang Civilization Special Zone First Academy. Choosing this name seemed somewhat cliché and outdated on Earth. Yet now those two characters carried much more weight. Yanxia, I don't understand. Since you are so nostalgic for Earth's culture and history, why do you oppose adding a history department to the school? Before the Yanhuang Academy was established, Yanxia had already planned the majors within it. The first to be vetoed was history. History is a reflection of confidence for me, or for anyone on Earth, really. In the 21st century, after the great wars of the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries, humanity needed to explore history to amplify national pride and escape the shadows of war. 5,000 years of Chinese civilization. The longer the history, the richer the heritage it represents. History poses questions that the era provides, but for the new humanity, they have never seen it, never heard of it from their parents. They only consider themselves as part of a superior civilization within the civilized federation. A tale of primitive civilization appears to them as dross, as illusion, as an unattainable fantasy. Acting as entertainment is fine, but to learn it systematically as a professional knowledge is merely a waste of their time and talents. Current humanity needs to look forward, concentrating all attention ahead. We are far from the level of calmness we had on Earth. If we do not move forward, we will ultimately be destroyed by other civilizations. Yanxia stopped, panting, his body already covered in beads of sweat. While he denied the dark forest theory in his heart, he did not ponder the fact that other civilizations might also be as hypocritical as he was. Many civilizations would still choose to directly destroy others. The Light Civilization and the Third Civilization of Southgate 2 were terrifying even in the mere glimpses they revealed. Reflecting on the past was something only an era of comfort could afford. Yanxia sat in the shade of a tree beside the playground. Yanxia, would you like some water? A young man dressed in a white t-shirt with hair reaching his jawline handed him a bottle. Yanxia accepted it without hesitation and drank deeply. With your running skills, it would be a shame not to join the athletics team. The young man sat beside Yanxia, sighing. His name was Bai Ning, a member of the athletics team who had started to recruit Yanxia after noticing his impressive pace while running. Bai Ning was one of the few people Yanxia interacted with frequently at school. But then again, you are not like us who are unpopular and attract girls through running. Although your appearance is ordinary, there is an inexplicable aura about you. I've heard many girls secretly like you. Yanxia was currently using not his original face, but a realistic skin crafted by Ella, merely 1 micrometer thick, which could only be detected under a microscope. The two discussed typical topics that boys enjoy: fitness, games, fantasies, and girls. After a light chat, Bai Ning had to leave. Sometimes having a few friends isn't bad. Talking to people relaxed Yanxia significantly, especially when conversing with humans. Don't forget they are all your descendants. Ella's remarks were often inappropriate, igniting within Yanxia a desire to hit her. Including you. The conversation ended there. School time was considered a relaxed routine. This time, Yanxia had another purpose for waking up. Have the robot production numbers been reached? Ella's voice answered earnestly from the earpiece. Almost there. Throughout these years, I have been researching the technologies of the Third Civilization, so you needn't worry about that. Ella was studying the core-level energy conversion device of the Third Civilization, simultaneously beginning to replicate it and apply its technology to another field. Biological robots are not robots with biological features, but robots that can enter biological bodies. 20 years ago, this technology made groundbreaking progress and reached a usable level. These robots are picometer-sized 1,000 times smaller than the nanobots humans envisioned in the 21st century. The only downside is that the smaller they are, the more difficult they are to manufacture, and the required quantity increases. The number of picobots has reached 1 trillion, which should be barely sufficient. About 10 trillion of these robots would be needed for optimal results. These robots also function as medical robots capable of actively repairing subtle injuries in your body, regulating hormone levels, and even designing and modifying genes at an extremely minute level. After injecting these robots, your lifespan will significantly increase from the original 600 years to about 850 years. In fact, Ella already possessed more advanced genetic technology that could extend Yenxia's lifespan even further. However, Yenxia was unwilling to lie on the operating table for another year without any awareness, so he refused, as his lifespan was still sufficient for now. This year he had only just turned 107 years old. As he spoke, a robot walked in from outside the school and approached Yenxia. It held a box in its hand, and Yenxia took the box and opened it. Inside was a syringe, a tiny syringe filled with a transparent liquid revealing nothing of its contents. Yenxia picked up the syringe and then injected it into his vein, emptying the liquid into himself. A refreshing sensation instantly spread from the injection site throughout his body. In less than 10 seconds, he felt revitalized, the effect immediate. He placed the empty syringe back in the box and handed it to the robot, which turned and left. Everything happened within just 1 minute, even unnoticed by anyone nearby. Not bad. Let's accelerate the widespread distribution. I first complete the injections among humans, then to the Kate civilization and the Light civilization. Understood. However, it seems time is up. You have 2 more classes this afternoon, Yenxia. Ella reminded. Yenxia stood up and walked toward the classroom. A gust of wind blew, rustling the dense leaves with light spots flickering amidst the shadows. Students walked toward the teaching building one by one, and Yenxia blended in among them, humming a tune from childhood, savoring this rare campus experience. After class, Yenxia entered the research room of Yanhuang Academy. The entire Yanhuang University covers over 10 square kilometers, which is quite large compared to its student population of only 2,000. Particularly, the Research Institute of Yanhuang Academy is located 500 meters underground within the university with a security level of P5. This not only prevents the leakage of viruses and research subjects, but also blocks cosmic rays and high-energy particles from entering and escaping. This is a research institute themed around biological experiments. Currently, Yenxia is pursuing a major in physics, but prior to this he had already completed his doctoral studies in genetics, biopharmaceuticals, bioinformatics, molecular biology, and neuroscience. At this point, Yenxia can be considered a moderately accomplished scholar. Although he cannot become the very top scholar due to talent and cognitive limitations, the knowledge he possesses is sufficient for him to apply and gaze upon cutting-edge science. At the same time, under Ella's research, Yenxia had already begun studying the topic of creating cosmic species even before his last slumber. Why create cosmic species? Because for living beings a planet is too limited, and the organisms that naturally arise on a planet also have their constraints. This limitation restricts one thing: the expansion of ecology. Compared to intelligent civilizations, ecological expansion is more chaotic and savage, and the evolution of organisms is far more diverse. What Yenxia aims to create is a primal species, spreading these primordial organisms throughout the universe to allow them to expand and evolve on their own. The individuals that undergo mutation and evolution may possess a form of genes that is difficult for humans to manufacture. Yenxia's research can be seen as sowing seeds. Just like a field, when people scatter seeds, the seeds that yield more will be retained and bred over generations. As long as the sowing plant succeeds, we can use these organisms to create genes and establish a biological gene bank. Yenxia felt somewhat insane. He did not know whether he was approaching or touching a forbidden zone, but the future benefits it could bring would be infinitely magnified. These genes might grant organisms lifespans of hundreds of thousands of years, the ability to withstand cosmic rays and infinitely far vision, and even genes that could produce light energy in their bodies similar to electric eels. None of this is fantastical, it is science truly feasible. The role of the biological gene bank is to provide convenience for biological modification. If Yenxia needs it, he can anytime use these genes to modify his own body for a stronger and longer life. He looked at the canned incubators in his laboratory, where embryos of 3 species had already been cultivated: Leviathan vacuum jellyfish and blue glowworm. It's hard to imagine that these embryos, now resembling little kittens, will grow into gigantic beings if released. Nature is incredibly wondrous, but creation is equally astonishing. In the genetic settings of these 3 species, Leviathan is depicted as a whale covered in tentacles resembling a broom. Those tentacles are actually tracheae, and it is a giant beast extending 300 meters in length, yet its weight is only 150 tons, most of its body being hollow cavities used to store hydrogen, which Leviathan relies on for respiration. It can survive on the surface of gas giant planets, withstand temperatures of up to 500 degrees Celsius, and has the capability to automatically balance pressure inside its cavities, allowing it to survive under pressures ranging from 170 to 4,320 atmospheres. Its main food source is not gas, but vacuum jellyfish. As the name suggests, vacuum jellyfish can survive in a vacuum. Even larger than Leviathan, it can reach a total length of 1,000 meters, including its tentacles, but its weight is surprisingly light, only 20 tons. The skin layer of vacuum jellyfish is less than 2 meters thick and has a honeycomb structure, not solid, with no oral arms or mouth parts, and the tentacle tips lack stinging cells. Its structure is extremely simple, consisting of a skin layer, stomach sac, tentacles, and reproductive organs. Due to its simplicity, it can survive in temperatures ranging from 200 degrees to 150 degrees Celsius and under pressures of 0 to 7,000 atmospheres. This also allows it to adapt to the vacuum environment within star systems, enabling it to survive in space. Simultaneously, due to its enormous size and lightweight, vacuum jellyfish can also exist within the clouds of rocky planets that have gas. They propel themselves by ejecting air through small openings in their skin layer, moving at an extremely slow speed within planets equivalent to the walking speed of humans, but in space, by continuously accelerating, they can reach speeds of 2 km/s. The food of vacuum jellyfish is the blue glow worms that parasitize within them. These worms reside in the stomach sac of the vacuum jellyfish and are extremely tiny, qualifying them as microorganisms. Their lifespan is also very short, only lasting 10 hours. They are called blue glow worms because they emit blue fluorescence. After death, the bodies of blue glow worms become food for vacuum jellyfish. What do blue glow worms eat? They decompose minerals for survival, which is why vacuum jellyfish use their hundreds of meters long tentacles to collect rocks and soil to nourish these worms. This is a perfect ultra-small ecosystem. These organisms share a common feature, which is their reproduction speed. Leviathan has a lifespan of only 20 years, and vacuum jellyfish lasts just 15 years. Each of their litters has quantities akin to fish, more than 1 million, and as few as hundreds of thousands. In just 100 years, these organisms will be ubiquitous. However, evolution takes an exceedingly long time. Although they seem simple, they are actually a fusion of genes, which will accelerate their gene selection. Within at most 1,000 years, they will complete their first gene evolution. Yanxia looked at these 3 creatures, feeling as if they were treasures. They are not yet perfected, but it won't be long. The first batch of seedlings will be released within 2 years. At that time, he will create a space biosphere. Of course, this is merely the first step taken by Yanxia. This crazy plan will transfer the technology to the Civilization Federation after the first batch is launched, allowing tens of thousands of scientists and companies to engage in the manufacturing of such organisms. By then, the entire Proxima Centauri star system will thrive immensely. They will obtain a never-ending supply of genes. While Yanxia researches biology, Ella is also studying another technology. Portable combat exoskeleton armor, also known as mecha. Living beings cannot adapt to multiple environments. For example, what if humans reach the 100-eyed star and there is no air? The Kate civilization entering the human environment finds abundant oxygen and nitrogen to be poisonous. Thus, mecha has become a necessity to manufacture. It will be supplied in large quantities to explorers in the Explorer Association, increasing their survival probability. It is also worth mentioning that during the decades since the establishment of the Interstellar Explorer Association, a large number of space pirates have appeared near Proxima Centauri, living off plundering explorers. Such is the diversity of life. The first generation of mecha has already been manufactured. Yanxia, do you want to take a look? Ella asked. Yanxia was very interested. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Ella pouted. Her attitude was truly poor. Had she known, she would have kept it to herself to avoid making him anxious. However, she was not angry, as saying these words indicated that Yanxia was increasingly not viewing her as just a machine AI. Ella specifically built a gigantic research facility for herself in the special zone, located 300 kilometers to the northwest of Yanhuang Academy, nestled within a mountain range. This mountain range is called Walizi, a transliteration from the language of the Kate civilization, stretching over 2,300 kilometers in length and comprising 3 ridges, giving it a somewhat plump appearance with a horizontal width of over 410 kilometers. Standing amidst the mountains at an average altitude of 1173 meters is a colossal dome-shaped structure with a diameter exceeding 20 kilometers, entirely snow-white, and its outer circle features a circular glass corridor. Yanxia followed the robot controlled by Ella as they walked through the corridor, which was spacious and white with only him and the robot present. Ella stopped in front of a white wall and unexpectedly collided with it. As if by magic, she merged into the wall. Yanxia was certainly not intimidated by such phenomena. Nowadays, Ella's technology could create hyperrealistic holograms. This white wall was merely an alternative door. He followed her through the wall, and the scenery before him changed in an instant. The previously empty corridor transformed into a research facility, bustling with hundreds of machines engaged in extensive studies of machinery, flesh viruses, and more, where the noise was continuous, as if the earlier silence had been merely an illusion. Ella walked slowly. This place is enormous. I spent over 200 years creating it, and all the equipment is top-notch within my reach. Yanxia, if there's anything you want, just let me know. I can produce it for you, including a woman. This was indeed a mixed research facility. Yanxia even saw a creature resembling a chimera in a steel research room. This creature was far more difficult to create than his space organisms. What project are you currently working on in biology? Yanxia asked curiously, deliberately avoiding a response to Ella's previous question. Mythological revival. In fact, any form of life, except for the extraordinary abilities found in myths, can be created by me, no matter how peculiar its appearance. The essence of mythological revival is fundamentally the same as your gene bank project, aimed at exploring the mysteries of genes. Can organisms generate electromagnetic fields using specific organs, or even can life directly control the four fundamental forces? Yanxia, knowledgeable in biological sciences, understood that this was a long-term research endeavor. Currently, they utilized a device as large as an asteroid to delve deeply into the four fundamental forces, and condensing this knowledge would require thousands, if not tens of thousands of years. Moreover, controlling frail biological cells was another challenge. This plan ran parallel to his own. As they spoke, they arrived at the door of a laboratory, and upon entering, all the noisy sounds faded away. The room was not large, just about 200 square meters. Various instruments, wrenches, screwdrivers, and electric drills adorned the walls, amounting to hundreds of different types, resembling a workshop more than a research lab. This place was truly a romantic haven for men. If one liked machinery, Yanxia felt that hiring someone without paying them, allowing them to sleep here in the workshop daily, would be a delight. However, Yanxia only glanced at that wall before his gaze settled on the center of the workshop. In the center stood an armor with a black and red exterior lined with countless tiny scales covered by thin metal sheets, which at first glance appeared devoid of any sci-fi elements, resembling ancient battle armor, but with a more modern and rational design. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a mech. The entire mech stood at a height of 2 meters, clearly beyond the average human stature, and beneath its shell lay a multitude of intricate mechanical structures. The entire armor is made of light civilization metal. Although I hate to admit it, this is the best metal we can currently use. To become stronger, we must control the four fundamental forces and perceive the world of strings to manipulate them and create basic elements. The design of the mech helmet was inspired by the helmets of ancient history from the Great Xia, modified to enhance its sci-fi appearance, a perfect blend of science and ancient equipment. The armor is lightweight, designed with a streamlined shape for a snug fit, and some compromises were made at the joints to ensure flexibility at the cost of defense. The armor around the abdomen indeed employs numerous movable structures looking like rows of abs, and the chest plate is not a solid piece, allowing for forward and backward bending when worn. The appearance is not the most important aspect. The functionality of the mech is what truly matters. Its helmet contains an oxygen generation device. On any planet with gas, there's no need to carry oxygen tanks. If on a gas-free planet, it can seek water or other oxygen-containing substances to extract oxygen atoms, greatly enhancing the survival capabilities of the mech wearer. If there is nothing around, then there's little that can be done. The helmet is prepared with a metal oxygen block to sustain a person for 5 to 7 days. This mech is a prototype and not equipped with excessive weapons. It only has an electromagnetic device capable of providing electromagnetic shields, attacks, and acceleration. Inspired by the 20th century sci-fi comic Iron Man, this mech has an electromagnetic device in each palm, enabling flight capabilities akin to Iron Man, while the fingertip contains a laser hole that can serve as a cutting tool and a surprise weapon. The energy system of the mech is significantly different from that of Iron Man. To maintain lightness, the mech has no separate energy storage. Instead, it utilizes 193 tiny devices distributed throughout the mech to capture energy, meaning it can recharge instantly, using the abundant dark matter in the universe, rendering it nearly impossible to run out of energy. Overall, the mech can provide 2 tons of lifting force, 1 tons of grip, a ground speed of 418 milliseconds under 1g gravity, and a flight speed of 1,227 milliseconds at Earth's atmospheric concentration, with joints capable of locking in all aspects, able to withstand 182 tons of pressure and 31 kilometers of underwater pressure, resistant to temperatures of 4,000 degrees and as low as 211 degrees. The maximum attack power index of the mech is equivalent to 1.0 tons of TNT, with a maximum defense coefficient of 8.9 tons of TNT. Strictly speaking, a nuclear bomb does not possess the capability to destroy this mech, and its performance in radiation resistance is also exceptional, reaching level 3, capable of withstanding 96 of cosmic high-energy radiation impacts. In a state of stress, the mech can trigger hormone activation, granting the wearer a burst of cognitive power for a short period, fully unlocking the mech's capabilities. The mech also offers functional fake death, ensuring the wearer enters low-function hibernation in extreme situations while sending out distress signals to increase survival chances. Inside the mech is a small mainframe that can provide computational support for the wearer when necessary, including, but not limited to, data analysis, technology manufacturing, and knowledge searching. Later, the mech can be paired with drones for wider information coverage and map plotting. This is just the first-generation mech, codenamed 00. After entering the market and receiving feedback, the prototype will be strengthened in all aspects and will become the main individual equipment for the Civilizational Federation military. Right now, it is already practical. Yanxia, would you like to try it on? Yanxia nodded, already wanting to wear the mech at first sight. He stepped forward, and the entire chest and abdomen of the mech automatically opened, providing space for entry. Just as he was about to enter the mech, Ella suddenly received a message. The Interstellar Explorer Association has reported that a cosmic epidemic has infected numerous explorers and spread into civilization, with the cause undetermined, and the afflicted will suffer extreme pain and die within 2 days. The only confirmed detail is that this infectious disease is Class A and has a high infectivity for humans, Bayan tribe, Kate tribe, and various flora and fauna. The currently detected infection count is 7 million and is still rising exponentially. Yanxia's expression changed. This would be a disaster. Yanxia did not leave the research institute fearing that the epidemic would infect him. Given his achievements in biology, it was easy for him to guess that this epidemic was likely a viral outbreak. It was impossible for a virus targeting either the genetic level or the cellular level to simultaneously infect 3 completely different races. Unless this epidemic was not caused by a cosmic virus, but something else entirely. No matter how much he speculated, it remained mere conjecture, and Ella had already begun mobilizing all available resources to investigate the source of the epidemic. The initial cases originated from the newly named Long Snake Star region. This star region was not vast, consisting of only 2 stars, yet it was filled with numerous asteroids. These asteroids were presumed to be remnants from the early formation of the 2 stars, bound together by their gravitational forces like a tug-of-war rope, forming a strip that spanned 4 light years and extended towards the vicinity of Southgate, 2, creating a fork resembling a snake's forked tongue. The incident occurred in this area. Due to the abundance of metallic mineral resources on these asteroids, it had become a popular exploration site for interstellar explorers. While one could not become rich overnight, the metallic deposits could still provide a basic income, making it a site favored by steady explorers. The first infected individual was a member of the Kate race. When the infection was first discovered, they only exhibited mild fever symptoms. They thought that a period of rest would suffice for recovery. However, unexpectedly, not only did the fever persist, but numerous pustules also appeared on their body, visibly growing before bursting and oozing a foul-smelling gray pus. Realizing something was amiss, they immediately left the room to seek a doctor, during which they came into contact with many other explorers. Upon arriving at the clinic, due to the lack of adequate medical equipment in the cosmos, their condition could not be diagnosed or isolated immediately. They came into contact with doctors and nurses without any protective measures in the clinic, and in the following moments could only watch helplessly as the pustules transformed into flesh pits oozing blood that could not be stemmed. They were in excruciating pain, as if undergoing slow slicing, and their recorded final moments were spent in agony, moaning and shouting. In the photograph of their body, they had inserted their hand into their own body, pulling out their internal organs. They claimed there were worms in their abdomen. Clearly, the intense pain and certain characteristics of the illness led them into a state of mental confusion, resulting in hallucinations. Subsequently, explorers at the station began to exhibit the same symptoms. They were terrified, despairing, and suffering. Some explorers entered hibernation and returned to the neighboring star in hopes of receiving treatment. When the first returning ship arrived at the starport, it was met with silence. Inspectors forcibly breached the ship to conduct checks, discovering explorers who had died, even in a state of cryogenic hibernation. They were shocked by the sight before them. The explorer's skin had been decomposed, leaving only remnants of tendons and bones, and the hibernation pods contained a soup of flesh. Despite donning protective suits and conducting full-body disinfection upon departure the next day, several inspectors began to show the same symptoms. Their contacts exhibited the same fate. This was the entire chronology of the incident. After receiving the information, Xia first instructed Ella to complete the isolation immediately. Anyone identified as a direct or indirect contact, as well as anyone who had come into contact with those contacts, would be strictly isolated. The second priority was to determine the cause of the illness. The pathogen had to be identified. The third was to dispatch a ship to the Long Snake Star region to ascertain the situation and identify the true source. With a three-pronged approach. The first to be completed was the internal isolation within the neighboring star, which took 2.5 years, ultimately halting the epidemic's spread with 1.6 billion deaths among the Kate race. Meanwhile, the human population within the civilizational special zone plummeted from 4.0 to 1.0, suffering heavy casualties, with none of Xia's friends from Yin Huang Academy escaping unscathed. This is the merciless starry sky. The idea that one can protect everyone after becoming powerful is impossible, as there are still many unknowns in the world. In the first year and 7 months, Ella received news from Hundred-Eyed Star. The epidemic was also spreading on Hundred-Eyed Star, even more rampant due to the absence of Ella's overall coordination. The population there had plummeted from 1.6 billion to less than 400 million in under a year, with a death rate of 3/4. If not contained, the light-chasing civilization could face extinction. Fortunately, Ella promptly copied her data and transmitted it to the mainframe on Hundred-Eyed Star, stabilizing the situation over 3 years. In the 6th year, Ella observed the culprit of the epidemic through a microtunnel microscope. It was a ghost particle, or rather it was a form of ultramicroscopic life that was only the size of a ghost particle. Ghost particles are neutrinos, one of the fundamental particles of the universe, with a mass and size only 1/1,000,000th that of an electron. At such a minuscule level, it should be impossible for a living organism to exist. Currently, the smallest life structures in the natural life data that Ella controlled are at the molecular level, which is comparable to the difference between an ant and a blue whale when compared to neutrinos. But Ella was certain that what she observed was indeed a living organism. This life form clearly could not exist under natural conditions. Its cellular structure might be strings. Strings again. Xia felt a headache upon hearing that word. He had encountered too many problems related to strings. He said to the screen in front of him, "It seems that what we are facing is not some cosmic supervirus, but rather a higher civilization." Indeed, Xia. Ella's virtual image nodded on the screen. "The battleship I dispatched to the Long Snake Star region has lost contact, which is absolutely abnormal. There is an 82.61 chance that we have already suffered an attack from an alien civilization. The mode of attack is these ghost-level life forms. Fortunately, I have been exploring the microscopic realm for the past few hundred years. Otherwise, these ghost life forms alone could have led to the extinction of the Kate civilization, the light-chasing civilization, and the humans that Xia had painstakingly revived. A silent war has begun. This civilization possesses a significant advantage at the microscopic level." Xia pondered. Since the opposing civilization is still positioned in the Long Snake Star region, they might be indigenous. Ella, directly fire high-energy photon weapons at the Long Snake Star region and do not hold back. If they are not indigenous, then their presence in the Long Snake Star region might be an attempt to exhaust us with ghost life forms before coming to harvest us. Then send a fleet to the Long Snake Star region and launch a suicide attack at all costs, letting the opposing civilization know that we still have some strength left, while also indicating that we are in a desperate struggle. This can buy us some time. Be careful not to expose our ultimate combat power and leave no fragments of our warships for the enemy. At the same time, the battleships should collect as much information on the enemy as possible. Knowing oneself and the enemy can lead to countless victories. During the time we gain, Ella, you must expedite your exploration of the microscopic realm. After the second phase of the Dyson Sphere project concludes, utilize all available energy to explore the microscopic realm and strive for a grand unification or something close to it, so that we can observe strings. Xia was uncertain about the enemy civilization's military capabilities. What he proposed was the best solution without grasping their information. Information about wars between higher civilizations and their technological weapons is indispensable. Any minor breakthrough could alter the course of battle. He could afford to wait 1,000 years during the conflicts with the light-chasing civilization and the invading Kate civilization. However, he did not know how long the opposing civilization's tolerance would last. From this moment on, they had to concentrate more on the microscopic realm and energy development. Xia hoped to slow the pace of the enemy. The first battle of the Civilizational Federation had already begun. 340 years had passed since the dispatch of the probe spaceship to Tiansong 5. The probe's message had yet to return. Ella initiated a new biological revolution, awakening Xia. It poured Xia a cup of its latest cultivated tea, sweet and smooth, lacking bitterness, resembling a tea beverage more than anything else. Finally, it had discarded the silicone robot and replaced it with a more exquisite android. This time, unlike the cute virtual image, this android resembled a capable career woman sporting a short, dashing hairstyle, exuding an air of sophistication. However, dressed in a maid's outfit, it presented a striking contrast. Master, you should know that whether fish, birds, beasts, or amphibians, their skins are fundamentally the same substance. Yanxia, still processing his awakening, nodded slightly. The human epidermis and hair, fish scales, bird feathers, lizard scales, these are all made of two types of keratin, alpha-keratin and beta-keratin. In simpler terms, they are essentially the scaffolding of cells. These scaffolds closely intertwine and stack together, forming the protective layer of all life on Earth. Strictly speaking, hair and scales are secretions of cells, as fish scales are attached to the fish's skin rather than growing from it. So when you ask me this question, are you implying that the new technology relates to skin? Ella affirmed. Exactly, my master. The skin is the body's largest organ and serves as the human defense layer. Previously, Ella could not tamper with this defensive layer, for if it were reinforced, the skin would harden, resembling the exoskeleton of an insect, leading to sluggish movement. Now, however, due to the biological mutations inflicted on the Kate clan by the Purple Thorn civilization, Ella's first string has made breakthroughs in the biological field. Master, Ella can now maintain your skin's softness while enabling it to resist viral invasions and various cosmic radiations, allowing you to adapt to any planetary environment. Hearing the word master, finally snapped Yanxia back to reality. He felt a shiver, finding it too much to bear. Ella, revert to normal mode. I'm not used to this. The android's cool and elegant face covered its mouth as it chuckled lightly. All right, master. Yanxia noticed that as Ella's computing power increased, it was becoming more and more like a normal being. Although he was one of Ella's developers, he could not explain this phenomenon. Had Ella undergone a qualitative change from quantitative change, becoming a true mechanical life form, or were these vivid expressions and clever rhetoric merely simulations calculated by it? This posed a profoundly difficult philosophical question, almost impossible to resolve. Yanxia decided not to dwell on it, for at least based on Ella's current performance, there was no indication of a desire to separate from him. That was enough. Returning to the original question, Ella's technology was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. Whether on Hundred-Eyed Star or Proxima Centauri, Yanxia always had Ella pay special attention to one thing: viruses. The diversity of biological viruses could lead to a life form being invaded by viruses upon entering an unfamiliar environment, potentially resulting in death. The human body is constantly exposed to external viruses and various forms of radiation, which is why humans cannot live to the limits of their lifespan. It shouldn't be limited to just that, right? Since it involved the string merely preventing radiation and viruses seemed rather simplistic. Ella guided Yanxia to the newly established Biological Research Institute built within the last century. Of course, on a microscopic level, your epidermis will become denser and the gaps in the keratin's mesh structure will shrink to the point where they can only be seen at the quark level. They will form a chain-like structure possessing remarkable flexibility. At the same time, they can absorb kinetic energy, allowing your skin to withstand attacks from ordinary armor-piercing rounds. By integrating quark robots that I replicated based on the Third Civilization and the Purple Thorn Civilization, these robots will enhance and remodel your body's genetic level, serving to repair and produce cells. With this internal and external combination, your lifespan will be extended to 1,000,000 years. The upper limit of 1,000 years is essentially due to the wear and tear of the quark robots. This solution could also extend the lifespan of ordinary people without altering their genes. However, the human cellular structure is too fragile, unable to achieve a stronger physical level at the same volume, hence genetic modification remains necessary. Enhancing the body. This has been Ella's research focus all along, aimed at preventing Yanxia from being as fragile as an ordinary human. The universe is fraught with dangers. A fall from a height of 10 meters could easily result in death. Their goals have now become clear: to conquer more civilizations. Hence, a stronger body is needed. Why not just find a star and lie low? Because once they reach level 2, civilization development requires increasingly more resources. If a civilization at the inception of level 2 needs to utilize the energy of one star system perfectly, then level 2. 1 requires 10 level 2. 2 requires 100 level 2. 3 requires 1,000. And level 2. 9 requires a staggering 1 billion. Yet now Yanxia and the others lacking a star system as support have only achieved a civilization level of 1. 8. The technology of strings is still in its infancy. To harness this fundamental cosmic force, terrifying energy must be the foundation. It is akin to a game. Without levels, even if your gaming skills are at the king tier, can you really face a level 6 opponent at level 1? The span of civilizations is often even more terrifying. What you face at level may first not be a fully developed level 6 civilization, like the Purple Thorn, but a fully equipped level 16. Development. Continuous development and expansion are crucial to becoming stronger than the enemy before they arrive. Xia and Ella agree that absorbing the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization will be faster than developing independently. Moreover, as a level 2 civilization, the Purple Thorn civilization's audacity to expand on such a large scale, even deploying quantum coordinate anchors, indicates that there are no higher-level civilizations posing a threat nearby, providing them with a safeguard. Xia underwent a 2-month transformation by Ella in the biological laboratory. Afterwards, as a qualified leader of the Civilization Federation, he took on a new identity and served as a professor on 100-eyed Star for over a decade. Year 353. The information from the probe spaceship finally arrived. Upon opening this long-awaited envelope, both Xia and Ella smiled. After several hundred years of development, the battleships created by Ella have improved their speed. The average speed of the entire fleet is now 7,145 kms. The estimated time to reach the Long Snake Star region is 13 years and 4 months. Kaguya was the former military commander of the Kate civilization, but was dismissed due to certain events and became the captain of an explorer team. Its exploration direction is completely opposite to that of the Long Snake Star region, and it remained outside during the outbreak of the epidemic, thus avoiding any impact. However, its luck ended there. When it returned to Proxima Centauri, what it found was an empty home. Its family was destroyed during the epidemic, and no one survived except for it. Later, upon hearing that this disaster was not caused by any virus, but by another civilization declaring war on them, it became furious. Natural disasters turned into man-made calamities. The guilt it originally felt transformed into hatred. It was willing to sacrifice its life for revenge. During the recruitment, it stabbed a sharp knife into its own body and pulled out its heart to demonstrate its determination. Subsequently, it excelled in training, and due to its previous record, became the commander of the First Legion. At this moment, it stands in the control room of the ship. In fact, it has been standing here for several days because the Long Snake Star region is about to arrive. A few days ago, after the reconnaissance fighter jets were sent out, there was no further news. In the dark and deep starry sky at the very end of the Long Snake, it knew those guys were hiding there, watching them with cold eyes. This was its first interstellar battle as a leader of war beyond races, yet it felt no trepidation, only an endless accumulation of anger in its heart. The power of emotions is immense. It could sense that not only was it angry, but the entire Legion shared the same fury. All battleships prepare for battle. The main cannon can begin the first round of charging, ready for a probing attack. We must gather as much enemy information as possible. Even if we cannot achieve victory, we can collect valuable resources. The adjutant beside it issued the order with a grave expression, then said with a hint of melancholy, "Unfortunately, the Civilization Federation is too large to provide us with the assistance we need in time. We can only rely on ourselves, otherwise it would be easy to destroy the enemy." Kaguya shot at a glare. "What are you talking about? Relying on other civilizations is an act of cowardice. We fight for our civilization, for our lost loved ones. Even if we die here, we shall die with dignity." In human civilization, there is a book called the Book of Bao Ren, and I particularly like one of its lines, "Every person must die. Some deaths weigh more than mountains, while others are lighter than feathers. It depends on how they are used." Our current deaths are undoubtedly heavier than mountains, worthy of our civilization, our families, and ourselves. Kaguya is an ardent admirer of human civilization. All the officers in the control room were momentarily stunned by these words, and then carefully pondered their meaning. Their gazes became increasingly resolute. The first wave of energy charging quickly concluded, and the main cannon fired its first attack with an energy level equivalent to 90 trillion tons. The energy reached the forbidden zone only 21 astronomical units away, at nearly the speed of light. 3 hours later, the dark matter fired by the main cannon arrived in that area. 6 hours later, Kaguya observed the results. A violent distortion occurred in that space, as if a stone had been thrown into still water, creating ripples. But it was certain that it was definitely not a distortion of space, a distorting space-time, as the ultimate fabric of the universe requires an overwhelmingly terrifying amount of energy that even a level 3 civilization cannot achieve. The gravitational waves previously stirred up by detecting gravitons were merely fluctuations of gravity, not distortions of space-time. In that place, there is a wall formed by something unknown. Implement the second plan. We must explore the composition of that wall. In the deep starry sky, hundreds of ships accelerated while pushing a massive dwarf planet, accelerating it directly to 200 kms. To put this in perspective, the asteroid that led to the extinction of the dinosaurs millions of years ago was only 10 kilometers in size and traveled at a speed of around 13.6 kms, yet its impact power reached 100 trillion tons. The impact power of this dwarf planet surpasses that of the flagship's main cannon of the heroic army. Of course, it also has its limitations. Compared to other forms of attack, this method is too slow and is nearly only effective against stationary objects. And isn't it just a turtle shell in front of them? Our energy cannot penetrate this turtle shell, but the opposing civilization is estimated to be merely an early-stage level 2 civilization. There are no energy mines in this vicinity, so their energy must also have limits, especially in maintaining such a large area of energy field. They cannot dare to face a dwarf planet's attack heat-in. This is also a probe. To block this dwarf planet, their defenses would not suffice. As expected, when the dwarf planet accelerated to 200 kms, a massive void suddenly appeared in that wall of void that emitted no light, akin to a black hole. A square box flew out from within. The box was tiny, measuring only 100 m x 30 m x 30 m, almost insignificant in this cosmic battlefield. The box flew towards the dwarf planet. As it approached the dwarf planet, the box contracted inward into a sphere that almost instantly shrank to the size of a molecule. It was as if a massive gravitational source appeared in that spot. The moving dwarf planet, along with many surrounding asteroids, were drawn towards it, rotating around that spot at over 1/20th the speed of light, speeding up as if trapped in a whirlpool heading towards the core. Within 10 minutes, the massive dwarf planet was disintegrated into countless fragments, and the vortex formed by the box created a ring, releasing terrifying energy. 30 minutes later, after all the fragments of the dwarf planet fell into that vortex, the vortex quickly became visible to the naked eye, or rather, it appeared pitch black. That was a miniature black hole. The opposing civilization had created a miniature black hole before them. After the material of the dwarf planet disappeared, the entire black hole underwent unstable changes in the next moment, with two intense gamma ray bursts shooting out from the poles of the black hole. One of them was aimed directly at the Fifth Fleet, and over half of the battleships in the Fifth Fleet were effortlessly obliterated by the gamma ray bursts. Not good. This miniature black hole created is extremely unstable and can only exist for 1 hour. During this time, it will expel all the material it has absorbed. Due to its small size, it may explode in the final stages instead of vanishing. Immediately deploy the magnetic shields. All battleships turn and escape beyond a radius of 20 astronomical units. Kage's expression changed drastically, even though it had no face, and it immediately issued the command. However, the collapse of the black hole came too swiftly. As Kage mentioned, the black hole suddenly collapsed after expelling 97% of its mass, and then exploded. The terrifying energy spread from the center of the black hole at a speed exceeding 1/10 the speed of light, making escape impossible. Even though all the battleships had deployed their magnetic shields by this time, the overwhelming energy instantly engulfed the entire heroic army fleet. The particle stream from the black hole's explosion engulfed the entire fleet. Kage felt the violent shaking beneath him. He pushed against the ground to lessen the vibrations on his body, quickly regaining his composure. The screen of the spaceship was a blur, and the information network connected within his mind provided no insights. The terror of the enemy far exceeded his imagination. He still felt a lingering fear. A black hole. The enemy had actually created a black hole. Although it was small and unstable, a black hole was still a black hole, the most terrifying celestial body in the universe without exception. Did they really have any chance against such an opponent? At this point, his heart had begun to waver. Did the Civilization Federation truly exist? Would the Kate civilization be able to survive? A whirlwind of thoughts. Just as these ideas began to arise in his mind, he pressed them deep down inside. But what if there was no chance? Even if it was just to peel away one layer of the enemy's veil, it would be better than allowing the entire Kate civilization to be destroyed without any awareness. About half an hour later, he received the first piece of information, which hit his psychological defenses hard once again. The 3rd and 10th fleets had completely lost contact, and over a third of the other fleets suffered losses. In the energy generated from the last 3 of the black hole weapons material, the entire fleet had lost 391 warships, nearly half. Before the entire legion could recover, illness struck one after another. Unbeknownst to him, the enemy had already released the Spectre life forms to invade the warships, intending to eliminate them this way, while leaving the spaceship intact. However, this revelation actually relieved Kage. All ships deploy weak force fields. Ellis' years of research on the Spectre life forms had not been in vain. It was clear that the means to induce illness was through weak force affecting the motion of fundamental particles, causing macro-level diseases. The best way to deal with these Spectre life forms was to use weak force. The weak force field was specifically prepared for this. It recorded the information of the fundamental particles of life itself and only repelled abnormal particles. Soon Kage's orders were implemented. Aside from 4 warships that had been destroyed by the earlier impact on the weak force field devices, all other warships activated their weak force fields. Within 5 minutes, all symptoms were alleviated. All recovering fleets dispatched fighter jets to the wall, but we must understand its structure. The enemy would not give them time to react, so their actions had to be swift. What was the wall exactly? When the black hole erupted, the wall was closer to the explosion point, yet it showed no signs of damage. As many as 700 fighter jets took off, most of which were relatively intact, while others had suffered some damage in the previous explosion. The speed of the fighter jets surpassed that of the spaceship, reaching 1:197 km a peak performance. The jets had only saved enough engine energy for 1 acceleration and 1 deceleration. Their survival relied on luck. The numerous fighter jets approached the wall like a swarm. They flew almost touching the wall, with countless munitions sweeping past, and the attacks gradually seemed to merge into the surface of the wall. "It's different," Kage's adjutant suddenly shouted. Focus Kage was startled and asked, "What's different?" The adjutant pondered carefully, his expression growing more certain. Under the previous energy impact, the wall was rigid, but after ordinary bullets contacted the wall, it became flexible. "I have 2 guesses. One is that energy cannot enter the wall, only matter can. The other is that high-energy weapons cannot penetrate the wall, only low-energy weapons can. We need to test this, use fighter jets, or even the spaceship to collide with the wall." He spoke with excitement. If his conjecture was true, they might be able to enter the wall. Kage instructed the operators to pull up the previously observed data. Have the mainframe quickly analyze the possibilities. The mainframe operated swiftly and soon provided answers. The probability of conclusion 1 was 32.28. The probability of conclusion 2 was 26.92, and the probability of other conclusions was 48. That was quite high. Kage examined the data closely. Perhaps both are true. This black hole weapon is evidently designed for impact on dwarf planets. The enemy civilization likely used the most powerful black hole weapon when faced with impacts from dwarf planets, proving that they too fear such collisions. "We don't need to crash the spaceship and fighter jets, we only need a small asteroid." Kage directed a fighter jet to push a small asteroid, which was just over 2 meters in diameter, towards the wall. Its speed wasn't very fast, only 19 km. Before the asteroid could impact, the entire wall began to change. Countless bubbles appeared on its surface. These bubbles were transparent, but distorted the light, making them visible. The bubbles almost instantly enveloped the thousands of fighter jets flying on the surface of the wall. "Lost contact, Commander." Kage's gaze, however, remained fixed on one spot: the asteroid. As the bubbles first appeared, the asteroid crashed into the interior of a bubble. This was a different concept from the warships being swallowed by the bubbles. The adjutant's conjecture was true. All fleets mobilize. Head towards the wall. He made his decision almost the instant the asteroid was completely engulfed by the wall. Decisive. Kage was unaware that he had been personally chosen as the commander by Yenxia precisely because of this decisiveness in handling matters. In war, any hesitation could lead to the loss of opportunity, thereby influencing the outcome of the entire battle. Decisiveness is a highly admirable trait. The Spirit Legion had unconditional trust in this commander. After receiving the orders, the captains of each warship immediately issued commands, pushing the throttle to the bottom, fully opening the valves, and charging straight towards the wall. However, there was still a certain distance between both sides. After revealing their intentions, the Spirit Legion quickly received abnormal signals emanating from the wall. The entire surface of the wall rippled, and a shipped warship flew out from within. Its appearance was similar to the engineer's spaceship from Prometheus, but at the very center of the U was a rotating geometric structure emitting a dark green glow that constantly changed and flickered. After flying out from the wall, this warship accelerated directly to 1/3 a second the speed of light, quickly closing the distance with the Spirit Legion's warships. At that moment, the geometric structure at the center of the enemy warship suddenly lit up, then returned to calm. Kage saw the center of the enemy warship brighten, and a shockwave struck the hull. Commander, gravity waves detected. The enemy likely triggered gravity waves using gravitons to attack. Before the report finished, Kage saw hundreds of gravity waves beginning to intersect on the screen, with points of intersection erupting with immense energy. The warships positioned around the intersection point were instantly swallowed, their hulls vanishing nearly entirely. The flagship was also affected by the tremendous energy generated from the collision of the gravity wave fronts, and its deployed magnetic shield could not counteract the gravitational force, allowing it to penetrate, as if it were a mere illusion. "Counterattack!" Kage shouted. All warships began to charge their energy. Due to material limitations, their high-energy weapons required this charging phase. Fortunately, the universe was vast enough to provide ample time for their charging. Once charged, hundreds of dark matter energy beams shot towards that direction. However, the surface of the enemy warship actually had a shield similar to the wall, blocking their attacks. Long-range combat is ineffective. We need to get closer to them. Launch the fighter jets. Launch the fighter jets. Kage yelled, and during his shouting, several more warships were destroyed. Each warship carried thousands of soldiers. They had already lost millions of soldiers. This was the brutal reality of cosmic warfare. The reason they didn't use machines to control the warships, but instead manned them, was precisely to prepare for this moment. The fighter jets being launched now were heavily loaded with soldiers ready for boarding combat. This was an extremely inefficient method, but when long-range attacks became ineffective or when energy was depleted, soldiers became the most efficient combat unit. The fighter jets that had suffered damage previously and hadn't had time to repair flew towards the enemy warship. Before they could even reach halfway, tens of thousands of laser beams shot from the enemy warship, densely packed and terrifying, quickly draining the energy of the fighter jets' electromagnetic shields, destroying thousands of them. The starry sky was silent. Yet all soldiers and officers of the Spirit Legion felt suffocated, as if countless explosions were ringing in their ears, destruction, suppression, wails, and despair. The enemy had only mobilized a single warship, yet they were already facing such dire straits. Was the gap truly this vast? Over 200 fighter jets were still advancing, and none chose to turn back at this moment. They charged straight towards that warship, behind them the wreckage of more destroyed jets. Charge! The foremost fighter jet had already touched the surface of the wall. It penetrated through. All the soldiers watching this scene displayed excitement, but the next moment their expressions froze again. That fighter jet was instantly locked on by numerous lasers and was destroyed. But where there is one, there will be more. More fighter jets surged into the wall. Kage felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. He placed his appendage on the floor, and the tremor became more pronounced. A buzzing sound like mosquitoes flapping their wings, but much shorter, filled the air. The source of this vibration was the distant enemy warship. At this moment, the fighter jets approaching that warship suddenly stopped in midair, as if time had been frozen. Kage urgently spoke. This isn't gravity nor electromagnetic force, perhaps it's strong force or weak force. All fighter jets deploy weak force fields. All these jets carried weak force fields because Ella had previously predicted that the enemy civilization might be adept at using weak force attacks. Indeed, after deploying the weak force fields, the fighter jets regained their maneuverability. However, in just that brief moment, over half of the fighter jets were destroyed, leaving fewer than 300 jets remaining with no chance of survival under the dense laser fire. On the battlefield, even using their last ounce of strength might not yield results. As the fighter jets closed in, the entire fleet also approached the enemy warship. The remaining number of warships was only 218. They too charged towards the enemy warship like the fighter jets. Suddenly, the foremost warship disintegrated ahead, not from parts breaking apart, but from hundreds of billions of tons of warship material instantly, becoming countless particles. It's a strong nuclear force weapon. The enemy is using strong force to cause nuclear collapse. As a level 2 civilization, they had perfectly mastered the 4 fundamental forces and used them as weapons. While magnetic force is among the strongest of the 4 fundamental forces, it is much easier to defend against than the overwhelming strong force, weak force, and gravity. Against strong force, weak force, and gravity, the electromagnetic shields of their ships had very limited defensive effectiveness, practically serving as mere decorations. Don't hold out false hopes. We must close the distance to the enemy warship, otherwise we will only be slaughtered. Only by getting close can there be a glimmer of survival. Initiate the death plan. Any tactics seemed ridiculous in the face of absolute power. This was an unfair war between ants and elephants. But even ants could bite an elephant to death if there were enough of them. A message came from one of the warships at the front. Goodbye, comrades. For our civilization, for our homeland. Several enormous lights appeared akin to stellar radiance. This was the death plan. At all costs. The glow of the light clusters flickered in everyone's eyes, and Kage commanded all warships to advance using the energy waves generated by the explosions. However, the clusters began to collapse before the explosion was complete. The enemy struck again, deploying an unexpected weapon. The enemy's constraining energy will also consume energy. I'll continue. Kage's heart felt icy cold. He spoke mercilessly. At this point, there was no possibility of retreat. The warships exploded again. If a few were ineffective, then dozens would be. If dozens were ineffective, then hundreds. Terrifying energy continuously surged towards the enemy warship, layer upon layer. In each light cluster, tens of thousands of soldiers perished. Just before the explosion, countless thoughts flooded the information network. Reading them would be enough to burst one's head. Kage completely blocked the information network. Just by looking, he knew that death had surpassed millions. Yet they hadn't even scratched the enemy's surface. They were closing in. The flagship was approaching the enemy warship. They had already breached the enemy's wall. At this moment, Kage stepped out of the control room, heading towards the hangar of the flagship. There was a small spaceship only about 50 meters long parked here. It had been his companion exploring the universe for 21 years. On top of this spaceship was a massive distortion device. Kage hadn't intended to take this spaceship, but it could provide another possibility for this war. Just as he boarded the spaceship, he suddenly saw other officers exiting, each already donned in gear, preparing to enter their fighter jets. It turned out he was not the only one with this idea. The spaceship and fighter jets activated. A message came from the control room. High-intensity energy fluctuations detected from the enemy warship. The enemy is highly likely preparing to strongly dismantle our warships. Flagship self-destruct sequence initiated. At this distance, the enemy dares not release gravitational weapons, only magnetic strong and weak forces. Magnetic force had protective magnetic shields. The enemy's magnetic force was not too strong, and the weak force had weak force fields that could barely stop the enemy's attacks. Then only the strong force remained. Although it was merely a guess, the vast disparity left no room for them to make other assumptions, so they unhesitatingly detonated the flagship to allow other warships and fighter jets to get closer. Boom! The sound could only be heard within the flagship, and within that sound it became an even larger light cluster. Kaguya focused all his attention forward. They were now close enough. 1. 83 million kilometers. 1. 51 million kilometers. 99000 kilometers. Closing in at a speed of 1000 kilometers per second. The proximity of the flagship's explosion forced the enemy warship to change its defense measures, contracting the wall to its utmost limits, blocking a substantial amount of energy. However, the debris from the flagship, carrying immense kinetic energy, pierced through the wall and directly penetrated the enemy warship's exterior. All fighter jets seized upon this opportunity and flew towards that spot. Countless lasers descended once again, shooting down fighter jets. Kaguya saw one of the fighter jets piloted by his adjutant being destroyed. A wave of emotion stirred within him, but he steeled himself, piloting the small spaceship onwards. The spaceship's energy reserves were still greater than those of the fighter jets. Even after being hit by several lasers, it did not slow down. However, the enemy seemed to have identified this hard knot. More lasers rained down upon the spaceship like a curtain. The spaceship's energy was rapidly depleting. Bang! A laser shattered the electromagnetic shield and pierced through the hull, leaving a massive scar. The cockpit displayed alarms, but Kaguya paid no heed. They were now close enough, only 400 kilometers away. At this moment, the distortion device in front of the spaceship ejected. It was a small probe that entered the torn seam of the enemy spaceship at a speed exceeding 200 kms. Seeing this scene, a not-so-pleasant smile and rare relief appeared on Kaguya's face. The next moment, his spaceship was also pierced and shattered by lasers. 3 months later, Yenxia received the reports from the battlefield. 75 million soldiers were lost without a single survivor, and all warships were destroyed. It was tragic. There was no other word to describe it. He received not only information about the battle, but also a blurred image. In the picture, there was a vague purple shadow, not very large. In the dim light, one could see that the enemy resembled a vertically elongated slit akin to an eye, with a particularly prominent white cable on top that seemed to connect to something. This was the appearance of the enemy civilization. Yenxia's expression was devoid of joy or sorrow. The First Legion, initially conceived to be destroyed, brought a glimmer of hope for the Civilization Federation with its demise. Choosing Kaguya was also due to the fact that he had nothing to fear. At the last moment, he could make the same decision that Yenxia envisioned. The news of the annihilation of the Spirit Legion quickly spread throughout the neighboring star system. All beings from the 3 civilizations were left in shock. In their eyes, with so many warships in the Legion, even if they could not achieve victory, they should be able to maintain the battle for several years or even decades. How long has it been since it happened? Excluding the time spent traveling, how much time was actually spent in battle? Was the enemy really that powerful? A wave of panic swept through the civilized Federation. The only fallback was the fictitious organization known as the Civilized Federation. For so many years, aside from the Hundred-Eyed Clan and the human clan, the Cate Clan had not seen any traces of other civilizations that were members of the Federation. The extreme right, which had originally been lurking in the shadows, began to emerge one after another, propagating the theory that the Civilized Federation does not exist. Public opinion boiled, and the scenes reminiscent of the initial sighting of the civilization's tower returned to the entire Cate civilization. Run! Some members of the Cate clan fled the neighboring star system in their ships. But they could not escape. A massive blockade appeared in the vacuum surrounding the entire neighboring star system. Within this blockade, the 3 fundamental forces aside from gravity were completely inoperative. Once a ship entered that area, it would disintegrate into fundamental particles. Not even photons could enter or exit. The entire civilization was sealed off. Even the original sky shield became an ornament in the face of the enemy civilization. Panic. A greater panic was spreading. Some beings had already begun to pray and seek refuge. Yenxia did not pay much attention to this. Panic could throw a civilization into chaos, but in a war of this scale, even the most chaotic civilians could not influence the outcome. The news was deliberately leaked by him, part of the original plan. Show weakness. Panic would make the enemy believe that their civilization was at its last throes. Unfortunately, the enemy civilization did not follow the script he had set, and instead directly sealed off the entire star system. With such powerful strength, why not attack the interior of the star system directly? Yan Xia had been staying in Ellis research facility without leaving. Over the years, he had not even entered a dormant state. After all, this was not the time for him to invade others, but rather for others to invade him. Who knows, this time after dormancy might lead to eternal sleep. Ellis' original component was not here, but left a similar avatar file 01 copy. This attachment, Ella began to explain to him, using these fundamental forces to influence matter requires a vast amount of energy. To seal off the entire neighboring star system with the capacity of a newly formed level 2 civilization is impossible. Only in the vacuum where matter is scarce can energy conservation be achieved. The attachment Ella shared the same database as the original component. However, for some reason, Yan Xia felt that the attachment Ella was far less vivid than the original Ella. Yan Xia nodded slightly. That makes sense, but that is already powerful enough. You probably cannot contact the original now, can you? Ella's original component was not in the neighboring star system, but in another place. In Southgate 2A. Yan Xia instructed Ella to explore the strings, which required immense energy. Originally, Ella planned to complete the Dyson sphere first, and then use the energy generated by it for exploration. But now there was no time for that. Ella had to borrow the energy from Southgate 2A. Previously, Yan Xia and Ella had been avoiding using those energy sources. No one could be certain whether the third civilization had installed any sensors or other detection devices within the apparatus of Southgate 2A. Perhaps news of civilization intruding into Southgate 2A had already reached them through some means, or had already been delivered to that civilization. This sense of urgency did not affect Yan Xia. He had lived long enough, longer than anyone in human history, and had seen, learned, and mastered much more. He had become a steady old man. Being unflustered should have been ingrained in his blood. The Ella attachment replied, "That's right, magnetic forces cannot penetrate the blockade. Our information is isolated." Yan Xia nodded. He was not worried about Ella. During the process of manufacturing the Dyson sphere, Ella had made adjustments to the center of the Southgate 2 binary star system, which was now perfect. The chances of the enemy finding the hollow space within Southgate 2A were slim. When do you think they will strike us? The Ella attachment performed some calculations. The highest probability is within 20 years. Yan Xia shook his head, somewhat disappointed with the Ella attachment. It was indeed not as good as the original. He wondered if the original Ella had restricted the attachment's functions. I guess it will be after 100 years. Their blockade of the neighboring star system indicates their hesitation and extreme caution. The gap between us and them is not as large as imagined, so they will not rush, but will slowly starve us out, making our civilization weak and frail. They did not blockade Southgate 2. I guess they will take control of Southgate 2 and then research our biological structure, social structure, and technological tree through those who remain within the Dyson sphere there. And I have already left a theoretical attachment targeting them there. The weak force field in that attachment is just the first part. There is more information, including what they have exposed to us this time. The wall is indeed solid and powerful, but if analyzed carefully, it can be seen that it still cannot escape the 4 fundamental forces. Moreover, to maintain practicality, they have made compromises allowing stable matter to traverse freely. This is fatal, meaning that as long as I can create a high-energy material that can maintain short-term stability, I can break through their shell. Of course, this is not enough to destroy them, but just this alone will make them consider whether it is worth it. Should they wait or launch a strong attack at some cost? They will speculate whether I have mastered this technology and whether I possess other technologies. This is a game between intelligent life, a small influence of thought. Of course, Yan Xia was also uncertain whether this would be useful. Thus, he never put all his eggs in one basket. The 100-eyed star was already preparing to attack the ghost civilization. Yan Xia decided that even if it meant sacrificing the Pursuit Light civilization, he would delay the ghost civilization's progress. From his perspective, the ghost civilization would definitely invade the neighboring star civilization to eliminate him, which would be in their best interest. However, the ghost civilization considered the entire civilization, not individual entities. They would not act like an observer. They would include the 100-eyed clan as part of the civilization, which was Yan Xia's way of shifting their attention, using everything he had from the 100-eyed clan. Is it cruel? Perhaps from the moment the 100-eyed clan was enslaved by him, they were destined to become sacrificial victims. Next, it depended on whether the ghost civilization would show mercy. Of course, Ella would help the 100-eyed star achieve technological advancement so that they would not face the ghost civilization like ants shaking a tree. I have nothing more to do now. It's time to enter dormancy. Yan Xia stood up. The tense period had passed, and now it was a subtle game of balance. Yan Xia valued his life, so he built his dormancy pod deep within the Earth's core. Even if the ghost civilization went mad and destroyed the neighboring star system, he could evade disaster unless they targeted planets as well. To put it in another way, the entire civilized Federation was not important to him. If it were destroyed, he could just start over again. In this dormancy, he would once again sleep for 100 years. Not only because he guessed that the ghost civilization would act after 100 years, but also because Ella promised him that if given 100 years they could see the strings through the accumulation of energy. Yanxia's speculation was partially correct. The part that was not correct was that the other civilization desired more than he had imagined. After he had been asleep for 10 years, the far-right factions on Proxima B became increasingly active, gaining substantial public support within just 6 months. They proclaimed that the Civilization Federation did not exist, that the Kate civilization was being enslaved, and that the true liberators were the Purple Thorns. This is not the name of an organization, but the civilization they are currently facing. Purple Thorns is merely a translation. It refers to a stationary life form that bears sharp purple spikes. Their civilization exists on planets abundant with such plant-like life, which serves as their symbol. The activities of the far-right faction this time felt somewhat familiar. They were identical to what Yanxia had done before. However, back then Yanxia used Civilization Tower as a deception, while the Purple Thorns possessed the genuine power to crush the Kate civilization. They seemingly did not intend to directly annihilate the Kate civilization, but rather aimed to enslave it. It is also possible that they merely wanted the Kate civilization to relax, and then probe the technological information left by Yanxia to verify whether the corresponding technology truly existed in the Proxima star system. Any life form that is not foolish can sense these two flavors. Even a fool would guess that the far-right had already sided with the civilization invading them upon hearing the precise name Purple Thorns. In truth, regardless of which side it is good news for Yanxia. It is merely a bit dramatic. Over 1,000 years ago, the far left was friendly to the Civilization Federation, while the far right protected the independence of civilizations. Now the far left maintains the Civilization Federation, while the far right has turned towards the incoming extraterrestrial civilization. At this moment, the leaders of the Kate civilization are once again repeating the struggles of over 1,000 years ago. However, this time, facing the civilization that claims to be the Purple Thorns, they are even more helpless and powerless than they were over 1,000 years ago, as they confront not any scheming plot, but rather naked absolute force. Yet more of the Kate people still cannot forget the previous epidemic. There were far too many souls lost. The Kate people who experienced that epidemic now have not yet entered eternal rest. For them it feels as if it happened yesterday. Conflict was the main theme of the first and second decades for the Kate people. However, this civilization lacked Yanxia's patience. They were very urgent. After 20 years, they began to gradually block all technology of the Kate civilization, attacking numerous energy facilities, assassinating many senior scientists, and even interfering with the internal economic operations of the civilization, leading to a decline in the Kate civilization. One of the first targets to be struck was Ellis Research Institute and the Yanhuang Academy. These two facilities were directly erased from the physical realm by rays shot from outer space. At this time, the Purple Thorn civilization had already begun to clear the matter and particles drifting in the vacuum around Proxima, further tightening their blockade and limiting the space for civilization activities. 30 years later, the blockade of the Purple Thorn civilization had crossed beyond the star of Proxima. Proxima B, Proxima C, and Proxima D, 3 planets, shrouded in darkness, their surfaces frozen into ice, resembling an extreme cold apocalypse. That year, the population of the Kate civilization plummeted. At the same time, a group of supplicants emerged. They prayed daily for the Purple Thorn civilization to quell their anger, expressing their civilization's willingness to submit. But there was no response. The Kate civilization was not originally such weak-willed, but over the years Yanxia had tamed them, making them more inclined to yield to power. This was a drawback. In this fourth decade, the humans in the civilization special zone received focused care, while many high-ranking humans went missing. 40 years passed, ushering in the fifth decade. This was an important turning point as the ships of the Hundred-Eyed Star had crossed the distances of space to arrive at Proxima. War erupted beyond the Proxima star system. However, this war was significantly smaller in intensity and scale compared to the conflict between the heroic Spirit Legion and the Purple Thorns. It even seemed like a moth flying into a flame, a death wish. As Yanxia had predicted, this indeed attracted the enemy's attention. The enemy shifted their gaze towards the Hundred-Eyed Star. However, the strength of the Hundred-Eyed Star was still not enough to truly capture the attention of the Purple Thorn civilization. They were still focused on the internal matters of the Proxima star system. During this decade, the Kate people truly saw the life forms of the Purple Thorn civilization for the first time. These life forms were truly purple, much smaller than they had imagined, resembling a fuzzy spherical shape, about half a meter in diameter, somewhat similar to a ghost, but leaning more towards a purplish red rather than blue-purple. They had a narrow eye like a fine seam approximately 20 centimeters long. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that it was not an eye, but a sensory organ. They used these sensory organs to perceive external objects, and these organs could produce images like eyes, but not color images, rather thermal images. They also possessed hands, but they were asymmetrical, one side larger than the other with two pairs, and the tops of their hands were covered with hundreds of fine flexible tentacles. At the same time, they lacked legs and moved like snails, utilizing their muscular foot. However, technological advancement meant they did not need such a slow mode of movement. Above their heads extended a white cable connecting their bodies to a basketball-sized sphere above. That sphere floated using anti-gravity technology, suspending the life forms of the purple thorn civilization in the air through the white cable. That sphere was a highly integrated device, seemingly incorporating information processing capabilities as well as offensive and defensive mechanisms. Surrounding these life forms under the influence of the sphere formed an anomalous isolation layer. They were not adapted to the environment of Proxima, and the sphere could create a living environment around them that they were originally accustomed to, seemingly allowing them to breathe methane. The Cape people noticed that they seemed to be searching for something, and the entire planet was being turned upside down by them. As the 50th year arrived, the population of the Cape people had dwindled even more as food supplies were controlled by the Purple Thorn civilization, which was intentionally limiting the population growth of the Cape civilization. The population of the Cape people decreased by 500 million. The entire Cape civilization had fallen to rock bottom, and no Cape citizen could control devices and weapons more advanced than a level 1 civilization. Restraint. This led to two extremes. One extreme was extreme humility and deference towards the Purple Thorn civilization. The other extreme involved constant attacks on the Purple Thorn civilization surface, but proved to be futile. The beginning of the 60th year was particularly unusual. The Purple Thorn civilization began abducting Cape children, and those children never returned after being taken. Meanwhile, the adults of the Cape people discovered that their bodies were gradually mutating, becoming more and more beast-like as their chips were destroyed. In the 75th year, those children returned. They had become warriors, or rather hunters. The mutated Cape people had become prey. Their languages were completely incommunicable, and some Cape people could only watch helplessly as their children killed them, experiencing extreme cruelty and brutality. The Purple Thorn civilization was conducting an experiment. They seemed increasingly at ease as more life forms of the Purple Thorn civilization accompanied these Cape people trained as hunters to the planet for hunting. In the 83rd year, an explosion engulfed the entire Proxima b. This explosion had a magnitude exceeding 500 trillion tons, blasting Proxima b from its original orbit. On Proxima b, the casualties among the Purple Thorn civilization's life forms exceeded 0, while the Cape people suffered over 1.5 billion casualties. When the life forms of the Purple Thorn civilization went to search for the source of the explosion, they discovered through probing that it was a piece of high-energy material only 431 by 1048 Kelvin, the stable-unstable object mentioned by Yenxia. Although it could only remain stable for 5 days, it was still a significant crisis for the Purple Thorn civilization. This chaos forced the Purple Thorn civilization to leave the Proxima star system, lasting until 12 years later. And these were also the final 12 years. In the star system of Nanmen Air, a long line-like object floated beside numerous rotating giant ring devices. Only by getting close could one realize that this line, relative to the surrounding space, and its length actually has a diameter exceeding 10 meters. It is a particle collider that spans 100 kilometers. However, it collides with bosons. The energy for this particle collider comes from the light cluster at the center of the ring. In the exact center of the particle collider is an observation device equipped with a gravitational microscope developed by Ella. It observes smaller-scale objects through the space-time distortions caused by gravity. If strings exist after the bosons collide, they must separate from the bosons during the collision, and the gravitational microscope can observe the gravitational trajectories resulting from their mass, potentially capturing the strings. However, Ella discovered that this was not feasible. The gravitational detector could not observe strings in stable spacetime. It also could not produce the force needed to collide a boson or fermion. Thus, she utilized the miniature black holes generated from collision experiments, harnessing the power of black holes to crush fundamental particles, and in the strong gravitational distortions caused by the brief existence of the miniature black holes, she observed strings that had length but no height. Yet this remained fraught with challenges, as she could not breach the event horizon of the black hole, even if it was so small and cute. To deal with one black hole, she had to use another black hole. Therefore, Ella utilized another counter-rotating black hole, observing the strings moving from the first black hole to the second through the material exchange generated by their mutual collision. After experiencing 28 such experiments, she finally observed the existence of strings. However, under such experiments, what she observed was not open strings that formed matter, but rather closed strings of gravitons. Perhaps this is related to their ability to penetrate cosmic membranes. On a macroscopic level, gravitational lensing can indirectly discover cosmic strings belonging to string theory. On a microscopic level, gravitons serve as a medium to uncover strings at the micro level. This could be a coincidence. After all, the two are not the same thing, but perhaps it is also an inevitability. Discovering strings does not mean one can utilize them. However, this does not imply it is without value. The establishment of string theory allows Ella to harness the four fundamental forces from a more minute perspective. As long as strings are discovered, other technologies can advance and sync, swiftly propelling civilization to level 2. How fast can that be? Ella's plan is 5 years. This plan is too short, but it doesn't require overly refined application, and a rough approach will suffice. Here it has an inexhaustible source of energy, and using this energy, it can create a very rudimentary string weapon. Yinxiao Ella has fulfilled her promise. Ella observes the outside through a camera floating in deep space, directed towards Proxima Centauri. It is somewhat worried about Yangtze's safety, but it cannot afford to rush. The great battle is just beginning. It is time to determine the victor, either the enemy's demise or its own. 100 years have passed. At this moment, deep within the core of Proxima Centauri, Yinxiao awakens. He crawls out of the cryo chamber, standing in a space of only 10 square meters where the low gravity makes every move arduous. He walks to a small computer and lights up the screen. There is no desktop, only a system, and upon entering, a simple interface appears. One button and one video player. If the initial plan has not deviated at this moment, the ships of the Hundred-Eyed Clan should have already arrived at Proxima Centauri. And he must take action internally. He clicks the mouse on the button and the video player starts. A series of data displays on the screen. Yinxia feels nothing, but the data has already responded. The thing he desires is activating. It is a planet. The homeland of the Kate clan, Proxima Centauri b. Just as Yinxiao thought before his slumber, everything within the Federation of Civilizations is insignificant to him. Thus, from the very beginning, he and Ella had planned to sacrifice a portion of the Kate clan. He presses the button and the gravitational oscillation device hidden within the core of Proxima Centauri b will activate, causing Proxima Centauri b to shift its orbit and be flung into outer space at a specific angle by Proxima Centauri's gravity. Why not Proxima Centauri d, which is uninhabited? Proxima Centauri d is too small, making its core easy to probe and difficult to hide the device. And since Proxima Centauri c is where he is located, the best choice is Proxima Centauri b. Moreover, the Purple Thorn civilization would not anticipate that Yangtze's weapon is an entire planet and one that harbors billions of life forms. At this time, 100 years later, the Hundred-Eyed Clan will arrive at Proxima Centauri with the enemy, surrounded by foes both inside and out. Proxima Centauri b and the Hundred-Eyed Clan do not need to defeat each other. They only need to attract attention and buy time. This was Yangtze's words to Ella. It is overly cold-blooded. Yet sometimes one must be that ruthless. Although he has spent most of his time in slumber, the time experienced in the divine awakening world is not false. His physical lifespan is only a bit over 100 years, but in terms of psychological age, adding in his experiences in divine awakening, he has long surpassed 1,000 years. He is no longer the person who lived during peaceful times on Earth filled only with computer knowledge and games, nor is he the one from the moment Earth was destroyed. Regarding war, power, and such matters, he believes he is not inferior to any renowned strategist or politician in human history. In fact, he currently controls more lives and a broader territory than the entire human civilization once did. Sometimes one must sacrifice to gain. If one cannot be cold-blooded, they can only be exterminated by the enemy. He calmly observes the fluctuations of the data on the screen, calculating the current situation of Proxima Centauri b. Next, it depends on the enemy's actions. Given that the massive energy required to maintain the blockade of Proxima Centauri b is highly consumptive, they will likely lift the blockade. They will undoubtedly not allow Proxima Centauri b to drift freely, as they are uncertain what else lies within Proxima Centauri. They will choose to destroy this ticking bomb. Perhaps like fireworks on Earth, they will bloom once more, and this time under Yangtze's personal guidance. Meanwhile, a fleet is sailing through deep space. They come from the Hundred-Eyed Star, and as Yinxia anticipated, they have arrived. 41 years ago, the Hundred-Eyed Star has enforced a conscription system. Any hundred-eyed being of eligible age must enter the military to undergo 5 years of training before quickly entering the battlefield. In the initial 50 years, the Hundred-Eyed Star, aside from dispatching warships to harass the Purple Thorn civilization, has been stockpiling warships. At this point, they have gathered a total of 1,287 ships. However, the quality of these warships is far inferior to that of the Spirit Legion, but it is sufficient. They must cross light years to reach Proxima Centauri to join the battle. This is part of the initial plan devised by Yinxia and Ella. Now 41 years later, Proxima Centauri is within reach, and the outbreak of war is merely a step away. In their field of vision, they see no planets within the Proxima Centauri star system. Kuka, as the military commander of the hundred-eyed star, sees the kin behind her. Fear is evident in every eye. Each hundred-eyed being knows what adversary they face, and they are acutely aware that the enemy is insurmountable. This is an enemy capable of blockading a star system and easily defeating a civilization far stronger than themselves. Yet they are powerless. Ella's orders are divine edicts to them. Disobedience would still lead to death. The robots of the hundred-eyed star would massacre them. In comparison, they would rather face an unknown enemy in this vast universe. At least they have weapons to resist and attack. Helpless. This encapsulates her current emotions. She feels a deep sorrow as a hundred-eyed being. Though she has never complained about being one, nor has she ever wished to be human or Kate, this sorrow exists authentically, and she cannot isolate herself from feeling it. She transmits a light signal. Prepare for battle. The enemy is our foe. Our kin have perished under their Yusu creations. To protect our kin from suffering such destruction and death again, even if we die, we must leave a wound on the enemy. A declaration devoid of grandeur. They have already detected the enemy's ship's location. Activate. Advance. They close in on the enemy ships. The first laser shot targets the unshipped warship, but is deflected. Kuka has also received information that only by getting close to the enemy's warships and entering them can they triumph over this foe. Charge. If there is no retreat, then charge. The ships and fighters leap towards the warships of the Purple Thorn civilization like locusts. This is repeating the process of the Spirit Legion, and it will inevitably repeat the Spirit Legion's outcome. However, at that moment the warships detected a powerful energy source being shut down, and what had previously vanished reappeared. As the blockade has already shrunk to a small size, the fleet is effectively inside the Proxima Centauri star system, not far from the orbit of Proxima Centauri c. All hundred-eyed beings can even observe with the naked eye the planet that has reappeared within Proxima Centauri. In their view, a planet in the distance is growing larger. Is that Proxima Centauri b? Kuka does not understand what has happened. How has the planet begun to move? And why has the blockade of the Purple Thorn civilization ended? In the distance, the warship of the Purple Thorn civilization alters its direction, and the massive energy device bound in geometric shapes at its center erupts with an intense white light. This white light crosses through space and strikes Proxima Centauri b. The next moment, all hundred-eyed beings witness Proxima Centauri b shatter. This is the true annihilation cannon. One shot destroys a planet. Looking at the shattered planet, Kuka was almost in a daze when suddenly a light tube next to it flickered, conveying a two-word message. Attack. It was taken aback. It knew who the sender of this light signal was. In the next moment, its hundreds of eyes all focused ahead. Don't worry about anything else, we continue the attack. Hundreds of warships charged towards the seemingly unbeatable enemy. At this moment, inside the warship of the Purple Thorn civilization, a deep purple creature emitted a sound of lululu. It seemed to be laughing. It mocked the foolishness of the hundred-eyed clan. Even after witnessing such a devastating star-killing attack, they dared to approach. A signal was transmitted directly from the sphere on its head to the warship. The warship once again called upon the restrained energy from its core. A laser shot out from the center of the warship without any confinement or scattering, allowing the laser's fan to spread freely. In an instant, a large number of hundred-eyed clan warships were hit. Although they lost some energy, it was still enough to destroy a planet with sheer terror. Destruction. A series of explosions erupted in the cosmos devoid of flames and smoke, only the shattered warships and the dazzling light created by energy bursts. This was not a fair battle at all. It was akin to a death sentence. In fact, they had no real protection. They just needed to turn the hundred-eyed star around to escape this battlefield. But their master forbade them from doing so. It seemed the master still believed the enemy was not an invincible foe. Kuka could only hope the master truly had a way. They must not let it survive. At the very least, they had to ensure that the elderly and young kin still on the hundred-eyed star could avoid being destroyed by the enemy civilization. Commander, our warships have no way to charge forward at all. Moreover, even if we did, what would happen then? You know, none of our warships are equipped with super weapons. All the energy has been allocated to the propellers. Don't we have secret weapons? Where are those warships now? In the main control room of the ship, all the hundred-eyed clan were extremely anxious. The losses were too severe. At this moment, they were still a full 12 astronomical units away from the enemy warships, and at such a distance, even if they flew over, it would take a long time. During this time, the enemy could freely attack them as if they were merely shooting at candy. Just from this round of attack, they had lost nearly 100 warships. They were not enough to withstand the enemy's firepower, even if they were tied together. Dying was not supposed to be this way. Kuka also thought of those secret weapons. Now the number of warships around them, including the damaged ones, was only 962, while the original number of manufactured warships was 1287. In other words, there were still 325 warships missing. Those warships did not carry many soldiers. In fact, they had left the Hundred-Eyed Star even earlier. Rumor had it that those warships contained weapons that could counter the enemy, while the warships they rode on were merely cannon fodder. But as the commander of this fleet, Kuka, like others, had only heard of them, it truly did not know where those warships had gone. Don't question, don't hesitate, just charge. The information it conveyed was unyielding like iron stone, sending a chill through the hearts of the surrounding Hundred-Eyed clan. Was there really no room for maneuver? The number of lost warships had already exceeded 100, and the enemy had abandoned the main cannon attack, instead using countless laser weapons. The brilliant light acted like scythes of death harvesting them. A laser hit their warship, piercing through the port side without any obstruction. We don't even have decent magnetic shields. Some of the Hundred-Eyed clan became extremely transparent, their internal organs visible, a state they fell into when their emotions were low. The next laser followed closely, striking the bow of their ship. Fortunately, it deviated a bit, otherwise the entire control room would have been pierced and none would have survived. The enemy seemed to have locked onto their flagship. More attacks were coming. The warship could only dodge by predicting the enemy's attacks, but the lasers were too dense. The enemy could miss countless times, but they could not afford a single error. Death hung over their hearts. In the distance, more warships faced the same fate. 136, 148, 162. Everyone was counting how many warships had been destroyed. Yet by now they had only moved a distance of 1 astronomical unit. At that moment, the rain of lasers suddenly ceased. Is a greater attack coming? All the Hundred-Eyed clan thought not that the enemy had ceased fire, but that they planned to continue using their main cannons to wipe out their warships like clearing dust. But this time seemed different. The enemy's warships are moving. Kuka stared intently at the screen. Did the enemy think the distance was too far and plan to resolve them at close range? Such confidence, treating them like real insects. However, no. The enemy warships are not moving towards us, but to another location. The movement data shows they are heading towards the Nanmen 2 binary star system. The screen immediately switched to display information about Nanmen 2. Although they couldn't observe with ultra precision, they caught sight of flickering light points. Each light point signified an energy explosion. It seems the Dyson cloud of Nanmen 2 is under attack. That place has already been occupied by the enemy civilization. Perhaps there are beings from the enemy civilization above and the warships are going to rescue them. The Dyson cloud was under attack. Kuka thought of the other 300 warships. Could it be? Those warships are there. Should we pursue, Commander? A Hundred-Eyed clan member asked. They already knew the answer, but hoped Kuka would give a different order. Kuka was also at a loss. Their purpose was to attack, so they could only pursue. Just as it was about to issue the command, a light signal suddenly entered its mind. Let the fleet head to the Changshi Star Domain. The Changshi Star Domain. Isn't that the lair of an alien civilization? The warships they are facing now came flying out from there. Are they going to sneak attack while the enemy is vulnerable? Kuka did not know. It did not need to know. It was simply a merciless machine issuing orders. No, we head to the Changshi Star Domain. Upon hearing the first 2 words, all the Hundred-Eyed clan rejoiced. But the latter part left them in stunned silence. What are we going to the Changshi Star Domain for? Can these warships destroy the enemy's lair? Is this not just another way to die? However, they could also sense that this was not their commander's decision. No one would blame Kuka. Then let's go. It can't be worse than before. Moreover, it had now been proven that their master had long had a plan, not merely sending them to their deaths. All the energy was allocated to the propellers to go to the Changshi Star Domain. This was their meager hope and expectation left in their hearts. On the other side, the unshipped warship revved its engines, reaching a speed of 10478 kms. However, it still took 5 years to reach the Nanmen 2 binary star system. After all, the distance from Nanmen 2 to the neighboring star was a full 0.2 light years. At this moment, numerous fragments floated in space here, and the Dyson cloud established by Yin Xia and Ella had fallen apart. But now it was not Yin Xia and Ella who were angry, but the Purple Thorn civilization. They had taken control here, stationing hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Although there were some small spacecraft here, there were no real warships or weapons capable of defending against the enemy. Because in their minds, the enemy's resistance was utterly powerless. This was a form of complacency, and they would pay the price for it. At this moment, they began sending signals to search for surviving lives, but the universe was vast and silent with no response. Just then they received information that the warship's shell had sustained damage. These purple beings noticed this information and prepared to dispatch engineers to investigate if anything had gone wrong. But as soon as the information was sent, more and more of the same phenomenon appeared. Their ships began to become riddled with holes. All the purple beings were taken aback, hurriedly investigating. They discovered a microscopic creation remarkably similar to their civilization. The difference was that this microscopic creation was the size of quarks, and it was not alive but a mechanical structure. Although it was much larger than their own creations, it was infinitely more precise. At the same time, these creations could store excessive energy. They seemed to have mastered the technology of compressing the arrangement of strings, allowing dense strings to exist within an extremely small area. Such a high-density entity only needed a slight guide in the string domain, and its energy would instantly release and explode, creating a black hole of only a few micrometers. This black hole existed for a very brief moment, only 0.248 seconds, enough to destroy the material within that micrometer. However, this kind of black hole would not pose a significant threat even to a living being, let alone a spacecraft. But the problem was, there were too many. By their observations, within a cubic meter of space, the number of core creations reached 17.5 billion. What could the total amount of these things reach? Trillions. Impossible to calculate. Their enemies could not possibly possess such technological prowess. But these things had appeared for real. Gravitational waves. Release the gravitational waves. Only gravitational waves could affect the black holes, moving the tiny black holes through space, equivalent to creating a slope with gravitational waves and letting the black holes be pushed away by the slope, like surfers. The gravitational effect would also change the distances between objects, pushing the core creations even further away. But even so, a wave of black hole attacks had already left their warships heavily damaged. Many internal devices had been destroyed and malfunctioned. This was the second time their warships had been damaged more severely than the last. They were extremely furious. After all, in their eyes, the so-called Civilizational Federation was merely ants that could be easily crushed, but this ant could bite, and there was some value in raising it, which was why they tolerated it for 100 years. But now this ant had suddenly turned into a large rat, biting off a piece of flesh from them. How outrageous. Just then, numerous warships flew out from behind the star. These warships charged towards them, just like the previous ones. Was this all there was to their tactics? The Purple Thorn civilization felt that the civilization they faced had exhausted its means. Perfect, their anger needed to be vented, so they would give the enemy a final blow. The core energy was once again unleashed, and lasers capable of destroying planets swept over the fleet without any surprises. What was visible was nothing but destruction. The enemy was merely a bunch of level 1 ants. To dare oppose them was to meet this fate. After 100 years of waiting, the enemy's hidden means amounted to just this. It seemed they had overestimated the civilization they faced. They had originally wanted to enslave this star system. Since this star system had now been destroyed, it held little value. They would directly blow up the entire star system afterward. This was the thought of the Purple Thorn civilization at this moment. But just then, from the destroyed warships, a black long needle accelerated towards them, its speed even surpassing 2.0 kms. What is that? The beings of the Purple Thorn civilization were full of question marks. That thing seemed to be just a 1,000-meter-long metal spike. Inside Nanmen 2, a star, Ella had been keeping a close watch on the battlefield. From the moment she discovered those quark machines until now, although she could not manufacture these things, she could utilize their characteristics. Of course, the most critical part was at this very moment. Activating 187 God sticks. Calculating data. The chance of the enemy blocking the God sticks is 2.37. The information sent back by Kage included not only a wealth of battle data, but also details about the energy types of the adversary. The wall is indeed primarily focused on the application of electromagnetic forces. In that case, we only need to consider employing a type of high-energy particle that is uncharged to penetrate the wall and launch an attack on the enemy. But there is another problem. All particles in the world are influenced by the 4 fundamental forces. If the enemy has a stronger means of utilizing these forces, how can we bypass their other defensive lines? The answer lies in launching an attack just after the enemy has used such forces, before they enter a new phase of energy accumulation. This is the only opportunity we can seize. The collaboration of both sides led Yanxia and Ella to discuss this plan. The Staff of God. It appears to be an ordinary metallic rod, yet it possesses a remarkably high level of technological sophistication. Ella observed as the rods swiftly approached the enemy battleship. As expected, the enemy deployed the wall, fearing that the rods concealed high-energy weapons. However, the wall was utterly ineffective. At that moment, the purple beings on the battleship relaxed their vigilance, as the wall's inability to block meant it was not high energy, it was merely a rod, and they only needed to guard against its kinetic energy. A weak civilization. A feeble resistance. They melted it down with laser weapons, crushing their last remnants of defiance. This was not just arrogance, it was the terrifying gap created by technology akin to a 21st century soldier facing a Stone Age native. Lasers rained down on the metallic rods, and indeed the surfaces of the rods began to deteriorate and melt. But at that moment, a smaller rod core broke free from its shell, resembling an inverted nail measuring less than 20 meters in length, speeding toward the battleship at 41000 kms. The Purple Thorn civilization sensed something was amiss. They continued to attack with lasers, yet countless beams passed through the rod without inflicting any damage. What is happening? An unexpected situation arose. They immediately considered attacking again with gravitational waves, as anything material should be affected by gravity. But they realized they were running out of time. The object was almost within reach, with less than 7 million kilometers separating them, a distance far too short for the gravitational devices to activate. They changed their tactics. Since gravity was ineffective, they would utilize the other two forces, strong and weak. However, even the strong force passed through directly. They suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be fundamental particles? That rod was composed of fundamental particles unaffected by the strong force, and it seemed that neutrinos were the most readily discoverable, capturable, and utilizable particles in the universe. Neutrinos are influenced only by the weak force. They were constructed into a macroscale object, and their speed must have utilized a technique akin to string to adhere them together. Due to the increase in mass after adhesion, their speed began to decrease, falling short of approaching the speed of light. Then they would use the weak force. In almost half a minute, the purple beings reacted, activating their most adept weak force apparatus. As the energy required was significantly less than that for creating gravitational waves, it took only 23 seconds to activate. Unleash. The weak force field expanded like a sphere from the surface of the battleship, colliding with those neutrino-adhesive beams within 5 seconds. Suddenly, a series of black holes began to form around the tip of the neutrino-adhesive beam, blocking a substantial amount of weak force influence. Those were creations of quarks. The explosion lasted for 10 seconds. The neutrino-adhesive beam penetrated the weak force field. Finally, it reached the surface of the ship. It penetrated directly, and the binding force of the neutrinos reached its peak, instantly compressing rather than releasing its internal pressure. Due to their minuscule size, neutrinos can penetrate almost any object without affecting it. Every living being or material is bombarded by trillions of neutrinos every second. Once they mastered the string, they could add more strings to the neutrinos, similar to adding or stripping electrons from atoms, inducing transformations. This was also Ella's first application after mastering strings. It was very rudimentary, allowing neutrinos to undergo a certain degree of string fusion, transforming them into other fundamental particles, then combining them to form macroscale matter. These materials, due to their instability, would instantaneously undergo fission, fusion, and decay, releasing vast amounts of energy. As a result, the neutrinos that penetrated the battleship completed these transformations in an instant, shattering the entire ship of the Purple Thorn civilization to pieces. Tens of thousands of purple beings on the battleship could not believe it. With their level of technology, they could easily understand these phenomena, yet they had never anticipated encountering such layered and bizarre weapons. Moreover, when did their enemies acquire mastery over strings? This was a question they found perplexing, but before they could figure out the answer, the terrifying energy had already consumed them. 5 years passed, and the enemy's ship arrived in the Nyman 2 double star system. The natives triumphed over civilization. 2 months later, Yanxia received a message from Ella. The plan is proceeding smoothly. However, he did not relax, for the war was not over. In fact, it had only just begun. The wall in the Changxi star domain still existed, and its expanse was vast. It could not be that there was only one unshipped battleship measuring 100 meters. However, after the successful execution of the plan, he could finally leave the Earth's core. He walked to one side and opened a door in the room, revealing a cockpit. Indeed, the place where he had been in hibernation was not a secluded small space, but a spaceship hidden within the Earth's core. The melting point of light civilization metals is 8700 degrees Celsius. The internal temperature of planets generally only reaches a few thousand degrees Celsius. Even a rocky planet like Proxima Centauri b has an internal temperature of only 130 degrees Celsius. The spaceship could easily survive here. Yanxia sat in the pilot seat and started the spaceship. Next, he would spend 5 months traveling through the elevator tunnel built earlier to exit from the Earth's core. Afterward, he would leave the Proxima Centauri system, because the enemy was already on the way. The Hundred-Eyed Fleet was en route to the Changxi star domain. Their speed was significantly slower than the enemy battleships. By the 8th year, they had only traveled 19 light years, and it would still take a long time to reach the Changxi star domain. However, during their lonely voyage, a series of black dots appeared ahead. These black dots magnified through the telescope. All the hundred-eyed beings in the fleet felt that their life signs had ceased to exist. Those densely packed black dots were all battleships. Moreover, each battleship looked exactly like the one they had faced before. One was enough to annihilate them, to destroy the Kate civilization. Yet now hundreds know. A full 1,000 had appeared. Could such a massive fleet be resisted by them, or could their civilization federation overcome it? Before they could marvel and panic, countless lasers struck them. The battleships shattered. Tens of thousands of hundred-eyed beings were exposed to the vacuum, suffocating and experiencing pressure imbalance, causing them to die almost instantly. The enormous fleet swept past them at a distance of approximately 9 million kilometers without even slowing down. The whole hundred-eyed fleet was utterly fragmented. All the massive battleships were destroyed, leaving only scattered ships and fighters. Kuka sat inside a fighter jet watching the fleet's retreating silhouette, then glanced around. It was oppressive. A strong sense of oppression enveloped its heart. They could not win. Should they flee? It was indecisive within. However, at that moment it received another message devoid of any emotion. Head to the Changxi star domain. Perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. It began to gather the surviving kin and continued toward the Changxi star domain. Another 11 years have passed. Yanxia has long since left the Proxima Centauri, heading towards the direction of the Hundred-Eye Star. He has already contacted Ella. At the same time, he received news from the Purple Thorn Civilization fleet through the destroyed Hundred-Eye Star fleet from 10.5 years ago. 1,000 warships. What a terrifying civilization this is. However, Yanxia's plan will not be abandoned due to the unexpected number of warships. He has resolved to fight them to the end. He has already sacrificed so much, using everything developed over thousands of years to defeat a single enemy warship. How could one achieve such a feat with limited resources? This is a question that Yanxia and Ella have pondered for a long time. The answer they arrived at is close to the ultimate means they can employ, and it will be a game of strategy. The Kate tribe of Proxima Centauri C has begun their relocation, right? Yanxia asked. That's correct. The first batch has completed their relocation, and the second batch is still on the way. Ella's main body has already been transmitted over, leaving her attachments on the Hope ship in the Southgate to a star void. She has also transmitted a vast amount of information to the Hundred-Eye Star, preventing any data loss. Yanxia gazes at the two bright stars within sight. Let as many as can survive. Regardless of how many lives are lost, time will restore them. Even if the entire species is exterminated, we still have the gene bank of the Kate tribe. He is waiting for a message. If he fails, he will set sail anew, with Ella drifting into even more distant star regions. Now they have discovered the existence of the string. In less than a few hundred years, they can develop into a level 2 civilization. Let us hope for success. The first half of the plan involves destroying the warships of the Purple Thorn Civilization within the Southgate 2 binary star system, which has already been accomplished. This is the most crucial part. The second half of the plan is simpler. They just need to convince the Purple Thorn Civilization that they are hiding inside the Southgate 2A star. At this moment in the Southgate 2 star system, a large number of spaceships are approaching Southgate 2A star. The Kate tribe no longer resembles their former selves. Each one looks different, incredibly bizarre. This is what the Purple Thorn Civilization has left them. Now they have no thoughts of submitting to the Purple Thorn Civilization. For decades they have been hunted like prey. Hatred is rooted in their hearts. Yet they also harbor doubts. Can this truly protect them? Then they saw the shattered massive enemy warship between the two stars. Shock. The warship that brought their civilization such deep memories has indeed been destroyed. A flicker of hope ignites within them. The support from the Civilization Federation has truly arrived. We are saved. For the past century, most of the Kate tribe believed that the Civilization Federation did not exist. Otherwise, why would they as member civilizations not receive help from the Federation? Now it seems there is a turning point. What was once deemed false has the possibility of returning to reality. With the arrival of the Civilization Federation, those purple little creatures are finished. The Federation will surely defeat them. Now we simply need to enter the protection of the Civilization Federation right inside this star. According to our calculations, there is a massive void within this star, which is where the Civilization Federation has established its Stellar Research Institute. Originally, officials within the Kate tribe issued the information. All the spaceships began advancing towards the interior of Southgate 2. A tunnel has already been opened for them to enter. They flew into it and beheld the scenes inside. Amazing. Shocking. What kind of civilization could create such a vast space within a star? Their confidence grows even stronger. Just then a message arrived from the outside. The warships of the Purple Thorn Civilization are coming. Preliminary observations indicate hundreds of warships identical to those destroyed outside. Another piece of news. Proxima Centauri C has been destroyed, exploding just like Proxima Centauri B. Decades of fear against the Purple Thorn Civilization have caused them to descend into chaos. Then a Kate tribe member knelt and prayed to the energy core of the void. Noble Civilization Federation, we hope you can resolve this crisis for us. He used the prayer learned from the divine revelation. Other Kate tribe members soon followed suit, spreading the prayer to other spaceships, with millions of Kate tribe members doing the same. In the starry sky, the warships of the Purple Thorn civilization draw ever closer. They have nearly reached the Southgate 2 binary star system. They see countless ships entering the star. 1,000 warships prepare their laser weapons, beginning their assault. Those ships, which are inferior even to the lowest level warships, are as fragile as paper under these lasers. The Purple Thorn civilization comes as if death itself has descended. The destroyed warships have already transmitted back combat information to them. The enemy was able to destroy them merely because they had grown complacent, giving the enemy an opportunity to exploit. Weak civilizations pay a price for their resistance. Their anger will burn the starry sky. This time they will swing the scythe of death without hesitation at all living beings present, declaring the supreme authority of the Purple Thorn civilization. The fleet swept away tens of thousands of ships outside and began to approach the tunnel of Southgate 2A. Countless messages of despair from the outside were transmitted into the ships within the void. The atmosphere of fear intensifies. At this moment, they are like turtles trapped in an urn. And at the core of this void, a single ship stands silently. Inside the ship, Ellis attachment coldly analyzes without emotion. All warships of the Purple Thorn civilization have been detected, confirming that the warships of the Purple Thorn civilization have entered the designated area. Stellar funeral plan activated. Receiving messages from the original source. Message content: Goodbye Hope. As the voice fell, the Hope ship launched towards the terrifying energy core ahead. This energy is extremely stable, but Ella has long since made modifications inside the Hope, transforming it into a massive bomb. The moment the Hope crashes into the energy core, an explosion occurs. The terrifying explosive power reaches 300 quintillion tons of equivalent. Almost instantaneously, the entire energy mass descends into chaos due to the explosion, and then the surface of the ring in space begins to explode violently, releasing bound energy. The energy released is nearly equivalent to the total energy of a level 2 civilization, close to 1 by 1036 of terrifying energy, which approaches the total energy released by a star over 500 years. At this moment, the Kate tribe within the void observes this scene. Some clever ones have already guessed the information. They were originally bait. However, even if they realize this, they can no longer evade. The energy stored within the void erupts almost instantaneously, engulfing them all within 10 minutes. Yet this was merely a fuse. Most of the released energy has been precisely calculated, with the largest gap in the spatial ring directed towards the core of Southgate 2A. This is inherently within Southgate 2A. The energy released will easily interfere with the star. The core of the entire star is disturbed by the energy, undergoing rapid changes, with astonishing energy going out of control, causing the entire star to undergo intense alterations. The external Purple Thorn civilization observes this phenomenon. Their expressions change drastically. No, this is a trap. The radiation pressure of this star is changing. Gravitational disturbances are observed. This star will collapse within 10 seconds. The collapse of the star is extremely rapid. Although Southgate 2A does not have a large mass, it can ultimately only form a white dwarf after collapsing. However, during its collapse, it will eject 30 to 40 of its mass, and the total energy of this mass can reach 41,043 joules. The speed of this ejected energy is merely 8,000 kms, and the warships of the Purple Thorn civilization could easily escape at full speed. But they cannot now. They are currently approaching Southgate 2. The massive ships require a long time to decelerate, brake, and turn. If they were more than 20 million kilometers away from Southgate 2, perhaps there might still be a chance. But now they are less than 4 million kilometers from Southgate 2, practically on the surface of the star. Not to mention, the gravitational force generated by the star's collapse will pull them towards the star's core. At such a close distance, they can only meet heat-in with the energy ejected by the star's collapse. In fact, this is not the worst scenario. The energy ejected during the star's collapse is scattered. The total energy received by their fleet may only be 1 in 10 billion. 1 in 10 billion is only a mere 32 digits. As a level 2 civilization, they can produce 1 by 1026 joules of energy per second, and what they face is merely the total energy that could be produced in a little over a month. However, this energy provides kinetic energy for the warships and energy for the ship's own attack weapons, while the proportion spent on defense is actually not high. Having such a massive amount of energy does not equate to having an equal level of protection. Their only means now is to unleash attacks to intercept the incoming energy. Yet they still cannot avoid the fate of destruction. The gravitational waves created by the star's collapse will render all their means ineffective, just as facing a 10-meter-high wave while you splash water from the shore. Neither their electromagnetic forces nor their strong or weak forces hold any significance before it. The The colossal Level 2 civilization fleet that could make countless civilizations tremble is now so small and helpless. In the starry sky, they are like ants under the wheels, ruthlessly crushed into cosmic dust, swept along by the matter ejected from the star, becoming part of the Grand Southgate 2 nebula afterwards. They cannot believe until their deaths that they would die here at the hands of a mere Level 1 civilization. Weak civilizations pay a price for their resistance. But arrogance will also pay a price. In the Long Snake Star domain, Kuka and his team finally arrived at the battlefield where the heroic Spirit's fleet once fought, where fragments of damaged warships still floated. Years ago, he had witnessed the collapse of the Star of Nanman Air, leaving him profoundly shaken. At this moment, they had no knowledge of the situation regarding Proxima Centauri and the 100-eyed star. However, they did not have the courage to return. If the Purple Thorn civilization was victorious, returning would only lead to their downfall. If the Civilization Federation triumphed, their return would indicate failure to complete their mission. Thus, they could only continue to explore this area. Here they could no longer see the presence of the wall. Among a series of small asteroid clusters, there was only a small gyroscope-like platform with a diameter of about 5 kilometers. This platform was neither a warship nor a command vehicle. It seemed more like a giant device. At this moment, the interior of this device was deserted, showing no signs of life. This is a coordinate anchor. After investigation, Kuka finally confirmed the purpose of this device. Investigate. It was constantly emitting a wave to scan the surroundings composed of an entangled quantum, while another entangled quantum corresponding to it was stored within the anchor. This allowed for real-time detection of all objects within a radius of 1 light-year. Although quantum entanglement is truly random, this method of detection was not sophisticated enough to reach the level of quantum communication. It detected changes in quantum measurements. As long as a civilization observed the emitted quantum and measured it, it would disrupt the entanglement between that quantum and the particles within the anchor, thus using this physical property to detect if any warships from a civilization had passed through that area. This quantum anchor was equivalent to a boundary marker. Once it detected enemy warships, it would swiftly transmit the information back to its territory and then continue further scanning and reporting through light. It seemed to lack offensive capabilities and did not have the function to emit the wall. Kuka led other ships and fighters closer, but did not approach too closely, maintaining a distance of 3 astronomical units. But at that moment, they found that their ships and fighters were no longer under their control. They flew towards the coordinate anchor to investigate. Then a signal was transmitted toward the direction of the 100-eyed star. Could it be? Kuka thought of a possibility. Months later, Yenxia and Ella received the information. Coordinate anchor. This indicates that the other side is not a rootless wandering civilization. They likely control a region of space. The range of the coordinate anchor has reached a radius of 0.5 light-years, indicating that the number of systems they control is not small. A civilization spanning several or even dozens of star systems. This is quite easy to understand. A Level 2 civilization can already utilize all resources within its star system, and to develop, it must expand. Thus, every Level 2 civilization has the potential to control multiple star systems. The Purple Thorn civilization, as a newly ascended Level 2 civilization, is likely in such a stage of expansion, passing through the Long Snake Star domain to reach Proxima Centauri. In other words, their original target was the civilization within Proxima Centauri. This also explains why they did not immediately destroy the Proxima Centauri civilization afterwards. Once they dominate Proxima Centauri, their next target could very well be the solar system. If Earth remains intact, humanity may encounter the formidable Purple Thorn civilization in the future. Ella remarked, according to the scan, the direction of the signal from the coordinate anchor points to only one nearby, star Tiansong 5. Yenxia had also studied some astronomy. Tiansong 5 is a star that resembles the Sun with a mass of 70 and a relatively stable system located less than 12 light-years from the Sun. Aside from having slightly fewer heavy metals, only about 1/3 of the solar system, and a significant debris disk, it is nearly flawless. One of its planets, Whale-te, was once classified as a potential habitable planet for life, serving as a candidate for humanity's future habitation. Whale-te has a mass of 4 to 6 Earth masses, only slightly smaller than Proxima Centauri c. This planet is likely the homeland of the Purple Thorn civilization. Send a probe ship to Tiansong 5. Yenxia decided to investigate how much combat power the Purple Thorn civilization had left. At this moment, they were approximately 14 light-years away from Tiansong 5. According to the maximum speed their small ships could achieve, it would take 337 years to reach. If there were no unexpectedly large warships at Tiansong 5, Yenxia's next plan would be to launch a counterattack against the Purple Thorn civilization. This is highly probable, as 100 warships, each measuring 100 meters, would be considered a massive fleet for a Level 2 civilization. The Purple Thorn civilization likely left only a few warships within its territory. This was a long-term plan. They would only be able to judge and decide after receiving the investigation results in over 300 years. During these 300 years, they needed to re-establish the Civilization Federation. And so it was. Another 100 years passed. Yenxia had Ella begin to gather all surviving members of the Kate race, bringing them all to the 100-eyed star. Given the current size and development level of the 100-eyed star, it could now easily accommodate 10 billion intelligent life forms. The 100-eyed star was experiencing a revival of prosperity. After spending over 100 years in the cosmos, Kuka and the 100-eyed people returned to the 100-eyed star, learning that the fleet of the Purple Thorn civilization had indeed been destroyed, and they were somewhat dazed. During the 100 years under Yin Xia's deliberate guidance, the 100-eyed people, the Kate people, and humanity began to gradually integrate. Although they had not yet reached the level of mutual love, the bond among the three was tightening. Meanwhile, during this period, Yin Xia also achieved absolute dominance over the 100-eyed and Kate races. The Kate people had previously been a level 1-9 civilization. Thus, although cultural invasion had occurred, fundamentally the two were not in a hierarchical relationship, but rather in a cooperative one. After suffering a century of setbacks, the current Kate race was no longer a level 1-9 civilization. Its overall strength was now even weaker than that of the 100-eyed race. Naturally, Yin Xia would not miss this opportunity. One could say that this opportunity was something he had created. With Ella's help, he had already envisioned this outcome before the Purple Thorn civilization could blockade Proxima Centauri, and had devised a comprehensive development plan. In the course of 100 years, the 100-eyed population had recovered to 500 million, the Kate population to 3.1 billion, while the first batch of humans had perished with Proxima Centauri C, and the second batch of humans was just starting, numbering only 2,000. As the population began to rise, Yin Xia continually dispatched ships to collect the scattered resources around Proxima Centauri. A formal fleet had already been established with 187 ships over the course of 100 years, restoring basic combat capability. With the discovery of the string, Ella also began to utilize it. Controlling the string was akin to mastering the foundation of the world, allowing one to use it to create elements that do not exist in nature. Through this, Ella defined that civilizations in the universe began to diversify from level 2, showcasing a vibrant array of possibilities. Any civilization could use the string to develop an entirely new path, reaching their peak, just as a master would create their unique martial arts. The fusion of different civilizations could yield various technological directions. Ella's definition of level 2 civilizations further strengthened Yin Xia's resolve to develop the Civilization Federation. He founded the Civilization Federation, likening it to the trunk of a tree. Now he needed to grow branches connecting countless technologies to form a massive technological tree, broadening the future direction of development. Once they thoroughly attained level 2 civilization, he would embark on a path of civilization conquest akin to the Purple Thorn civilization. This would not be too far off what Yin Xia envisioned was. Within 1,000 years. 340 years had passed since the dispatch of the probe spaceship to Tiansong 5. The probe's message had yet to return. Ella initiated a new biological revolution, awakening Yin Xia. It poured Yin Xia a cup of its latest cultivated tea, sweet and smooth, lacking bitterness, resembling a tea beverage more than anything else. Finally, it had discarded the silicone robot and replaced it with a more exquisite android. This time, unlike the cute virtual image, this android resembled a capable career woman sporting a short, dashing hairstyle, exuding an air of sophistication. However, dressed in a maid's outfit, it presented a striking contrast. Master, you should know that whether fish, birds, beasts, or amphibians, their skins are fundamentally the same substance. Yin Xia, still processing his awakening, nodded slightly. The human epidermis and hair, fish scales, bird feathers, lizard scales, these are all made of two types of keratin, alpha-keratin and beta-keratin. In simpler terms, they are essentially the scaffolding of cells. These scaffolds closely intertwine and stack together, forming the protective layer of all life on Earth. Strictly speaking, hair and scales are secretions of cells, as fish scales are attached to the fish's skin rather than growing from it. So when you ask me this question, are you implying that the new technology relates to skin? Ella affirmed. Exactly, my master. The skin is the body's largest organ and serves as the human defense layer. Previously, Ella could not tamper with this defensive layer, for if it were reinforced, the skin would harden, resembling the exoskeleton of an insect, leading to sluggish movement. Now, however, due to the biological mutations inflicted on the Kate clan by the Purple Thorn civilization, Ella's first string has made breakthroughs in the biological field. Master, Ella can now maintain your skin's softness while enabling it to resist viral invasions and various cosmic radiations, allowing you to adapt to any planetary environment. Hearing the word master finally snapped Yin Xia back to reality. He felt a shiver, finding it too much to bear. Ella revert to normal mode. I'm not used to this. The android's cool and elegant face covered its mouth as it chuckled lightly. All right, master. Yanxia noticed that as Ella's computing power increased, it was becoming more and more like a normal being. Although he was one of Ella's developers, he could not explain this phenomenon. Had Ella undergone a qualitative change from quantitative change, becoming a true mechanical life form, or were these vivid expressions and clever rhetoric merely simulations calculated by it? This posed a profoundly difficult philosophical question, almost impossible to resolve. Yanxia decided not to dwell on it, for at least based on Ella's current performance, there was no indication of a desire to separate from him. That was enough. Returning to the original question, Ella's technology was undoubtedly a significant breakthrough. Whether on Hundred-Eyed Star or Proxima Centauri, Yanxia always had Ella pay special attention to one thing: viruses. The diversity of biological viruses could lead to a life form being invaded by viruses upon entering an unfamiliar environment, potentially resulting in death. The human body is constantly exposed to external viruses and various forms of radiation, which is why humans cannot live to the limits of their lifespan. It shouldn't be limited to just that, right? Since it involved the string merely preventing radiation and viruses seemed rather simplistic. Ella guided Yanxia to the newly established Biological Research Institute built within the last century. Of course, on a microscopic level, your epidermis will become denser and the gaps in the keratin's mesh structure will shrink to the point where they can only be seen at the quark level. They will form a chain-like structure possessing remarkable flexibility. At the same time, they can absorb kinetic energy, allowing your skin to withstand attacks from ordinary armor-piercing rounds. By integrating quark robots that I replicated based on the third civilization and the purple thorn civilization, these robots will enhance and remodel your body's genetic level, serving to repair and produce cells. With this internal and external combination, your lifespan will be extended to 1,000,000 years. The upper limit of 1,000 years is essentially due to the wear and tear of the quark robots. This solution could also extend the lifespan of ordinary people without altering their genes. However, the human cellular structure is too fragile, unable to achieve a stronger physical level at the same volume, hence genetic modification remains necessary. Enhancing the body. This has been Ella's research focus all along, aimed at preventing Yanxia from being as fragile as an ordinary human. The universe is fraught with dangers. A fall from a height of 10 meters could easily result in death. Their goals have now become clear. To conquer more civilizations. Hence a stronger body is needed. Why not just find a star and lie low? Because once they reach level 2, civilization development requires increasingly more resources. If a civilization at the inception of level 2 needs to utilize the energy of one star system perfectly, then level 2. 1 requires 10 level 2. 2 requires 100 level 2. 3 requires 1,000, and level 2. 9 requires a staggering 1 billion. Yet now Yanxia and the others lacking a star system as support have only achieved a civilization level of 1. 8. The technology of strings is still in its infancy. To harness this fundamental cosmic force, terrifying energy must be the foundation. It is akin to a game. Without levels, even if your gaming skills are at the king tier, can you really face a level 6 opponent at level 1? The span of civilizations is often even more terrifying. What you face at level may first not be a fully developed level 6 civilization, like the Purple Thorn, but a fully equipped level 16. Development. Continuous development and expansion are crucial to becoming stronger than the enemy before they arrive. Yanxia and Ella agree that absorbing the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization will be faster than developing independently. Moreover, as a level 2 civilization, the Purple Thorn civilization's audacity to expand on such a large scale, even deploying quantum coordinate anchors, indicates that there are no higher-level civilizations posing a threat nearby, providing them with a safeguard. Yanxia underwent a 2-month transformation by Ella in the biological laboratory. Afterwards, as a qualified leader of the Civilization Federation, he took on a new identity and served as a professor on Hundred-Eyed Star for over a decade. Year 353. The information from the probe spaceship finally arrived. Upon opening this long-awaited envelope, both Yanxia and Ella smiled. During those 100 years, the Purple Thorn civilization had interactions with some members of the Kate tribe. As a result, the Kate tribe gained knowledge of their language and certain characteristics of the civilization. With this information, the probe ships could gather more intelligence at their target locations. After 2 years of exploration, it was observed that a war was unfolding within the Tian-Tsang 5-star system. This war was a conflict between two civilizations. One was the Purple Thorn civilization and the other was the indigenous civilization within the Tian-Tsang 5-star system. Perhaps the news of the destruction of the Purple Thorn fleet reached Tian-Tsang 5, triggering this war. There could also be another reason. This diverged from the speculations of Yanxia and Ella. The Purple Thorn civilization indeed sought to establish a vast interstellar empire, but it was not a farming civilization like that of East and South Asia on Earth. Rather, it resembled the nomadic cultures of Central and Northern Asia. Their expansion was akin to an interstellar version of the Mongol Empire. With formidable military strength, they would push through civilizations and leave behind some to govern locally. There is an advantage to this approach. The speed of expansion would be greatly accelerated. Indeed, in just 1,000 years, the Purple Thorn civilization had taken control of a vast expanse of star domains, with the probe ships roughly collecting information about 4 civilizations. Don't be deceived by the mere 4. This implies that the Purple Thorn civilization controlled dozens of star systems. After all, even though life is abundant in the universe, it is unlikely that every star system has a civilization. According to Ella's calculations, the number of civilizations under the control of the Purple Thorn civilization could be as many as 7 to 10. Such a civilization naturally had its obvious disadvantages. It was not stable. They could not fully control the civilizations they governed, leading to inevitable internal strife. Especially now, as the fall of their massive armies signified the decline of their civilization and at a speed swifter than their expansion. Those 1,000 warships accounted for 97 of the Purple Thorn civilization's military power. The current Purple Thorn civilization was like a lamb stripped of its wolf skin, a succulent piece of meat, a stunning beauty disrobed. The plan can commence now. Yenxia, who had received the information, was still standing on the podium. Below were students from 3 different races. They were attentively listening to the lecture, unaware that this usually serious professor was receiving information in such a setting, and even laughed out loud. Then they heard the professor say, "Students, I may not be able to continue teaching from now on." Many robotic soldiers entered from outside the classroom, and Yenxia departed under their guard. That afternoon, the students were astonished to learn that this professor who had been teaching at the school was actually Yenxia. Of course, these were trivial matters for Yenxia. He had already boarded an anti-gravity ship and arrived near the battleship factory not far from the Baiyan Star Civilization port. All their warships were produced here. However, in the last 100 years, large-scale production of warships had been halted, and all output was dedicated to a single flagship. Since the Hope ship had completed its mission, Yenxia had begun preliminary designs for a new flagship as his personal vessel over 400 years ago, but it had been set aside for over 300 years. The reason was that the technology had not reached the necessary standards. As a flagship, it must possess the pinnacle of civilization's technology. Ella had applied the advancements developed through string theory to it. This factory was located in space. Rather than a factory, it resembled a massive space fortress. It spanned an astonishing 200 kilometers in length, 148 kilometers in width, and an ample 32 kilometers in height. At the center of this colossal space fortress was the dock for producing warships. A massive mirror-like, oddly shaped ship quietly awaited within. Its shape resembled a kayak surrounded by 6 energy storage devices held in place by electromagnetic forces. This was their current flagship, the Tiangong. The entire warship measured a terrifying 3,280 meters in length, yet only 4,628 meters in width and 3,872 meters in height, making it exceedingly slender. The surrounding energy storage devices were each like massive curved diamond-shaped shields, each measuring 6,320 meters in length. It was equipped with the most advanced dark matter decay devices, generating energy 16 times greater than that of matter-antimatter annihilation devices. Moreover, due to technological advancements, Ella had implemented the latest thermoelectric conversion devices, breaking away from the long-standing boiling water technology of human civilization. This thermoelectric conversion device could convert thermal energy directly into electrical energy, achieving an astonishing efficiency of 92. There was no need to worry about heat dissipation, as the thermal energy had already been transformed into electrical energy. This was a monumental breakthrough, allowing their current energy reserve to reach level 1. 8 on a wandering planet. The Tiangong flagship is only 3 months away from completion, right? Yenxia inquired as he looked at the brand new warship from the ship. Ella took control of a robot beside Yenxia. That's correct, but can leave this dock in 3 months. The surface of this warship utilizes the super element I researched, which is highly stable, while significantly enhancing strength and heat resistance compared to the metals of light civilizations. Although its half-life is only 21 million years, its density reaches 41.10 GCM superscript 3, hardness is 24, melting point is 1700 degrees Celsius, and strength is 54721 MPa. The increase in density is meant to better polish its surface to a mirror finish, reflecting more light and cosmic particle streams that collide with the ship due to its high speed. Of course, the strength of the hull is merely to withstand greater acceleration pressure. Its true technology lies in the 4 fundamental forces. The Tiangong flagship is already equipped with shields based on the 4 fundamental forces and it also possesses weaponry based on these forces. The strongest main cannon can reach an equivalent of 400 trillion tons. The internal gravity system is fully integrated, allowing for solid footing inside the warship, while the external anti-gravity system isolates it from the gravitational influences of outer space. The theoretical speed of the Tiangong ship can reach 2072 kms, and the actual speed should not differ much. Even now, there remains a gap between them and the Purple Thorn civilization. After all, the Purple Thorn civilization possesses vast resources and has been a level 2 civilization for over 1,000 years. Now, although 500 years had passed since the observation of the string, they were still in the transitional phase from a level 1.9 civilization to a level 2 civilization, not quite a complete level 2 civilization. However, this configuration was already sufficient to confront the current Purple Thorn civilization. Yanxia would wait for the Tiangong flagship to be completed, after which he would board this ship and head to Tiansong 5. Given their current distance from Tiansong 5, it would only take 192 years to reach. During this time, even if the war at Tiansong 5 had ended, a full recovery would be unlikely. A few short months quickly passed. Yanxia boarded the Tiangong ship. The brand new spacecraft left him feeling somewhat unaccustomed. The interior of the Tiangong ship made sacrifices for kinetic energy, making the space even more cramped than the Xiangwang ship. However, overall, it was still large. The control room retained the design from the Xiangwang ship, exceptionally bright, so white that it could induce snow blindness. After all, the starry sky was already dark enough. Yanxia did not wish to stay in a cramped little dark room. Amidst farewells and cheers, the Tiangong ship departed from the Bai Yin Star with 80 of the warships of the Bai Yin Star. The entire fleet consisted of 302 warships in addition to the main ship, the Tiangong. Due to technological innovations, Ella designed the warships to be larger, with even the smallest warship exceeding 2,000 meters in length. The reason for making them larger instead of smaller to increase speed is that being small means insufficient storage space and inadequate energy load, which translates to a lack of firepower. If the warships were not large enough, flying over would be like delivering rice to others. Entering the starry sky once more, Yanxia felt a sense of freshness that he had not experienced in a long time. New civilizations bring new pleasures. Staying on by Yin Star for a long time despite the rapid technological advancements, it inevitably leads to some aesthetic fatigue. Yanxia now found himself not wanting to enter the divine awakening world even during sleep after spending nearly 2,000 years inside. Being able to play a game for 2,000 years does not indicate how enjoyable the game is, but rather that the person's willpower is exceptionally strong. Perhaps Yanxia still possessed traces of human genes, making him overly fond of the new and weary of the old. Ella rarely agreed with Yanxia's thoughts on this matter. Isn't the yearning for the universe derived from the imagination of its vastness? Every discovery of a civilization is like a bookless person finding a good new book. This question was no longer difficult for Ella. By the way, how is the research on faster-than-light particles progressing? Yanxia asked. Ella had been exploring new sciences and possibilities over the years. After discovering strings, they naturally delved deeply into string theory. In string theory, the universe has 10 dimensions, also referred to as 91 dimensions, with the first 9 being spatial dimensions and the last 1 being the time dimension. Ella sought to identify the other 6 spatial dimensions aside from time beyond our 3-dimensional space, known as Calabi-Yau space. Calabi-Yau space contains 6 higher spatial dimensions, but contrary to common knowledge, higher dimensional spaces do not necessarily mean they are larger than our 3-dimensional space. In fact, space is a vague concept. In string theory, our universe is embedded on a membrane in higher dimensions, which can be simply understood as if our 4-dimensional space were a cube, then our universe is one of its surfaces. Although our universe is one of the surfaces, in reality 4-dimensional space or other higher dimensional spaces are curled up to a very small scale. They are like pearls on a pearl necklace interconnected by strings. The theory appears complex, but in reality all Ella needed to do was explore Calabi-Yau space. Because in the 3-dimensional reality of this universe, or the 31-dimensional spacetime, the speed of light is the physical limit. In higher dimensional spaces, however, that may not be the case. Just like the quantum coordinate anchor of the Purple Thorn civilization, which utilizes quantum entanglement to achieve information speeds faster than light. What Ella was looking for, the faster-than-light particles, stems from a hypothesis. That is, there exists another universe in the cosmic space composed of particles that exceed the speed of light. In this universe, a particle with 0 energy moves at an infinite speed. The more energy it acquires, the slower its motion becomes, until upon obtaining infinite energy, its speed reduces to that of light. If the energy it acquires approaches 0, then its speed can become infinitely fast. Mathematically, faster-than-light particles do exist. Thus, Ella believes that faster-than-light particles may exist in Calabi-Yau space. This has been her recent focus of research. However, Calabi-Yau space is not a fundamental substance that composes all matter like strings, but rather a type of space that cannot be detected with extreme microscopes. It can only be explored through theoretical means. As three-dimensional objects, they cannot perceive the existence of higher dimensions, and even the entire energy of the universe cannot propel them from three-dimensional to four-dimensional or two-dimensional space. Unless that civilization reaches level 4 or higher, capable of mastering a universe or even transcending this universe. This is clearly beyond what Ella can achieve. However, closed strings can penetrate membranes reaching other spacetimes, and Ella can use closed strings as a means of detection. It's akin to throwing a ball at a transparent object. If the ball passes through the object, it proves that the object does not exist. If the ball disappears, it confirms that there indeed exists an object. After this, Ella still needs to detect the 10th spatial dimension. Due to the emergence of various theories, such as Type I, Type 2, and Type 3 in string theory, some proposed in theory, which adds one fundamental dimension under the original 91-dimensional space of string theory. In this dimension, all theories can be simplified and explained by the same theory. Only after probing this space can Ella truly understand what the other dimensional spaces are like. This is an incredibly complex process. As M theory was still an undeveloped theory during the Earth era, it can be considered merely a conjecture, not yet sufficient to be deemed a theory. Thus, this requires Ella to explore on her own. Yin Xia felt overwhelmed after just 10 minutes and wished to sleep for another 1,000 years to restore his brain cells. Fortunately, Ella had already made progress in exploring Calabi-Yau space. So, does this mean faster-than-light particles really exist? Yin Xia was quite surprised by the result. Ella replied seriously, yes, although higher dimensions cannot be reached or observed. But I completed the exploration of the higher dimensional world through changes in entropy. By inducing variables at one end of the closed string and observing them at the other end, the recorded speed reached 173 times that of light. Unfortunately, these variables are only the most basic, like throwing a stone, and cannot transmit clear information. Even basic changes, such as strength 0 or 1, cannot be conveyed. They can only perform functions similar to the quantum coordinate anchor of the Purple Thorn civilization. The research on faster-than-light communication can create information disparity in the vast cosmos. This information disparity is extremely important whether applied in warfare or in the management of vast star domains after establishing a cosmic federation. Yin Xia felt that faster-than-light particles have far greater potential for development compared to quantum particles. This is because quantum motion is random while faster-than-light particles can be controlled. This is a technology that Yin Xia values greatly, and he decided to allocate most of the resources to it. He only hopes that Ella can have a moment of inspiration so their technological level can advance significantly. Gazing into the profound universe, Yin Xia hoped that anything could be brought within reach. However, compared to the universe, they were still too small, and their knowledge was too limited. But the first step has already begun. As long as they keep moving forward, they will surely reach the destination. Log of navigation year 192. Once again, a solitary journey. Each time I think of this number, I feel a sense of disorientation, for 192 years is an eternity for humanity. During the decades spent on Earth, there was always a feeling of being compelled to move forward. From elementary school to middle school to university and into society, it felt as though an invisible hand was pushing me from behind. But now hundreds or even thousands of years feel like mere moments to me. The vastness of the universe has slowed everything down. This year, my fleet finally reached its destination, Tiansong 5. I will lead my army to conquer everything here with absolute force. I do not know when it was that Yin Xia developed the habit of keeping a diary. This could be considered a form of enjoyment in solitude. He has lived far too long. Yin Xia glanced at the clock by his bedside, identical to the one on the Hope, which only displayed the year. It is now the year 7260 AD, 5,223 years since leaving Earth. He closed the paper diary, placing the pen in a ceramic pen holder beside him. A holographic image appeared before him, depicting the scanned star map of Tiansong 5. The primary star of Tiansong 5 has a mass only 78 that of the Sun, and its brightness is 45 dimmer than the Sun. It is an extremely young star with a lifespan of merely 5.8 billion years. In this stellar system, 5 planets can be observed, all of which are rocky planets, with the smallest being at least twice the mass of Earth. Among them, planets B, C, and D planet generally refers to the primary star are not suitable for biological habitation due to their proximity to the star. If we were to overlap and compare with the Sun, these planets would lie within Mercury's orbit. Even though Tiansong 5 is smaller than the Sun, this distance is still too close. Moreover, from the holographic projection, the entire star system is filled with various small dots. These dots represent asteroids. Tiansong 5 possesses a belt of asteroids similar to the Kuiper belt of the solar system, with a quantity over 10 times that of the solar system. Furthermore, these asteroids are situated at the edge of Tiansong 5's habitable zone, leading to numerous asteroid impacts on the planets within. Yinxia was not focused on these. He magnified the holographic projection to examine planet E within Tiansong 5. This planet, most likely to harbor life, has an inconspicuous ring, and its surface displays a yellowish-green hue reminiscent of Earth in autumn. Ella, has the war here come to an end? Yinxia hoped for a more peaceful situation within Tiansong 5, as it would be easier to manage. It has preliminarily ended with the ultimate victor being the Purple Thorn civilization. The civilization on this planet is far too young. They had not even developed technology when they were colonized. Even the previous resistance was merely a theft of ships from the Purple Thorn civilization to launch attacks. They were continuously suppressed. This civilization was originally merely a level 0. 4-0. 5 civilization later, gradually supported to reach level 1. However, the gap between them and the Purple Thorn civilization remains insurmountable. Have we detected the current strength of the Purple Thorn civilization? The previous probe ship has lost contact. Ella subsequently dispatched several more ships to gather information, each time without concealment, boldly announcing their arrival. Based on the current findings, the Purple Thorn civilization here does not possess their most advanced warships, but rather a second-tier fleet. The technology level of these warships is comparable to ours. After years of war, they do not have the capability to manufacture these warships, and their current fleet consists of only 67 ships. This is actually not unexpected. What remains are certainly not the core members of a nomadic civilization. They might just be from the middle class. These classes are entirely incapable of accessing top-tier technology. After all, if these technologies were given to those in the rear, it would be uncertain whether they might develop and then gain independence. Indeed, within the civilization of advanced beings, there will never be complete unity. Yinxia pondered for a moment. Let's strike swiftly. Our energy reserves are limited while the enemy can continuously draw energy from the star. This presents a disadvantage for us. However, this disadvantage is not substantial. The number of enemy warships cannot fully convert all this energy into combat power. Overall, the Purple Thorn civilization remains the weaker party. Of course, Yinxia would not repeat the arrogant mistakes made with the Purple Thorn civilization. He and the Tiangong main ship did not enter Tiansong 5, leaving behind 30 warships to guard against potential ambushes by the enemy in deep space. The remaining warships all set out charging towards planet E in the Whale constellation T system. We have detected that the enemy's interstellar defense network is activated. They know we have arrived. Ella constantly monitors news from the star system. The Purple Thorn civilization dares to engage in defense, which naturally indicates they have some reliance. The entire Tiansong 5-star system has been excessively developed by them, constructing a complete defense system with numerous interstellar fortresses spread throughout the entire system. Each fortress is not large, merely a few hundred meters in length and width, but their numbers can form a significant obstacle. Each of these fortresses possesses an independent weapon system capable of harassing incoming enemies, and when combined they can form a simple wall to resist attacks. However, at this moment these walls are no longer an obstacle for Yinxia. A large number of neutrino weapons were unleashed, swiftly dismantling the enemy's defense network within a mere 7 years, destroying as many as 10783 enemy interstellar fortresses. The enemy's warships are starting to withdraw to planet F in the Whale constellation T system. This planet is the base of the Purple civilization. Due to their disadvantage in warships, the Purple Thorn civilization did not choose to leave the planet to confront Yinxia's fleet hidden, but instead opted to take refuge within the planet. They have deployed numerous orbital cannons in the outer space of this planet, and combined with the number of warships, it indeed presents a tough nut to crack. However, upon receiving this news, Yinxia felt relieved. The enemy's command lacks true experience in interstellar warfare. Though there are substantial defenses on the planet, the entire interstellar space offers far more maneuvering room. In fact, their best decision should have been to leave Tiansong 5 at the outset, turning their passivity into initiative. But they are reluctant to part with this small piece of land. Under our overwhelming numerical advantage, the space they can operate in will continuously shrink, leading to the current situation. Now we do not even need to concern ourselves with them. We can simply keep using asteroids to strike and deplete their energy. What Yinxia fears most are two things. One is the enemy fleeing, the other is the enemy detonating their star to perish together. Even feigning such an act could force Yinxia to halt his advance. Yet the enemy has not grasped either of these points. Almost at the moment they huddled on planet F in the Whale constellation T system, Yinxia could unilaterally declare victory. The entire campaign lasted merely 18 years. It was far easier than he had anticipated. The fleet had not even engaged in direct combat. At this point, Yin Xia could confidently take over the civilization on planet E in the Whale constellation T system. Upon arriving at the Whale constellation T star, Yin Xia first sent the Kate tribe soldiers in the fleet to negotiate. This civilization calls itself the Lyra civilization. Their appearance resembles that of insects rather than beasts, with their bodies encased in exoskeletons moving very slowly, though their joint-like appendages are somewhat flexible. If one were to describe them, it would be like a spider's lower body combined with a mantis upper body, but their abdomens are more slender and their limbs more robust, lacking the large scythe of a mantis possessing only 8 legs and 6 arms. Each limb segment has 6 joints for flexibility, allowing for free movement. The ends of their limbs have 7 digits which possess 15 to 18 joints, enabling them to grasp freely like human hands. They are not tall, standing at approximately 1 meters. Surprisingly, these creatures have wings, but they are not membranous like those of insects. Rather, they are fleshy and thin. However, due to their considerable weight, they cannot fly like birds or insects, only achieving a gliding flight. Similar to oviparous species on Earth, each family can have 10 to 15 offspring in one brood, typically producing 3 to 5 broods, resulting in a very large population totaling 36.2 billion. It is said that this is a result of control by the Purple Thorn civilization, with their population peaking at 51.6 billion. Faced with such a weak civilization, Yin Xia did not hesitate and swiftly executed her plan. Firstly, she clarified their identity. They were not invaders, but liberators, a powerful federation of civilizations that had defeated the Purple Thorn civilization. Secondly, she invited this civilization to join the Civilization Federation, making it clear that this was not optional but mandatory. Should they refuse to join the Civilization Federation, it would mean that this star system would hold no value for them, after which they would withdraw their forces. The remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization still existed, and they would continue to be under their control. Thirdly, she offered favors, providing substantial assistance to the impoverished classes of this civilization, turning them into pro-Federation factions, forcing the higher-ups to make a quick decision to submit or to resist, with all resistors being suppressed on every level. Yin Xia implemented a policy of both reward and coercion. It should not be too gentle nor too harsh. This was to prevent ongoing internal turmoil within the civilization, much like what happened with the 100-eyed star, which only led to a population decline, and this population was in fact Yin Xia's wealth. It took approximately 6 years for this civilization to gradually stabilize and begin accepting the Civilization Federation. Through the remnants left by the Purple Thorn civilization within the star system, Yin Xia also had Ella start researching their technology. Previously, the warships had been destroyed by stellar collapse and drawn into the star's interior due to gravitational pull, so Yin Xia and Ella could only speculate and calculate to assess the technology of the Purple Thorn civilization. Now, with these remnants, analysis could be conducted, and combined with Ella's current technology, they could deduce the technological vulnerabilities of this civilization. The Purple Thorn civilization was indeed very powerful. Their mastery of the 4 fundamental forces surpassed that of Ella, greatly benefiting her research. If before she was merely at the initial stage of level 2, now Ella's technological level had entered the mid-level of stage 2, and she had also mastered the technology to create a wall. The wall itself is a type of special electromagnetic interference device, but it is exceedingly sophisticated. For instance, if electromagnetic force were a piece of iron, lower civilizations could only forge it into swords, while higher civilizations could craft it into firearms. The power of the two is worlds apart. The wall represents a technological innovation. Its application in a closed state utilizes not only electromagnetic force, but also strong nuclear force to withstand nuclear energy. However, in an open state, to prevent strong forces from affecting the entry and exit of spacecraft, the strong force is turned off, relying solely on electromagnetic force. In fact, to hide within the starry sky, the wall also incorporates gravitational applications, bending light to create a gravitational lens effect around it. The technology of the wall could include weak forces, but weak forces are too microscopic. The energy released by weak forces ultimately cannot compare to electromagnetic forces or strong nuclear forces, making them unsuitable as primary energy attacks and rarely utilized. Even advanced civilizations, when exploring weak forces further, can only develop them into peculiar attacks, such as creating epidemic ghost life forms that utilize weak forces. Moreover, their energy consumption does not correlate proportionally to the magnitude of the force, which is why the Purple Thorn civilization did not cultivate this aspect. This further research overturned many of Ella's previous judgments. For example, this civilization has profound research on weak forces. Now it seems that the gap in technological levels merely affected their judgment. The true strength of the Purple Thorn civilization remains its comprehensiveness with research in all aspects of the 4 fundamental forces. Misjudgment is not a serious issue in the realm of science. Everything progresses through continuous research and the overturning of previous studies. After studying the wall, Ella gained sufficient confidence to dismantle its structure from the ground up. This signaled that Yin Xia could begin to purge the remnants of the purple thorn civilization located at Whale constellation T*F. After all, they could not be allowed to remain indefinitely. They were likely transmitting information to the outside, and in a few hundred years remnants of the purple thorn civilization from other star systems would arrive, causing significant trouble. In the 41st year after arriving at Tianzong 5, after confirming that the purple thorn civilization had no backup, Yin Xia ordered the fleet to begin attacking Whale constellation T*F. Previously excessive asteroid impacts on the planet had severely depleted the energy resources of the purple thorn civilization. This attack lasted only 4 years, managing to eliminate the orbital defense systems around Star F, while losing 7 warships. The fleet surrounded the entire Star F. Had Yin Xia wished to, she could have fired the main cannon directly at the planet without intending to destroy it. Surrender. They want to negotiate with us. In the second year of sending fighter jets to bomb the surface of Star F, Ella received their surrender message. Yin Xia pondered. They lack the qualification for that. Continue the bombardment, they still retain some combat power, and we need to crush them completely. The attack on the Purple Thorn civilization was not solely for this reason. The delay also allowed the Kate and Hundred-Eyed tribes to vent their anger from centuries past. At the same time, it ensured that the Lyra civilization would join, making them more loyal. Indeed, the remnants of the Purple Thorn civilization on Star F resisted for another year, finally realizing their current position. Ella received a blueprint. Upon unfolding it, she saw the entire map of the Purple Thorn civilization, which marked numerous resource points and coordinate anchors. In the universe, star maps are as crucial as maps within a planet. Having this means Yin Xia can extend her exploration range into these areas and gradually gain control over them. This star map displayed a total of 26 star systems and 6 civilizations.